Edgbaston and the second day of the championship match between Warwickshire and Essex. Warwickshire are three great players on the ball roll was also and totally enjoyed the areas. That first play yesterday, the stage of the match was Essex having won the toss from the opening from back first, but this is 168. And at the close of the time, Warwickshire moved on to 76 for 2. In matches where the Hain authority has confirmed the floodlights on the level of use in the competition, but it was the opinion of the umpires that matched the right lasted 2 weeks between unsuitable level, then they authorised the floodlights to be turned on so that the match can continue to be accepted. As you can see, the lights are coming on and the umpires request. However, within the opinion of the umpires, artificial light then exceeds natural light, making it difficult to see the red ball players surround. They may be suspended in order to maintain play and spectator safety. The match officials at this stage are umpires Richard Kepler and Neil Miller, the match referee Phil Wickets, and the scorers Tony Church for Essex and Nelson for Warwickshire. Playing the schedules Kevin Gray and Phil.
Very good morning and welcome to Edgbaston. Those of you listening online, those of you watching via the Warwickshire website, and of course those of you who are listening inside the ground as well. I'm Richard Wilford from BBC Radio WM. Paul Newton from BBC Essex will be with us from 11:30. Phil Britt is here from Warwickshire County Cricket Club at the moment. Morning to you, Phil.
Morning, Richard. Morning, everybody.
And we will have a couple of surprise guests, hopefully, during the course of the afternoon of a Bears type. A couple of first team squad members we hope to see during the course of the afternoon. Coming out are the two Warwickshire overnight batsmen, Dom Sibley on 33 and Sam Hain on 7. They carried the Bears through to 76 for 2 in their first innings at the close of day one. That's a deficit of 92. Tom Westley saving Essex from greater ignominy. His fine knock of 80 rather stood out on what was otherwise a pretty sorry scorecard for Essex yesterday. Danny Briggs taking 4 for 31 on a blameless track. Ollie Hannon-Dolby, typical burst from him, 3 for 43, good line and length. And Liam Norwell returning to the side after a pre-season back spasm, taking 2 for 18. So that was the tail of day one. The wicket very much over on the Priory side of the ground. Short boundary over on that side as well, which might lure one or two to thinking that that's worth a bit of an ambitious hit. And Shane Snater, who bowled very accurately yesterday, none for 14 from his 10 overs, with his white headband, is going to open the bowling this morning for the visitors, Essex. Phil, if you will take care of the first over and
thank you, Richard,
and see how the day goes.
I thought he was a bit unlucky yesterday. He troubled the batsman. He ended up wicketless in that session last night, but he's probably can look back and think I should have had one or two. His first ball of the morning, he's got one straight away, and it's Dom Sibley who's gone an outside edge. The ball flicks through low, and having said he deserved one last night, he's got it with the first ball of the morning. And Dom Sibley has gone, caught behind a diving low catch down by wicketkeeper Wheater, and Essex strike with the very first ball of the morning. Sibley walks away and he has gone for 33.
That's a cracking ball to deliver, the opening ball of the morning. Perfect line, just nibbling, decent length. Sibley probably had to play at that first ball of the morning, and well taken by Wheater, and Snater gets his immediate reward. And immediately you look at the game slightly differently from that, because you've got the opening batsman out, you've got the lights on this morning because it's a bit of a grey morning, quite overcast, and Essex now will have their tails up.
Yeah, Warwickshire would have been going in this morning looking, I think, we'll bat all day, that's our target, and they may well still do that, but and we'll finish the day 150, 175 ahead. But what a good start for the visitors, and I think that's just reward for his performance last night. And it just shows he worked all that last night, charged in, wicketless, bowls the first ball of the morning, a really good one, and Sibley had to play at it and gets a little nick, and it's the end of his innings. So almost like a first ball on the second day for Dom Sibley, but it's obviously got 33 yesterday, but the first ball he faced of the second morning.
On the upside, I suppose Warwickshire have quite a few batsmen who are used to being at the top of the order, and that's very much the case for skipper Will Rhodes, who was batting at 3 last week. Of course, he and Sibley had a very effective opening partnership going back a few seasons, and he will come in to try and see off the early overs. The ball is only 31 overs old, it should do a bit, and the conditions, you would suspect, will be helpful to the seamers.
Yeah, well, here comes Snater again, in for his second delivery to the new batsman, who's Will Rhodes, who gets firmly behind his first delivery and pushes it back to the bowler, who fields with Essex with their tails up from that first wicket. They're all rushing in to get the ball. It's a grey morning here in Birmingham. The floodlights are on. Yesterday morning when we started it was cloudless, and it's a big contrast today. The clouds, though, having said it's grey, are quite high, so we're hopeful that we won't see any rain. Here's Snater, comes in again and bowls, and this one is left, or going across the left-hander and through to the keeper, and there's no shot offered.
Yeah, the forecast, if anything, improved overnight in that I think we were expecting some light rain on and off during the course of the morning. Right now, the percentage chance, if you buy into these sort of statistics, is down in the low teens, with some sun breaking through later in the day, and no real hint of weather problems over the course of the next 2 days, so that's encouraging as well.
Snater again, in from that Birmingham end, he's in and bowls, and that beats Rhodes, who pushes forward, perhaps giving him the benefit. He pulled the bat just inside that one before pushing at it, but another good delivery from Snater, and he's just testing the batsman, but he's not giving any width, not giving any sort of, here's one to get off the mark. He's really pushing. The 3 slips in place, there's no gully there, we've got a backward point, but 3 slips, a backward point, and then a short mid-wicket, who's the other fielder that they've got in close. This one is pushed by Rhodes up to mid-on. There's no run.
I better just take over for a few seconds here, because we're about to have the timed report for the 2 West Midlands stations. Here at Edgbaston, Warwickshire have lost an early wicket on day 2 against Essex. They're 76 for 3. First ball of the morning was a beauty from seamer Shane Snater, and it nicked the outside edge of Dom Sibley's bat. Good catch taken by wicketkeeper David Wheater. Sibley unable to add to his overnight tally of 33. Skipper Will Rhodes has come out now to join Sam Hain. Hain is on 7. Rhodes yet to score. Overcast morning might be a bit of help for the pace bowlers. Warwickshire 76 for 3, trailed by 92.
And you haven't missed anything. The Snater's just gone round the wicket to finish the opening over of the morning, a successful one. It's wicket maiden, 76 for 3, and it's a fine start to the to the second day for Essex, who will be looking to get Warwickshire back in the match with certainly no first innings lead to get chased down. They've got their first bowling point as well, by the way. That was
very sporting of Shane Snater to switch to round the wicket to enable us to get that report in without missing the ball.
It's got it in without it.
I'm already becoming a fan of him, just for that reason alone. That's always good. It's going to be the second over of the morning to be delivered by Sam Cook, who took the wicket of Alex Davis yesterday after Davis made a brisk start to his Bears debut. He was out for 22, caught by Harmer in the slips. Sturdy figure, Cook, long run, good 25 yards as he comes into bowl Sam Hain, his first delivery of the day, and he comes forward and tucks it towards mid-wicket, where Wesley, the skipper, comes across and picks up plenty of fielders in reasonably close positions here for Cook to give him some encouragement. 3 slips in position. Wesley at kind of a short mid-wicket in case Sam Hain plays it uppishly. Square legs in front of square as well, noticeably. In front of umpire Neil Mallon, who looks like he's wrapped up warm. His collar is up high on what is a chilly morning in the West Midlands. And Cook now tucked off his pads by Hain. That's quite fine. Snater has quite a bit of ground to make, so they'll jog back for 2. The first runs of the morning. Hain to 9 and 78 for 3. This is more like the sort of April weather conditions that you expect.
Yep.
And the opening day of the Surrey game a fortnight ago was absolutely freezing with a gale force wind, wasn't it?
Well, I was in Holland, so I missed that one, the opening morning, but conditions weren't brilliant throughout that game. That wind hasn't changed. The wind here today is absolutely freezing cold.
Yeah. Cook, broad of shoulder, advances again, and Hain tucks his bat inside the line of that one, and it's just offered to move away off the seam, that from Cook, who's bowling at a brisk pace. Hain faced 50 balls for his 9, very much dug deep yesterday evening, didn't he, Phil, to make sure he saw it through to close?
Absolutely. his intent was, I'm going to want to be there at the beginning of day 2. And in fairness, Dom Sibley was very much the same. Sibley played and missed at a few balls yesterday, but looked fairly solid.
He'd happily played and missed the first of today, but he didn't. He clipped one behind as Hain steers the next ball towards Wesley at short mid-wicket, who moves to his left before gathering and throws it into Wheater, who looks rather diminutive next to some tall fielders in the slip court for Essex. He's old school wicket-keeper's height. Ambrosian, I would say.
Well, he's of a similar height to Alex Davis.
Yeah.
Alex Davis is diminutive, really, compared to most of the other Warwickshire players. Obviously not keeping in this game, but I would say about the same.
Cook into Hain. Again, he's across in front of middle and leg and guides it, this time past Wesley. And it'll roll up to mid-on to Steckety. And there's no run. The city is in view. The cloud cover isn't taken away. The backdrop of the higher buildings, the big blue tinted hotel, the tallest in the centre. BT Tower to its left, the rotunda to its right as we look across towards the city centre. As Cook is in to complete the over, and a big stride outside off stump from Hain, and then a flourish as he leaves it and it goes through. Went through a little bit low to Wheater at the end of the second over of the morning. Warwickshire on 78 for 3.
Just looking at the first couple of overs this morning, I think there's a bit more in it for the bowler today than there was yesterday. Yesterday, we're not in the greatest position, we said this yesterday, to actually judge what the ball is doing and how much movement there is, because we're looking down over a sort of leg slip position, but it certainly appears from the way they're playing and the shaping and the reaction of the field that there's movement there.
Yeah, I mean I've got the TV feed on as well, which many of you will be watching, and certainly Cook was getting a bit of movement off the seam there.
Slater in to Rhodes. There's a fourth slip coming now, so really sort of anticipating that there's going to be something for them. Critchley has come into fourth slip, so we've got Cook, Alistair Cook, Simon Harmer, as Adam Rossington. Now we've got Matt Critchley all in a line as the four slip cordon, in case there's another flash outside the off stump. In fact, actually, he's almost at a fifth slip rather than fourth slip. This next one is Rhodes forward and pushing out into the offside. Fielded off his own bowling as Snater comes through.
I'm a little surprised that Shane Snater was so quick to go round the wicket to Will Rhodes, because I think he's negating any movement that there might be, and those two deliveries have gone gun barrel straight. He's angling it into the left-hander at the moment. Maybe he feels if he can just get a little bit of movement out off the seam, then that will bring that slip cordon into play.
He's in again, bowls, and this is driven nicely back past the bowler, and past just wide of the stumps at the bowler's end and up to the long off boundary for 4. So the first boundary of the morning, and that was a sweetly timed shot to get Rhodes on his way. It takes Warwickshire onto 82 for 3, Rhodes onto 4, and that was picked that one up nicely, and he tried to stop it with his footers on his follow through, but not successful.
I don't like to call these things too early, Phil, but we'll do well between now and 6 o'clock to see a better shot today.
Yeah, it was a lovely shot, wasn't it? It really was. I agree. Rhodes waits then. I've got 4. Waits for this next one, and he edges this one away, and this is going to be another boundary. This one wide of the diving Critchley, who'd been brought into that sort of fifth slip position, and down to the very, very short third man boundary. It runs down. Once it's beaten the infield, there's absolutely no way anybody's going to get round to cut off that delivery. The ground drops away as well to assist the speed of the ball running down to the boundary, and so Rhodes consecutive boundaries. He moves on to 8, and Warwickshire moved to 86 for 3.
He was in pretty good control of that, Will Rhodes. It's a very productive area when he's in, Nick.
This next one is caught at slip, and he's gone the top edge as he went to cut this one, and it went to the tallest man in the slip cordon, Alistair Cook at slip, who took the ball both hands above his head. Warwickshire lost their second wicket of the morning, a second wicket for Sean Slater, and it's the captain gone this time. He hit the 2 boundaries and then he was on his way, and Slater will take that any time. A couple of boundaries to get a wicket, but it was a good catch, and it needed a tall man, and Will Rhodes picked out probably the tallest man in the team.
The difference between the two deliveries, bit shorter, bounce was higher, Rhodes not in control of the shot. That's a really good grab by Harmer. His reactions in the slips are excellent for a big guy. And 2 early wickets for Essex, which have really evened out this game, haven't they? Straight away, 86 for 4, still 82 behind. Matt Lamb coming to the crease now, and Essex will feel they're absolutely right back in this game now, after a really good start this morning from Slater.
Yeah, the wickets in. I said to him early on that he had deserved wickets yesterday. Well, he certainly turned in this morning, and he's getting them. And it's put Essex right back into this game. Having had a disappointing day yesterday with the bat, they come out firing this morning. So, well, 86 for 4. So Warwickshire now have Lamb, who remember got the 100 in his last innings against Surrey. Batted aggressively.
I mean, that was, he came in on that occasion at 41 for 4, replying to a total of around 400 plus, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And that was a real counter-attack innings from him.
Well, these two, Hain got 70 or 80, I can't remember, 70 odd, I think, against Surrey. Lamb got the 100, and they really did wrestle the initiative away. His Slater in, the first ball outside the off stump is left, but it was a little bit expensive earlier in the over, but he finishes off with the wicket, and his second wicket of the morning. So 86 for 4.
Yeah, you're quite right. You won't be too concerned at all about the fact that he's conceded a couple of boundaries. In that he's really bending the back, is Slater. He's putting absolutely everything into this opening spell this morning, and he's got its reward. And you get batsmen out in the slip cordon, one for the wicket keeper, one at second slip. You're putting the ball in the sort of areas that you're going to cause problems. And Will Rhodes could well have left that ball alone, but having got back-to-back boundaries, he wanted to guide it over the slips or cut it, and got it wrong. And he'll be, you could see how frustrated he was. Here's Cook to continue from the pavilion end, and that's turned Hain around a little bit as he defends it out into the offside. Some oohs and ahs. Respectable smattering of spectators in. Our chap who sits over to the right in the Hollis stand, come hell or high water, is there again. He is a long way away from where this game is being played, but he is in his normal seat. If he brings a cushion. Does he bring a cushion, do you think? Cook full on middle and leg, and he's jabbing down on that latest Hain. Got a bit higher than he expected, and looked like he might have been done for pace a bit. Really sharp start here from Slater and Cook, and if you Tom Wesley right now, and Essex could have been a bit flat, a bit down when play ended yesterday, but whatever they've done to regroup, whatever they've done to put fire in their bellies, they're putting it out on the pitch this morning. Very impressive. In again, full straight, and defended by Hain back down the track. Comes off the thumb of Sam Cook, and in the end it bounces through to Steckety. 86 for 4. Warwickshire trailed by 82. Conditions that favour the seamers this morning, so these two and Steckety need to make hay, and they have done so far.
They bowled well as a trio yesterday. And,
Cook outside off stump this time, left alone by Hain, and that does just move in the air after it's pitched. I wouldn't say it seemed, it's gone on a bit straight and then started to arc away as it went through to the wicket keeper, so a bit of late swing there. The flags on the top of what used to be described as the press box stand, the two-tier stand, where I watched my first game in 1974. But the flags are billowing this morning. The wind direction has changed a couple of times in the last 10 minutes. This ball just back of a length, and Hain is a long way forward, thick inside edge, squirts out towards square leg, and there's no run. I haven't seen his number, but that looks like Nick Brown to me. The arc of the shoulders. It is. Just very familiar when he batted long at Chelmsford last time I was down there with Warwickshire. The shoulders do slope a touch for Nick Brown.
Dan Lawrence was off the field yesterday. He pulled up with a hamstring. I haven't seen him out there this morning.
As Hain is beaten outside off stump, and he's squared up by that one. Might have kept a touch low. That's another fine over from Cook. The end of the 4th over of the morning. We've seen 10 runs added for the loss of 2 wickets. Warwickshire 86 for 4.
Yes, they've come out really strongly, and it's these conditions are certainly helping the bowlers, but don't take anything away. They've got to still got to put the ball in the right spot, and they've done that perfectly. So he will continue. Shane Snater, his figures now look far more impressive. 2 for 22 rather than he finished last night, 0 for 18. In he comes again and bowls. And this one is bringing Lamb forward and runs it away into the offside. And there's no run. Will Rhodes got those 2 boundaries. The first one, as Richard said, was an absolutely exquisite straight drive. And he'd lifted one through, but just couldn't quite control that attempted cut shot and to get top edge, which flew high. I think our squad said it was Alistair Cook who caught it, but it was actually Simon Harmer. This next one has Lamb in 2 minds. He looked initially as if he was going to try and drive that ball, then decided no, take the bat out of the way. Ended up in an awkward looking position across the stumps, and the ball flew through to the keeper.
There is a 12th man on the field, by the way.
Yeah.
I've been doing my research whilst you...
Yeah, it's Lawrence is off the field.
At point, judging by the squad number, is Ben Allison.
Okay, done. Yeah, he went chasing a ball yesterday, Dan Lawrence, and pulled up by the hover cover. It looked like a hamstring. This one has beaten Lamb, races through, and Lamb just looks down at the wicket as if to say, is this the same wicket we were at yesterday?
Well, the overhead conditions are very different today. It was,
yes, absolutely.
Sunshine and little cotton wool clouds yesterday.
Well, this game is moving along at a pace where it's still only just at the start, relatively, of the second morning, but 14 wickets already gone in this game. Compare that to the Surrey game a couple of weeks ago. It's a totally different situation, as this one is driven with no great control by Lamb out to cover point. There's no run.
Yeah, Matt Lamb's kind of gone inside out on that a little bit. Adjusted his hands as he tried to hit through the ball, so as a result, no timing at all. And Snater is just bowling in lovely areas.
Well, he's certainly this morning been absolutely what Essex required. He's come out there, nice straight runs, a very economic looking run as he comes in again and bowls, and Lamb is again playing this one, better looking shot this time, out to backward point, and there's no run.
I think you have to bend your back to get much bounce about it, and Snater is doing that in his mid-20s, Zimbabwean, the Dutch heritage, giving Essex good options in their seam department. No Porter just at the moment.
Now, he was on the field substituting yesterday for a while. He comes again and bowls, and this time Lamb clipped this one away nicely through mid-wicket, got into the ball, leant into it, and turned it away nicely. Read that one well. It was a good way for Warwickshire to finish the over off a boundary. Lamb gets on his way with that boundary, takes them on to 90 for 4. And the first over this morning, he's bowled, but he hasn't taken a wicket.
Really frustrated with himself there, Snater, because that was proper help yourself at the end of the over, and he was wanting to keep Lamb on naught. You'd seen the uncertainty during the course of that over, but that was angled into the pads, going down the leg side, and Lamb just leant onto it and got full value with the boundary. Warwickshire 90 for 4, 78 runs behind.
Taking advantage as well of that shorter boundary there, but it was well hit.
Sam Cook very full, met sturdily by Sam Hain up to Steckety at mid-on. Yeah, I think what happened, I think it would have made the boundary on the other side as well, in that having beaten the infield there, it was a well-struck shot. Nice bit of timing about it. Plenty of other games underway in Division 1. Yorkshire are taking Northamptonshire wickets early on as well, so conditions I suspect are probably not that dissimilar down at Wantage Road. There's another full delivery around or just outside off stump, and Hain is across, bat slightly away from pad, but he defends. Northampton's 34 for 3, 262 behind Yorkshire. 3 wickets for Jordan Thompson there, he's taken 3 for 17. Will Young, the New Zealander, is 12 not out. He may have to do a bit of heavy lifting in that one. Kent progressed to 290 for 7 against Hampshire in their first innings yesterday, dominated by Daniel Beldrum, and a wicket this morning for Keith Barker, his 4th of the innings, the former Bear.
He started the season well.
Good attack, that Hampshire attack, isn't it? Forward is Hain, thinking about a quick single. Lamb was interested, sent back wisely, and there's no run. Lancashire 28 for 1, trailed Gloucestershire by 224. Bohannon 17 not out. Balderson the man out, run out in that one. And Somerset 298 for 7 against Surrey in the Overton derby. Tom Abel is 127 not out. 3 wickets for Jordan Clark. It's a good week if you named Jordan with the ball then, by the looks of things. I'll rattle through Division 2 in a moment. As Cook approaches once more, and Hain just clips this towards mid-wicket. Wesley does the fielding. Nottinghamshire 60 for 1 in reply to Durham's 230 all out. Hamid is the man out for 33, trapped LBW by Potts. Middlesex on 190 for 6, a 68 in front of Glamorgan after a catalogue of wickets yesterday. Entertaining partnership between Simpson, who's on 39, and Roland Jones 52. They've added 80 for the 7th wicket to try and take control of that game. Hain again forward in defence, tucks the ball towards short mid-wicket, and Tom Wesley for no run. Derbyshire 51 for 1, they trail Leicestershire by 162. Masood 27 not out, making runs for fun, Shan Masood in Division 2 cricket, the Pakistani opener. And Worcestershire still batting against Sussex, putting a good score on the board, 354 for 6. Bit of a tempter there, they've got 9 overs left to get 46 runs for maximum batting points. Brett D'Oliveira, captaincy suits him, 110 not out in that game. Grant Stewart's taken a couple of wickets on loan there from Kent. As the over ends much as it's been, another pretty full delivery from Sam Cook, and Hain is forward watchfully, this time gets it up to Steckety at mid-on, and it's the end of a maiden over. Hain has 9, Lamb has 4, Warwickshire 90 for 4.
We were saying yesterday that before he got there, that Brett D'Oliveira has really taken to captaincy well. That's his 2nd century, and still to be out in the Championship this season. So he was not out in both innings in his first match as captain, and now he's followed up with a 2nd century.
He's a very resourceful cricketer, Brett D'Oliveira.
Yeah.
And the resourceful county, the production line of players, particularly their ability to find young players coming through minor counties and through the school systems as well.
Take a lot from the Shropshire area, around Shrewsbury School, that sort of thing. Here's Snater comes in again and bowls, and this one is Lamb will get a single, not at all where he was looking to play it. He was looking to play it through backward point, got a thick inside edge which shot back down to fine leg. He'll take the single, he'll reflect that he didn't quite get over the top of that one, and luck was on his side. It could easily have ricocheted back into his stumps, but it takes Warwickshire on to 91 for 4. Remember, 168 was the Essex total, so they're 77 behind.
And this is the first time after 26 minutes of cricket that the batsmen have changed ends.
Yep, first single. Slater in to bowl to Hain, who is going to get runs, turning this one away nicely through mid-wicket. He'll come back for 2. Didn't quite get the timing on it. A similar sort of delivery to the one which Lamb had picked up the boundary for off the last ball of the previous over, just onto leg stump, and Hain having to reach just not quite as full, and Hain was over the top of it and turned it past the short mid-wicket, which is Wesley, and they managed to scamper back for a second. It's Snater again, got both wickets this morning. He comes in and bowls, and this one is going to be nothing in the end, because he was pushing hard at it, looking to play it away into the offside, but got a little bit of a leading edge which ran away in the end down to a deepish mid-wicket position, and straight to the fielder, so there was no run.
Just bowling a tad straight to Hain, I think here. Snater, I think he needs to be just looking to flirt outside off stump. That's where he's done these damage today.
Exactly. Here he is in again, bowls. This one is again straight at one which Hain is playing solidly up to mid-on. There's no chance there of any run. Steckety there does the fielding, but played solidly enough by Hain. Crowd this morning is well, they're all well wrapped up. That's one thing which we can say. A lot of people with heavy top coats on. It looks like a winter's day. They're sat out there during. This next one is left outside the off stump, too wide outside the off stump. Hain has to play, not offer a shot to it. We haven't yet had a morning or a day where people have been sat in shirt sleeves.
I mean, you could.
You could, but you wouldn't.
You'd be cold.
Yes, you could indeed.
No, the final day of the Surrey game, I think, was quite warm. I think there were one or two who, at the peak time of the day, might just have got down to a polo shirt.
Slater in bowls, and Hain is tempted and then leaves and watches carefully to make sure that he got the line right. It goes through to Rita in the end, and there's no run. It's the end of another over. And it's 93 for 4. Hain is on 11, 5 to Lamb, and Warwickshire lost those 2 wickets this morning. They lost Dom Sibley off the very first ball of the morning when he was caught behind by Wheater, and then Snake getting the second wicket, his second wicket, when Will Rhodes was caught by Simon Harmer at slip.
Excellent. Phil, if you make way for half an hour and rejoin us just after 12, after I've done my reports, okay? Because Paul Newton is ready to join us and put, I would think, a very positive Essex perspective on what he's seen so far this morning. Been an excellent opening burst from Snater and Sam Cook, and it's Cook who continues from the pavilion end, and that one is just in front of the pad of Lamb. May have got a bit of bat on it. Wheater has seen a lot of the ball at short mid-wicket. There were oohs and ahs, but it was angling down the leg side on that occasion from Cook, and the score remains 93 for 4. Now, the nature of our commentary position is it means that we do have to have a window open all the time. It doesn't close anymore, that particular window, so Paul has made a very good point of wrapping up warm as he plugs his microphone in. Driven the next ball from Lamb. It's parried left-handed by Cook and will drop short mid-off. Very good morning to you, Mr. Newton.
Yes, good morning, Richard. And well, normally I'd say very nice to be here, but it really is a pretty foul day. The players in particular, hands in pockets with their hand warmers inside, no doubt. Not to be envied out there. I think it has suited the two quick bowlers for Essex this morning, because it makes you want to run in fast.
Yeah, and that little bit of overcast condition that might help a bit. Back of a length, the next ball from Cook on a really straight off-stump line. It's above off-stump when it's intercepted by the bat of Matt Lamb, who just defends it back down the wicket. The floodlights are kicking in a little bit more at the moment. Just a hint of a shadow now from one or two of the players, and some really grey clouds blowing in. But generally, when the wind is in the direction it is currently and the clouds are coming towards and across us from right to left, it normally stays dry. Lamb drives this up towards mid-on through the legs of Sam Hain on its way to Steckety. If the weather starts coming over our left shoulders and the clouds are dark, Paul, then you need your umbrella.
Well, certainly the forecast I saw this morning suggested that, bar just a very occasional risk of a shower, it would stay dry, and indeed it's forecast to clear over as the afternoon develops. So hopefully rather nicer conditions later on. But at the moment, as you were saying, the overcast conditions favouring the bowling side. Snater deserves his wickets today, having had no luck at all yesterday evening.
Cook full outside off stump. Forward resolutely is Lamb. Head into the offside. The man at short mid-off does the fielding. That's Matt Critchley, former Derbyshire all-rounder. The breeze has just got up. You might have heard it a bit on our effects mic. And those of you who are watching the excellent coverage via the Warwickshire website, you'll have seen that your camera was shaking a little bit. That was a gusty moment. Trust me, you could hear the wind at the same time. And, the cameras do take something of a buffeting, as this is neatly worked through square leg by Lamb. Bit too straight that from Cook, and they should come back for two. Nick Brown took a while to decide which moment he was going to crouch down and pick the ball up. He hesitated a couple of times. So two more to Lamb. Score 95 for 4. Really fine spell, particularly from Shane Snater this morning though, Paul.
Yeah, wicket first ball, getting rid of the obdurate Sibley for 33, just nicking the outside edge, and then a typically wonderful catch by one of the best slippers I've ever seen in Simon Harmer, because Will Rhodes hit a lovely straight drive for 4, followed it up with managing to angle on top of a ball that was rising quite sharply outside off stump, picked up another 4, and Snater dug the next one in a little bit more. It got up a little bit higher, and it flew off the shoulder of the bat to a most difficult place to take a catch, just sort of above the left ear, and it was going like a rocket, and Harmer, with hands like coal buckets, snatched it out of the ether. Absolutely tremendous catch. He's got wonderful hand-eye coordination. There's many a fieldsman wouldn't have got hands to it at all in the slips, and others who would have got a hand to it and regretted it. But Harmer pounced it and gave Snater a deserved second wicket to get rid of the Warwickshire skipper. But since then, although there have been 1 or 2 alarms, there was one particularly good over from Sam Cook, where he might well have had Sam Hain. But Hain has endured well. He's got 11 from 70-odd deliveries, and that is unlike Hain. I've seen him bat very aggressively at times, and fine player that he is. I think it shows, if he is sort of struggling out there, that batting really isn't easy. And it's to be Snater to continue from the city end, and 3 slips. Cook, Harmer and Rossington. This ball is played back down to mid-on. There is no run, and I correct myself. I've got so used to Rossington being at third slip. It is in fact Critchley who's taken that position now, and that's because Rossington is at bat pad here, so 3 slips and a bat pad. Interesting that Snater now bowling with a bat pad, but also interesting, Richard, that he really has worked up quite a head of steam today, and I would assess that Snater's quickest balls this morning have been high 80s, around about 88. Here is Snater in again, bowls, and that ball is nudged down. There'll be 1, maybe 2 runs here as it's chased back towards deep third man. They're coming back for the second, and throw up through off balance, he being Critchley, and they can easily make the second, to the credit of Sam Hain. Deliberate run down, it wasn't a risky shot. He's got 13, 97 for 4.
I didn't realise you were a human speed gun. I mean, 88 is very specific, Paul.
Yes, give or take.
Yeah.
Half a mile an hour either way.
Okay. Yeah, no, that's extraordinary.
But
Are you one of these people who sits in one of those vans by the side of A Road trying to catch people out?
Absolutely not. Wouldn't dream of it. As Snater is in again. Long run up. And bowls. And that one, Hain comes down a little bit late, but perfectly safely. Goes down to Mark Steckety at mid-on. And the score at 97 for 4. We've had a couple of emails from to BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com. And Michael Biswell says, I do not have any reception in northeast Spain. Internet has been terrible this past week, but as far as I can tell, everything is working well over here. 2 days ago, I could not receive BBC on Microsoft or Google, and every other website was working fine. Are the Russians after you? Yeah, I think that was them I saw this morning. As if Paul goes outside off stump, and you say, reading the text, getting what I can. So, sorry you can't actually hear us live. And Ken Newbury said, looks like an interesting day. Can you tell me how many wickets have been taken with the first ball of the day in a season? No, I can't. I may be good at assessing speeds of bowlers, but I pass on anything that requires incredible statistical knowledge. 97 for 4 as Snater comes in to bowl the penultimate ball of this. Is 15's over, 5th of the morning, bowls and run down to third man again will be at least 2. This has got a bit more on it, but it won't quite reach the boundary. I think they could think of coming back for third, but decide against. So Hain with another brace moves along to 15. The scoreboard's so quick to put the runs up. 99 for 4 on the board and still 69 runs behind.
That first message was just a long-winded way of telling us that he can't hear us today, which means he hasn't heard you read out what you've just read out.
It does,
yeah.
But there again...
Where in northeast Spain is he, do we know?
I should know really, because he's one of our regulars, but I'm not all that well up on the geography of Spain, so it would be all Greek to me anyway. Strangely, I have a degree in ancient Greek, so perhaps I'd know a little bit about it. But here the next ball is dug in short and goes well over the shoulder of Lamb, who's got 7. Hain has 15, and from the other night, 76 for 2. Warwickshire have moved along to 99 for 4 with a wicket to the first ball of the day. Sibley caught behind off the excellent Snater for 33, and after 2 boundaries in successive deliveries, Will Rhodes went to the well once too often too soon and was brilliantly caught by Harmer at second slip of Snater. And so 2 early wickets for Essex. Bit of a rally coming from this partnership here. Both these batsmen have a good record against Essex. Rhodes, by the way, out for 8.
Part of me is just now imagining you sitting at a trestle table at the cricket club in the centre of Corfu town, commentating in ancient Greek. That would be splendid. But we'd even put special Doric legs on the trestle table just to make you feel.
You're really going for it now.
Steckety is coming in for the first time today. He's going to be bowling to Matt Lamb, and a little bit of a loose nut just back of a length, which is defended back down the track, and Steckety fields in his follow-through. I've seen a little bit of cricket played in Corfu Town, but it was many, many years ago.
Well, you have the better of me there. Just to point out to you, Richard, that the man at point, or just fractionally backward point, is Ben Allison, who is on as substitute because yesterday evening Dan Lawrence looked to me to pull a hamstring as he chased the ball out toward the boundary. Could be out for a few weeks.
Steckety in once more, again defended into his follow-through. You'll be proud to know that we did actually have Ben Allison out there in that first half hour. We spotted him, we named him.
Well done.
Yeah, we were seriously, we were on it this morning, Phil and I.
Well, you must have been.
I've been in the ground since 8:30. I felt ready.
Yeah, clearly up for it.
Yeah, I mean, largely here to do 2 Zoom interviews with Walsall Football Club early, but that was neither here nor there.
Walsall coming down to my patch.
To Colchester.
Yeah, last game of the season and last away game, I think, for Walsall.
Steckety back of a length, goes past the outside edge of the bat of Lamb, who was fending. Didn't get across, didn't get back to that, probably would have favoured a back foot shot. Didn't get enormously close to it in the end, but certainly beaten outside off stump.
Well, it's a very different pitch, this, to the last 2 or 3 I've seen when Essex have come to Edgbaston, where, the game will go well into 4th day. Here the ball really is doing quite a bit to help the bowlers, and that one moves sharply away.
think the weather conditions today are certainly playing a part as well. Back of a length, this is defended by Lamb back down the track, playing with a very straight bat during the course of this over. Virtually all games went into the final session of day 4 last season. They like to get wickets with plenty of carry here.
Yes, certainly. I think it was Phil actually yesterday. Our colleague Phil Britt, who pointed out that this particular pitch has a bit of a record apparently for being rather more favourable to bowlers than many of them.
Steckety to Lamb, who's pulling towards mid-wicket, didn't quite contact that the way he would have wanted to, and drags it down. It bounces into the hands of Nick Brown, and Lamb goes on a major wander. He's gone 2.5 strip widths, or wicket widths, and then rehearses the shot that he'd just played. Steckety a ball away from a maiden. 99 for 4 Warwickshire. They trailed by 69 in the 10th over of the morning, having lost Sibley and Rhodes so far. And Steckety in back of a length, clipped off his hip by Lamb. He's split the fielders. Snater comes in and with express pace, but he won't be able to prevent them getting 2. So the Warwickshire 100 is up, and it's taken them 41 overs to get there. 101 for 4. In terms of Simon Harmer and his slip ability, now look, I'm going to pay him what I would consider a big compliment here, Paul. These are the terms in which I will pay a slip fielder a compliment. He's got hands like Ricky Clark. Oh, that's a big statement.
Yes.
It's a big statement. I mean, Ricky Clark is as good a slipper as I've seen play for Warwickshire.
Well, that's right. Of course, moved down to Surrey, and I think he started at Surrey, didn't he? And came up here, and then
in between, then he went to Derbyshire as captain.
Yes, when it didn't work out for him.
No, I think it was probably very early in his career to try captaincy.
Yeah, terrific cricketer actually, Ricky Clark. Great record against Essex. But here's Shane Snater continuing. 6th over of the morning, in from the city end bowls, and the ball's pushed along to mid-off, and there'll be no run there. 101 for 4, 25 added for the loss of 2 wickets, but they fell very quickly indeed, and this partnership now has endured for getting on for 40 minutes now. It's 101 for 4 with Hain on 15, Lamb on 9, and both these men played a big part in Warwickshire's win in the final session of the 4th day, really a year ago to the day, near as damn it, in 2021, when Lamb got 170 odd, I think it was, in the massive first innings from Warwickshire, and Hain either did just reach 100 or not quite in Warwickshire getting over the line in the final session as this ball is played down to mid-on. Hain, the man, the bat in his hand, and score remaining at 101 for 4. Snater 15.2 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 33.
Just curious as to what's been going on between Richard Kettleborough and Sam Hain after the last couple of deliveries. Kettleborough came all the way forward to have a word with Sam Hain about something, and I don't know whether it's to do with some of the gardening he's been doing, where the bowlers follow through marks are or not, and then Hain checked with him after the last ball and got thumbs up from Kettleborough.
Snater's in bowls, and it's a hit back firmly, and that will probably go for 4. It's pretty well timed. It is going out to the long boundary. In fact, it will be pulled up a little bit short of the rope, but they're able to come back 3. Very pleasant shot indeed, and the score to 104 for 4, and Hain has 18.
The disparity between the 2 straight boundaries has become increasingly marked since the new pavilion was built. It's a short hit at this end, but as you rightly pointed out there, Paul, it's a long hit at the far end, and he probably didn't quite time it. So, I mean, we saw Will Rhodes strike a beautiful straight boundary at that end off Snater earlier. They're going to withdraw the short leg at this point. Adam Rossington, with what I can only describe as a slightly old school cricketing figure, is going to go back into 3rd slip, and Matt Critchley goes out to a wide mid-off. Wesley, I think, will go into that short mid-wicket position that he's been in a lot, particularly when the bowler's been from this end.
Yes, Rossington has a sort of Epicurean taste, and this ball is played back to the bowler by Lamb, as we continue the food metaphors here.
Yeah.
And it's,
for those who haven't got the pictures, we're saying he's a big lad. All right, he's a big lad. Not as big as me, but he's a big lad.
Yes, you follow in the footsteps of your colleague Phil Brith, who describes
He's
him
also
as
a big lad. What are you saying?
quite big, I think, yes. It was either quite big or very big. It was 104 for 4 anyway.
He's played very well against Warwickshire over the years in his Northamptonshire days, Rossington.
Yeah.
Indeed, when he was at Middlesex, he made quite a lot of runs against Warwickshire.
Does have a reputation as a bit of a wide boy, but we don't go along with that. It's just, oh, goodness me, that one goes through Lamb. It's nicely taken by Wheater down to his left, but there was no edge on that, and that one cut back quite sharply. It's 104 for 4 with Lamb on 9 and Hain on 18, 64 runs behind our Warwickshire.
Been a really good spell this from Snater, that's for sure, this morning. 6th over of the morning. One of the little balancing acts that Tom Wesley has to do is how to get the most out of his 3 seamers in this 2-hour session.
Yes, that's right. He bowled, believe it or not, even better last night, and just could easily have picked up 2 or 3 wickets, had no luck at all. Here, this one inside edge into the pad, and another fine delivery from Snater, who really is working up quite a pace out there, and he has improved. 2 or 3 years ago, people were sort of saying, what on earth have Essex brought this bloke over from Zimbabwe for? But now, they wouldn't dream of saying that. He is looking more or less Essex's go-to bowler. 104 for 4, and Steckety will continue with figures of 9 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 42. He topped the Australian bowling figures in the recent Sheffield Shield season. Hasn't totally acclimatised to English conditions, but has at times bowled some very good 4 for 4.
Yeah, I mean, look, Essex have produced so much pace bowling talent in the last decade or so, but also it's a really useful finishing school for somebody like to come along and get the same coaching, get the same help and advice, and the good consistency with which the pace bowlers have performed for Essex in recent years. That's why a team like that ends up challenging for titles year in, year out. Steckety runs on the spot almost as he starts his run up, builds up speed, and draws an outside edge off the bat of Sam Hain that drops way short of Rosington at 3rd slip. Wasn't as much pace about that compared to Snater and Cook from Steckety so far. Tall, long-necked bowler. I've seen quite a bit of him in the Big Bash, because in terms of the short Big Bash in the winter, when it's cold outside and you just want something to warm you and remind you of the cricket season. And Steckety has performed well in that competition at times, and he bowls now to Hain, leaves the ball outside off stump. Real shame that Nathan McAndrew wasn't here to see them go up against each other. 2 Aussie seamers.
Yeah, another example of what you were saying a moment ago. Graham Gooch spotted a young lad out in South Africa back in 2002, brought him over, and 2 years later nobody'd ever really heard of him, had only played 1 game. He turned into quite a useful cricketer though, Ryan Tenduscarter, and wonderful captain of Essex, who retired at the end of last season and now is batting coach with Kent.
Great all-round cricketer, but also really astute cricket brain.
Exactly, yes.
Tenduscarter. A cricketer's cricketer. Steckety once more to Hain, whose shoulders arched up high on his toes and held his bat high above his head. It's been a study in grit and determination, this innings from Hain, both yesterday evening and this morning.
Yes, heard from the Grumbler, one of our regulars on BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com, who says, good morning, just thinking about the chap in Corfu who asked a question but won't be able to hear the answer. Yes, he was actually in Corfu, he was in northeast Spain, but come back to your point after this ball.
Steckety sees Hain duck under this next delivery, short of a length. It's told that one's above shoulder height, the umpires confer and establish that.
The Grumbler completes his email and saying, it begs the question, if a commentator commentates and no one can hear them, do they make a sound?
It's a sound that's best described with the word anguish. You know, we want to be heard.
Yes.
I can sit at home and commentate sometimes to myself. Keeps the mind occupied, you know. Steckety right arm over the wicket. So this one on middle and leg. Hain was interested in a single, but it was never going to be on. around to field quickly is Cook at mid-on, quite straight there because of Wesley and that sort of short mid-on or short mid-wicket position with his hands in his pockets at the moment.
It would have been a very ambitious run, and the more so as Hain had taken a couple of very quick steps down the track. Lamb was making it very clear that he was staying exactly where he was, and a good decision on his part.
Yes, wisdom from Matt Lamb. The Wolfrunian in the Bears lineup. This one just back of a length, steered towards square leg, and that's a well-judged single this time. Hain to 19. End of the over. Warwickshire 105 for 4. They trailed by 63. This duo have now added 19, and they've been together for around 10 overs.
Just fill me in. I'm familiar with the Wolfrunian.
A Wolfrunian from Wolverhampton.
I thought it might be, but
Yes,
I wasn't sure. Yeah.
And in central Wolverhampton, the made concert venue, which has two halves. You've got the Civic Hall at one side and the Wolfran Hall at the other.
Right. Yeah.
So, yeah.
I think it goes back, doesn't it, Wolfrunian, to some sort of Saxon or Anglo figure.
Yeah, it would indeed. Yeah.
Well, Cook is switching to the Shane Snater end, as we'll call it, because he's bowled all the previous overs from the City end, and 105 for 4 on the board, 63 behind, as Warwickshire recovering from of Sibley first ball of the day for 33 to Snater, and Snater also bagging the Warwickshire skipper. Well, Rhodes, partially in vengeance at having the third ball thanks to a very fine slip catch from Simon Harmer. Since then, though, these two did so well for Warwickshire against Essex in this fixture at this precise time of year last year. Sam Hain and Matt Lamb, and they're at it again with Hain on, by his standards, a very slow 19, but he's faced an awful lot of good deliveries in that time, done very well to survive, and Lamb has 9, and it is Hain who's down at the pavilion end, and
Wheater's going to stand up, which is, you very rarely see a keeper stand up with 3 slips in place.
yeah, very good point. So Wheater up to the stumps, Cook 1, Harmer 2, and Rossington 3 are the slips, and Cook bowls. And that's Sam Cook, of course, not to be confused with the first slip, Alistair Cook. And the ball is played to Snater at mid-on, and the score is 105 for 4. Now, yesterday evening, Snater was to be seen alone among the Essex fieldsmen with a sun hat on, but that would be rather inappropriate in these conditions. A beanie would be probably more justifiable.
Well, I've seen it done, the beanie.
Oh yeah, Peter Siddle wore one at the Aegeus for Essex at the start of a season 3 seasons ago. Here is Cook again in and bowls, and this ball, hey, not quite out of the middle of the bat, but that won't worry him. He's got everything behind that and played it to short mid-wicket, probably aiming that more down in the mid-off direction, but perfectly safe. He remains 19, 105 for 4.
Important partnership this in the context of the game, in that having lost those 2 early wickets, Warwickshire's advantage from yesterday was pretty much wiped out. They've got to re-establish themselves here.
Cook is in bowls, and the ball is very nicely turned away to the square leg boundary by Sam Hain. He moves along to 23, the score to 109 for 4 as Cook bowled just a fraction too short and straight onto mid and leg. The Grumblers come back and says more seriously there were reports today that Essex approached Scott Boland to be our overseas player this season, and they will ask again next season. He is close to the new bowling coach. Steckety has started okay, but I think Boland will be excellent in English conditions as he is disciplined and accurate. Thoughts? Well, he certainly gave England plenty to think about in the winter, so yes, it will be a worth consideration to be sure.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, isn't it, in that he is a real veteran, Scott Boland, who 6 months ago would never have imagined that he was going to play Test cricket, and made a wonderful fist of it, used the conditions well, would bowl very well in this country. Volume of cricket might be interesting with Boland, whether if it's a 14-game season, how well he'd do in terms of that workload.
Well, I think as as a seasoned player, shall we say, he probably would have known how to handle that. He bowled superbly, but he was very lucky to be able to make his debut against England. Because I'm afraid...
A shell-shocked England.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, what a state they were in. What I do object to, though, I don't go along with people who, for me, lazily say county cricket's fault. I think the problem comes when they've been with England for 18 months or so. Players who've made great starts to their England career suddenly seem to just lose it. It makes you wonder about the quality of the coaching when they're with England. And here's Cook in and bowls, and the ball is played to mid-on, and there's no run there, 109 for 4.
Yeah, it's a well-rehearsed argument now, but in particular, when England are flying and winning Test matches, it'd be nice if people said, well, county cricket's producing some good players, isn't it? Yeah. You never get that said, and they've all emerged in county cricket, and the good ones come back to county cricket and look great players. You know, whenever Johnny Bairstow comes back to county cricket, makes runs. That's what you want to see.
Cook's in bowls, and this ball is clipped down to fine leg, and good bit of fielding prevents it going for 4 marks. Steketee, the man down there, they get a single, 110 for 4 as Hain moves along to 24. But certainly, you know, you think of Ollie Pope, who in his first dozen tests averaged over 50 and then suddenly couldn't buy a run out in Australia. You think of Sam Curran, who looked a wonderful young player when he came in. I know he's had injuries, indeed as Pope, but I think their problem is more when they're no longer playing county cricket between test matches. As here, the next ball, appeal for LBW, it's not going to be given. Of a ghost, Neil Mallender made it absolutely clear his hands were staying exactly where they were. And good delivery from Cook, kept a little bit low if anything. End of the over, 110 for 4 with Hain on 24 and Lamb on 9.
It was a vehement appeal from Sam Cook, and looking at it, it's not a bad shout. It's not a bad shade. It's pitched outside. It was angling in. Umpire would have had 2 doubts. Might it have gone down leg? Didn't look like it was. Might it have been too high? Would have been tight. But it was a decent shout.
Yes, very much so. Yes, because Cook doesn't appeal for nothing. You know, as you say, it was a particularly impassioned appeal, demanding the answer yes, but getting the answer no.
No, it wasn't demand. It wasn't demand. Yeah. He inquired in a very positive manner. Steketee showed good commitment with that diving stop on the short boundary a few moments ago. We'll prepare to bowl a new over. 110 for 4. The deficit is down to 58 now. The wind has died down a little bit. Reaching forward outside off stump, Hain defends out into the offside.
And in fairness, Richard, Steketee's a fit young man. His career's on the up. He hasn't made a brilliant start for Essex, but on another hand, you can see that when I see how Snater has improved out of all recognition in the last 2 years, I wouldn't put it past Steketee, who looks to have a very good attitude. He gives it all he's got, both with the ball and in the field. So, you know, let's see what he looks like come the end of the season.
1 wicket can bring another quite quickly, can't it, as he bowls full and is driven by Hain. It wasn't a full shot that Hain has played. He's really stabbed it into the offside. He's called through for a second by Matt Lamb. The throw from Snater actually whipped the bails off as well, just clipped the top of the stumps, but they were comfortably through for 2 more. Hain to 26, 112 for 4.
Good running between this pair, and they've very much got their eye on taking every run that presents itself, and they bat well together.
I spent quite a long time at the crease in tandem,
yeah, absolutely,
in the game against Surrey, which has only won so far this season. A staccato start to the campaign, and I find myself slightly bewildered that any counties had last week off, but
yeah,
there you go.
Totally agree.
I think there were 4 between the 2 divisions who didn't have a game last week at all. Steketee paces in once more, and Hain guides him towards that short mid-wicket again, where Westley is being kept nice and busy.
Well, while we're on the subject of where I think the blame should lie for the exigencies of England's batting, another key factor is the counties don't make up the fixture list. You know, they're issued by the ECB, and quite frankly, the scheduling at times is appalling. And as you rightly say, there they are trying to reduce the number of games played, but you've played 1 game and suddenly you've got next week off.
Steketee on middle and off, guided again to Westley by Hain. And I know, I mean, Rory Burns has suggested that there's too much cricket, but look, teams have reasonably deep squads now. I think we saw last year with the 50-over game that there are some talented players who, with a bit of exposure, can grow and learn a lot. People would thumb their noses a bit at that competition last year, but it was really exciting to see players on the fringe of Warwickshire and the other teams that the Bears played against. Some of them really seized a chance and are playing Championship cricket this year. Short of a length this one from Steck. He defended out into the offside. I think of Matthew Revis, who's playing for Yorkshire this week. Really impressed with him when the Bears went up to York. Jacob Bethel Ethan Brooks had a real chance to play for Warwickshire in that tournament last year. So why not have 14, 16 Championship games, but let counties rotate a little bit?
Yes, no, I totally agree with that. Two examples from Essex. Josh Rymel and Feroz Kushi became the first Essex batsman to score hundreds since Dan Lawrence all the way back in 2015. New players on the circuit.
Short of ball outside off stump, defended out into the offside. Paul, it might be if I just do the next over before I make a break, just because I've got to do a report
no problem.
At 3 minutes past. But there were a few players who really benefited. Matt Lamb, who'd had a tough season. He played in every competition, but he made a fine 100 here against Leicestershire in that competition. Ed Pollock made his first 100, and of course now moved on to Worcestershire, where he's batting really well in Championship cricket. Cricketers need exposing to a high level of the game, and what we haven't got is a lot behind county Championship cricket, with due deference to the minor counties, which is a mixed bag, young players, a lot of real veterans playing in that. We haven't got the sort of system that Australia has, for instance, where you've got grade cricket that's played to a really high competitive standard. These players need exposure to good quality opposition, as Cook now has Adam Wheater back behind the stumps, not right up to the stumps. He's back alongside the cordon, and Lamb defends the first ball out into the offside.
Yeah, what I would do, I've got my eye attuned to the fact if you suddenly needed, but what I would do is place 2 Championship matches directly during the 100 competition. Most counties lose 5 players, let's say, to the 100. That's where you bring in your youngsters, and it's virtually the same for everyone.
It is. I mean, some lose quite a few more than that. That's one of the difficulties, is the ball is defended out into the offside by Lamb, and there's no run. Probably about 30 seconds away from doing a report now.
But then if some lose quite a few more than that, they are almost certainly the better off counties who've got the big staffs that can handle that. And I think it would be very beneficial, just on the lines you were saying, to bring these youngsters in. Meanwhile, I'd also have fixtures in months like June and July, so that between test matches players can play first class cricket, get their eye back in if needed.
In once more comes Cook, and he's cut by Lamb, and that will beat the field at point and go through for 4. Nicely struck shot from Matt Lamb. Takes him to 13 with his second boundary. 116 for 4 here. Warwickshire, after a first hour which they lost 2 early wickets, and they're starting to rebuild with Sam Hain on 26 and Matt Lamb on 13. They lost Dom Sibley to the first ball of the day, caught behind off the bowling snater by Adam Wheater, and now Will Rhodes had got back-to-back boundaries before a ball that was shorter and quicker and got up on him, and he was caught brilliantly at second slip by Harmer. Warwickshire 116 for 4, they trail by 52. That's got that done. After the next 3 balls, I will make way for Phil Britt to join Paul Newton to continue the conversation and the commentary on the game, as Lamb comes down the wicket here 2 or 3 paces and then ends up defending this delivery from Cook. But a real sign of intent there from Matt Lamb, who now does a bit of gardening.
Yeah, he made an uncertain start, that he's batting with growing assurance out there. And this is a good stand now for Warwickshire. We've added 40 this morning for the loss of the 2 early wickets to Snater, but Essex now badly in need of another couple.
Real energy about Sam Cook's approach, but he's driven through the covers here. There'll be a long chase on for the 12th man, Allison. He can give that up. He was just picking his knees up like a sprinter to try and hurtle after that when he realised that the ball was not going to slow down anytime soon. And a second boundary of the over for Lamb. He's to 17, 120 for 4, and the gap between the 2 sides now drops below 50.
Not often that Sam Cook concedes 2 boundaries in an over. Usually he doesn't concede 1, but good shots from Lamb. And Warwickshire now are just 48 runs behind. I've offended Ken Newby with his email stats for how many Essex batsmen have been out to the first ball of the day. You'll just have to be offended, I'm afraid, Ken. Anything that...
Offended him?
Yeah, but by not being a stat man, you see. But I'm afraid I am allergic to stats, actually, so you've no hope there.
Good job Clive's not here this week, then. As this one is a thick inside edge onto the pad from Lamb. And no run, 120 for 4. Paul Newton will continue. He'll be joined in a moment by Phil Britt.
Thank you very much to Richard Wilford, who will be back with us in half an hour or so. And Warwickshire will have been a little bit alarmed at losing Sid the first ball of the day for 33, and then after 2 handsome boundaries, Will Rhodes caught by Harmer of Snater, both the wickets this morning, Snater, and at that stage 10 runs had been added, 2 wickets had gone down, but from 86 for 4, 34 runs have been added with increasing aggression from the batsman. Hain, who now has 26, Lamb 17, 120 for 4, and Mark Steckety will bowl the next over from the pavilion end. 2 slips, Cook and Harmer. No sign of Harmer in the attack yet. Worth noting that Danny Briggs was the top wicket taker in the Essex innings. 4 wickets yesterday. Steckety's in and bowls, and the ball is steered down to mid-off, who is Tom Wesley, the Essex skipper, who made 80 yesterday. And there is no run, 120 for 4. Very good morning, Phil.
Good morning, Paul. Morning again, everybody. These two digging in and just steadying the Warwickshire ship, having lost those 2 early wickets. But, Matt Lamb batted really well in the last... Well, both of these, Sam Hain and Matt Lamb, batted well against Surrey. So they've spent quite a bit of time together already this season at the crease.
Steckety's in. Bowles played down to mid-on. Shane Snater, there's no run there. Just completing Ken's point about wickets going down to the first ball of the day. I have to say, when I've been watching, it hasn't happened often. But obviously, what I suspect is the case is that you get little runs where, a little trot of... talking of Trott, Jonathan Trott is 41 today. Many happy returns to one of the best of Warwickshire players, and England for that matter. Terrific batsman. I saw him here yesterday as this next ball is played down to mid-on, Shane Snater. So Jonathan Trott, 41 today, but a different sort of trot. You would sometimes get something that happens 2 or 3 times in a week, but then you might go the rest of the season and it doesn't happen again.
Yeah, I must be honest, if somebody asked me for that stat, I think I'd struggle. There aren't too many where I can remember it the very first ball of the day.
Well, I think to be able to answer the question, you would need to be a bit of an internet whiz.
I think so. Well,
when you get really good statisticians as the next ball goes through outside off stump, like the 2 guys who do it for Test Match Special, both are absolutely brilliant, and they can lay their hand on virtually any stat, literally in the space of a ball being bowled. But I'm afraid I am not an internet wizard in the least.
Well, they can tell them whether they had smoky or streaky bacon for their breakfast.
Indeed.
Nothing else.
Or indeed those who haven't had bacon at all.
Exactly. But that's basically their job, isn't it?
Yeah. Steckety's in and bowls, and this ball is driven very firmly, nicely fielded by Critchley and the covers for no run. So 120 for 4. Hain, who's currently on strike, has 26. Lamb 17. The light is a little bit better than it was at 11 o'clock, but we've still got a total veil of fairly low cloud shrouding the ground. There is a forecast it will start to clear up during the afternoon.
That's right. It's supposed to get better as the day goes on.
Steckety passes umpire Richard Kettleborough, bowls, and this ball a shade uncomfortably but perfectly safely played by Hain to mid-wicket, and that's Adam Rossington. There's no run there, and at the end of that over, Cook 17 overs. In fact, that was Steckety's over. His figures have just disappeared from the board for the moment.
There you go, very quickly. Let me have a look for you. 12 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 45.
Thank you very much.
So, yes, it is. You look up to say what was at the end of the over, and then immediately the bowler who they anticipate coming on at the other end, their stats are up.
Yeah, it's excellent work on the scoreboard, let me hasten to add. Not grumbling for a moment. They've been brilliantly
Go on,
quick.
grumble at them. They
No.
like to be moaned at on the scoreboard.
No, I'm not going to do that. More than my job's worth, sir.
Sam Cook will continue from the Birmingham end, bowling to Matt Lamb. He's on his way in, and Lamb comes down the wicket, just takes a couple of paces and then just plays it out into the offside.
Got an email to
Critchley.
email to bbcessex@gmail.com from Michael Biswell, who was saying he couldn't hear us earlier. He says, I'm now up and running. Whatever it was, it's fixed. Good that Snater has some reward after yesterday's fine performance.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. We made that point right at the beginning of the day. I was saying to Rich when I was on commentary with Richard how well he'd bowled with no success, and then lo and behold, the first ball I described, he gets the wicket. In comes Cook and bowls, and Lamb is solidly playing again up to Critchley at extra cover, and there's no run.
So Wesley must be just beginning to wonder who he's going to turn to next. The obvious answer would be Simon Harmer. These are bitterly cold conditions, but I've seen Harmer thrive in them nonetheless. He certainly, if you ask him, he won't say no. At the moment he's standing understandably with hands in pockets, trying to keep them warm, possibly anticipating that he might be called on in the next half hour.
Well, you'd think so. Cook is in, bowls, and Lamb will get runs, squirting one away behind square on the onside. He gets a single. That's all it'll be. There's a bit of a tumble from Nick Brown there, who does the fielding and restricts him to 1. So 121 for 4. Lamb moves on to 18. Hain is 26 not out. It's been a watchful innings from Sam Hain. 103 deliveries he's faced.
Yeah, very important contribution he's made as well, and indeed this partnership, because when 2 wickets went down early, Warwickshire really looked in quite a bit of trouble.
Cook in, Hain waits, he bowls, and Hain leaves outside the off stump. And again, standing up to the stumps takes that, and again he's just waiting, but Hain overbalances or perhaps comes down. It's more Lamb actually. I'm quite surprised because Lamb's the one who actually sort of travels down to play the ball, rather than Hain tends to remain in his crease, but sometimes does get slightly overbalanced, and he's just wondering whether one gets through him, and Wheater standing up will be able to whip the bails off.
And of course it can be off-putting for the batsman, not just that he might leave his crease.
Yeah, absolutely. Cook in, bowls, and this one is just angles the bat and runs it away through the vacant gully area for a single. Allison goes running round and does the fielding.
Normally, when you're facing a quick bowler, you do quite like the comfort of feeling that nobody's breathing down your neck.
Absolutely, yeah. Just be able to move your... Well,
yeah.
If you're a batsman who's capable of moving his feet and hitting the ball, but yes, I know exactly what you mean.
Ironically, for Lamb, Wheater's now standing back.
Yes, and yet Lamb is the one I was saying is actually travelling down towards the bowler. His first move is to actually come down the crease. He plays that one solidly up to mid-off. It's the end of another over, 122 for 4. And, Hain and Lamb continue with their solid progress. They came together when the score was 86, when the captain, Will Rhodes, was very well caught by Simon Harmer. Above his head, both hands for a ball off Sean Snater, which he went to cut and got a top edge, and it flew, but very well caught. And it was the second wicket of the morning for Snater, having Sibley with the first ball of the day, and it put Warwickshire in a bit of trouble at 86 for 4.
Indeed, that was a wicket in each of Snater's first two overs.
Yeah.
The first and third over of the morning, so that's an indication of how well this partnership has endured in well over an hour now that these two have been together. And Steckety will bowl initially to Hain from the pavilion end, and this is worked off the hip, going to produce at least 1 run. I think they're coming back for the second, and the throw wasn't quite over the top of the bails. Now, had it been, I still think the batsman would probably just have made it. He might have needed to dive full length, but although it wasn't a bad throw from Cook coming up from long leg, it was just that little bit away from the stumps, and Wheater could only take it and then throw it at the stumps and missed. But even if he'd hit by then, the batsman was home.
Yeah, I think a ball over the top of the stumps would have had them struggling.
Yeah,
I think Hain would have struggled to make his ground,
because they did hesitate initially before going for it. Here's Steckety in, bowls to Hain, who got 2 runs there, and he's out, caught behind, and that is a wicket for Steckety. 124 for 5 now, Warwickshire. And just, well, really that turns that second run. In some ways you want to praise batsmen for looking, being positive and trying to add the extra run, but I'm sure if he had his time again, he'd actually, I think, will settle for 1 here, because he could have been run out with a better throw, and now he's out next ball by keeping the strike. He's caught by Wheater off Steckety at 29, and that is a big breakthrough from an Essex point of view. It looks very likely, I'll put it that way, that Warwickshire will have a first innings lead, and it may yet turn out to be a big one. You'd rather be in the Warwickshire's position of the 2, but obviously Essex's intent is to try to keep any first innings deficit down to as few as possible, and Hain is a man who, if Essex hadn't got him out and the scores now were in favour of Warwickshire, goodness knows what sort of a lead they might have got.
Well, they were looking quite comfortable. They sort of weathered, I thought, the early morning storm.
Yes.
The ball didn't seem to be doing as much. We're getting Steckety now coming towards the end of, you would think that they're going to have to keep using the 3 seamers through the day, and perhaps with Harmer obviously coming into the attack at some stage soon. But Hain didn't look to be in any real trouble. He'd been out there last night, again this morning, batted for an hour and a quarter this morning, was seen to be judging the ball pretty well, but just almost like a fairly casual push forward to that, got the outside edge, flew through, and again it puts that back on the balance now. Another wicket now, and that 168 probably looks a score which Essex probably won't be too far behind. Whereas at one stage this morning, when they're going into the day, Warwickshire would have been looking for a significant first innings lead. That possibly at the moment may not be on. Having said that, got both men at the crease now who scored centuries against Surrey, so they're in form.
Mike Burgess being the recent addition to the crease, made 178, I think it was, as this ball is played into the covers. There's no run there. Formerly of Sussex, Mike Burgess, and doing very well for his new county. 124 for 5, with a good depth to this Warwickshire batting, because Danny Briggs has made a nuisance of himself in his Hampshire days on several occasions to Essex, and indeed for Warwickshire, because I remember, I think it was in the game last year, he came in late on and made a half century.
Yep.
As here is Steckety in, 3 slips, bowls, and played back to the bowler, and score remaining at 124 for 5. Steckety in his 13th over has 2 for 47. So far he's proved that he is a useful bowler, with quite pacey as well for Essex. Top the Sheffield Shield stats in the winter, and Essex therefore interested in him, and certainly as he adapts to county cricket, I think he'll cut out some of his looser deliveries and learn that in county cricket you have to keep a lid on the scoring rate. But I wouldn't think he's done too badly, actually. It's not the easiest thing in the world to sort of go abroad and immediately hit your straps.
No, yeah, I think he's bowled pretty well. He's well worth his 2 wickets.
Indeed. Here he is, bowls again. It's a lovely shot for 4. Just no real follow through there, just came forward and timed it exquisitely through the covers, Burgess, as befits a man off the back of a career best, and a great way to get off the mark. 128 for 5, 40 runs behind.
Yeah, that was a lovely solid shot. That when I was on with Richard, we saw Rhodes play a beautiful shot, straight drive, but that one there must be about the same. It was a magnificently timed shot through the covers.
And just held the pose there as he played it. No real follow through, just admired his work, and why not? And here we see one that wasn't timed at all well, and he's annoyed with himself there, Burgess, because his eyes lit up and thought there was another boundary, but in fact he didn't time his at the ball a little bit too soon, and it just went perfectly safely, but a few yards into the offside. So there we are, the end of the Steg over. 18 overs, 4 maidens, 1. Sorry, in fact, I'm reading Cook's figures again. Same mistake I made before. 18 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 39 are Cook's figures. And for Stegarty now, I think it would be 13 overs and 1 for possibly just over 50.
Yeah, two. No, he got 2 because he got the wicket last night as well. He got Rob Yates, LBW. Well, we got him in an LBW. We thought he'd been caught at slip, to be honest.
Yeah.
When I was on with Rob Gurney, the ball seemed to be held up by slip, as if to say yes, it carried. But then when we saw it was out LBW, we completely misjudged it. So our apologies for that. We both read it wrong. Not the first time, and I'm sure it won't be the last time.
No, you've got to delight in your mistakes in this job, yes. And everybody makes them. 128 for 5. Cook is going to continue. Tom Wesley just having a word with him, and he is bowling a lot of overs because he bowled nearly 30 overs in an innings in the first game of the season on an absolutely flat track at Chelmsford, and that was against Kent.
This is his 19th he's starting, and he's on his way into Matt Lamb, who waits and is edging one with no conviction at all. It gets inside edge, rushes back and between him and the stumps and down to the fine leg boundary for 4. There's not a lot of foot movement there from Matt Lamb. He pushed out the ball, and very lucky that could have crashed back into his stumps. That could have gone anywhere, but it goes down as 4 runs to Lamb, so he moves on to 22. That will be his 4th boundary. They all look the same in the score, so he's moved on to 4, and Warwickshire move on to 132 for 5. Just fortune there, just going with them. Cook in again, and this one is driven by Lamb, but only up to extra cover. There's no run. Warwickshire, remember, resumed this morning on 76 for 2. Lost Dom Sibley off the first ball of the morning. He was caught behind Wheater off Snater, and then in the next over, Snater struck again when he had Rhodes, the Warwickshire captain, caught. That was then 86 for 4, and that progressed on with Hain and Lamb taking it on 124 for Hain became the 5th wicket to go. This one is run away through the vacant point area for a single. That's all it will be, but a nice comfortable single. The point had gone back to deep backward point, so Allison, who's the substitute fielder for Dan Lawrence, who presumably Dan Lawrence won't be able to bat either if he's got that bad hamstring.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't think so. Elsewhere, Kent all out for 305 at Canterbury with Hampshire 15 for no wicket in reply. Gloucester all out for 252. Lancashire 66 for 1, and the 1 wicket that went down was an early run out.
This next one sees Burgess getting an edge again, flying away down the leg side and flying across was, and Wheater trying to get a hand to it, but couldn't get anything on it, and it races down to the fine leg boundary for 4 more. Well, riding their luck a bit here, Warwickshire, in this particular innings.
Yes, they are, and you could even think of having a leg slip actually there, because you know, it's 2 have gone down there in the air.
They've been extremely fine, haven't they?
They have.
That one was probably as fine a
yeah, Wheater almost got to it, as you say.
Yeah, he wasn't far away from it.
At Northampton, Northamptonshire, rather, I fear how their season's going to go. They are 90 for 5 in reply to Yorkshire's 296. At the Oval, Somerset continuing to batter 330 for 8. At Chester Street, Durham 230, Notts 111 for 1. At Cardiff, Glamorgan 122 all out, Middlesex 231 for 7.
Cook in, bowls, and Burgess is again on the move forward and plays that solidly up to mid-off. So, much better looking shot from him.
And Derbyshire are doing well with the bat so far this season. They bowled Leicester out for 213 at Grace Road, and they are 113 for 2, exactly 100 behind. And Worcestershire at New Road 407 for 7 against a labouring Sussex.
Yes, I think Sussex are struggling a little bit, aren't they?
They are.
Yeah. Cook in bowls, and again Burgess is in defence, runs it away up to Critchley at extra cover. It's the end of the over, 137 for 5. Burgess has got 8 with those 2 boundaries, one the most beautiful cover drive, the second one slightly fortunate thick inside edge to find leg for 4, and lands on 23.
Yes, the score 137 for 5, 31 behind. Just on the subject of Sussex, they're one of those counties of which Middlesex would be another example, who when they were relegated a few years back, everybody thought, I certainly did, you know, they'll soon be straight back up. And for some reason they haven't even come close to going back up. And Sussex really at times, although they did eventually in the previous game get big runs to sort of match a concession of a big total in what was effectively a 1 innings game, but generally speaking they are not looking like troubling the score, as it were, in terms of getting back up into the top division. Well,
they seem to have a different team every time I look at it.
Yes,
well,
that's true.
Terrific number of turnover on players.
We're going to see Mr. Harmer come into the attack from the pavilion end with the long boundary to the leg side, which is what Essex would want here. They'd want him to bowl from this pavilion end. First ball that he's bowled is just shovelled into the onside. There's no run there, and Lamb remains on 23. It's 137 for 5 with a bat pad and a short mid-wicket plus a slip. Harmer bowls, and the ball just fended off into the offside. Ben Allison, substitute for the injured Dan Lawrence, does the fielding. 137 for 5. So Essex not only likely to have only 9 wickets to play with in the second innings, but have lost one of their very best batsmen into the bargain, assuming that Lawrence is unable to bat. As here we see Lamb come forward, play it a few yards into the covers. Allison from backward point dashes in, looking as keen as mustard to retrieve. 137 for 5, no run.
You've had no update from the dressing room on the state of Dan Lawrence?
I haven't actually, no, as this ball is played to extra cover. You perhaps heard something I hadn't?
No, nothing at all. No, I've not had anything.
It looked a hamstring, didn't it?
Yes, oh yes, the way he was really being helped. You know, he could walk, but he was being helped along by somebody.
Harmer's in and bowls, and this ball is pushed into the offside. And you do find, I interviewed Tom Wesley at the close of play and asked him about it, and he said, to be honest, I haven't heard a bulletin about him, and I'm not suggesting that Tom knew all the time, but players, they don't like discussing the extent of people's injuries, and I can understand why, as this next ball pushed into the offside, and that is the end of the over, a maiden over, 137 for 5, and this is what you get with Simon Harmer. Even if he isn't taking wickets, he will keep a lid on the scoring, which is so important in this situation. So Burgess 8, Lamb 23 and Warwickshire 31 behind.
Yeah, it's at this stage of the season where it's cold as well. Once you've got something like a hamstring, you've got to give it the time to get to, otherwise it'll keep going all through the year. And you know, the weather's not that warm. That's one of the other problems when you just stiffen up and it gets cold. And when it does go, I don't know whether you've had them go.
Oh, I have.
It's it's like sometimes it's like somebody's put a pellet in the back of your leg. It's so painful.
I get hamstring cramp at night if I just move around in the bed and I'm not thinking properly, and it's absolute agony and takes about 20 minutes to wear off, and it feels like there's a steel rod in my leg.
Here's Snater in and bowls, and this is driven into the offside up to Critchley at extra cover, and there's no run, so Cook out of the attack, and Snater, who's got those 2 wickets earlier in the morning, is back for a second spell.
Yes, I think Tom Wesley realising firstly that Sam Cook had earned a rest after a sizable spell, and secondly that he wouldn't half like to get another breakthrough here, because Burgess doesn't hang about. You know, he will very quickly cut this deficit.
Well, both batsmen are those going to score quickly. This one is left outside the off stump, but Burgess offers no shot at all. The ball goes through to the keeper.
But whereas Lamb is 23 off 42 deliveries, Burgess 8 off 9. It's not just that he happens to be almost a run a ball already, it's that is precisely what he'll probably keep going at. With the one exception if Harmer can sort of tie him down a bit, but he may not let himself be tied down.
But these two but neither of them are easy to score off. And they bowled a good line this morning.
They have.
Just the odd delivery, which the batsmen were able to go over the top of. This one is driven, but straight up to a deep mid-off, and there's no run. Mid-on, mid-off have both just given themselves just an extra 2 or 3 yards, so the fuller delivery, when driven, they've got room to get onto. It's the captain up there is in position. Tom Wesley is up at mid-off and just having a chat with Shane Slater, who turns with a headband. He's easy to spot as he's ready, and Adam Wheater comes up to the stumps again for Burgess. This one again is driven, but this time to Matt Critchley at the, I wouldn't say short extra cover, but he's just a couple of yards inside. That's where you would normally expect. It's drifted now as we speak. It drifts back out towards an orthodox extra cover position. Stays on 137 for 5. As Warwickshire look to overtake this 168, so just 31 behind with 5 wickets remaining. Sneak it in. Bowls, and this one will run away to the offside. The substitute fielder Allison is onto it quickly and then underarms it up to his captain.
Well, I will make way for Richard Wilford to come back after this last ball of the overdue from Snater.
Okay,
But City 1 added for 3 wickets this morning, Warwickshire, and I think both sides will be reasonably pleased with their progress this morning. Warwickshire are now only 31 behind. Essex, who when they made 168 would have feared a massive deficit on first innings, will now think that if they can get another couple down by the time that the arrears are wiped off by Warwickshire, then they'll still be very much in the game.
Adam Rossington coming away from third slip and going to short extra cover as this one is played out into the offside by Burgess. Just looking to have a man on the drive, so in case he just gets under the shot, lifts it, but it stays on 137 for 5 at the end of the over. So that was Sean Slater's 17th over. Paul will be back with us in the afternoon session. He's off now to go and have a cracking big lunch and an afternoon nap. He's telling us he's got to do something for Radio Essex. But, he's off to the box next door. Simon Harmer will continue, but on this pavilion end. He just had a couple of overs last night. He's had just about to start his second over of the morning. He's in and bowls, and Lamb reaches forward and just runs it away into the vacant backward point area. Cook comes round from slip and does the fielding. Richard Wilford rejoins us. Good afternoon, Richard.
Hello.
It's Richard battling to just get through to lunch now as this next one is pushed away into the offside. There's no run. Added 61 this morning, lost those 3 wickets. Batting's not been easy, and I think Essex have bowled pretty well this morning.
They've bowled really well. Certainly been their session.
This one sees Lamb pushing it again into the onside. There's no run.
They've negated the advantage that Warwickshire built up yesterday.
Yeah.
They've got themselves back into the game. They might think 4th innings as well that Harm will be more of a factor as this game goes on.
He's in and bowls, and it's a quicker one, which is sees Lamb playing it down into the ground and does the fielding at short leg. There's no run.
I'm sure they'd have loved to have had a 4th seamer.
Yes, I think it cries out. Actually, there's quite a workload for the three of them. Going to be a slight fielding change here, and Rossington moving from short leg to a very, very silly mid-on off. This one is driven wide of him down to the captain down at a deepish mid-off. There's no run. Yeah, that's where I think where Warwickshire had the benefit that they had the four seamers and plus Danny Briggs. There's Harmer in the shorter one. This is turned, but turns straight to mid-wicket where the substitute fielder Allison does the fielding. It's the end of a maiden over from Simon Harmer. His second maiden. He's had a couple of 4 overs, 2 of those this morning, 2 last night, and he's 0 for 2 from his 4 overs.
Sam Cook's just come back on the field after a bit of a breather. Might have been a change of shirt after the overs that he's got through today. I certainly don't object to players having a brief moment to do that. I think there's an element of common sense to that. I know people get very aerated about 12th men being on the field and 13th man in this instance, but cold day like today, I think getting a dry item of clothing on is common sense. Snater's going to continue because Essex do have more spin options. Matt Critchley, the leg spinner, Tom Wesley himself bowled. They would have had Dan Lawrence if it wasn't for his injury in the field yesterday, but they do lack that fourth seamer even as a part-timer. As forward comes Burgess, covers up and defends it up towards mid-on.
I was just asking Paul earlier whether he'd had any update on the Lawrence injury, but and how bad that is. It's questionable. Watching the way he walked around very gingerly to the back to the dressing room yesterday, it looked like it was a hamstring.
And of course, the England medical staff will have a say as well about what happens when Lawrence is injured. Snater in once more, short of a length and cut to point, and it's a good stop in that the fielder got his body behind the ball, Ben Allison, the 12th man, 'cause it's always awkward on wicket ends, even at this stage of the season, when the wicket's in the centre of the square that so often for international cricket and other televised games haven't been used. But it's still an area that's not easy. So he committed his body like a central defender trying to block a shot there. And Burgess remains on 8, 137 for 5. Big 25 minutes this. Essex would fancy they could nick another couple out here. Straighter delivery is defended on the front foot by Burgess.
I was just looking across the other side of the ground. Is that a fake bird which is to keep the pigeons away or something?
They've got a bird that goes on top of those lights that they put out. They've got those heating lamps to try and help ground recover.
Right.
And I noticed it during the last game. There's a fake crow or equivalent raven, you could argue, on top of it. The head-banded Snater approaches back of a length that Adam Wheater is keeping up to the stumps again. He was almost taking evasive action, but it was defended out into the offside by Burgess, just the 2 slips in place. So I think quite often if you're using those lights, and Gary the groundsman would tell us the truth on this, I would imagine it's because you've done some reseeding and you're trying to get it some extra light on it to help it grow, so it would make some sense to try and keep the birds away.
Yeah.
And it's a bit more elegant than shoving a scarecrow on top.
Well, we were plagued by pigeons last game, weren't we?
Ah, well, as this one is driven through the covers or towards the covers, but Critchley can pick it up. I insisted, and Churchy didn't agree with me, that they were Surrey members who'd come up, because you are always overladen with pigeons when you're at the Oval.
Yeah.
And where are they today, Phil?
Well, no, you've got to be right.
Were they here yesterday?
No. There was no sign of them. Yet during the Surrey game a fortnight ago, they were everywhere. Now,
judging by the way,
there is perhaps another reason.
This is clipped towards mid-wicket by Burgess, and there's no run of the full delivery. End of the 137 for 5. Now, judging by their flashy waistcoats and their love of jelly deals at lunchtime, they were London pigeons. If the only other reason is because it wasn't warm in the last game particularly. It's not that. It's just Mark Church and Surrey aren't here.
No, well,
I might drop him a line to make the note.
Just let him know that they've left. They're at home, aren't they, at the moment? Sorry, so they'll be They'll be sat back down there.
You could tell them at London Pigeon, because instead of saying coo, coo, they were going silly moo, silly moo. It was rhyming slang.
Well, the jellied eels, I gather, they're in short supply.
Are they?
Yeah, the eels, they're not able to get the eels. Ooh. So there's a bit of a cry going up down in the south. Here is Hain in for a new over. He's driven down to long on for a single. It's Steckety does the fielding, just underarms it back to him.
Good positive use of his feet there from Lamb. Got to the pitch of the ball, he could be very careful doing that. I mean, Harmer is up there as one of the best finger spinners in the world right now. I mean, I think he'd happily sit behind Nathan Lyon, because I think Lyon is in a class of his own. But back in Test cricket as well now, Harmer.
This next one has Burgess playing carefully from the crease. 24 now to Lamb, 8 to Burgess, 138 for 5. Warwickshire trail by just 30 runs. As Harmer is in again and bowls, and Burgess turns this one down to the foot or leg, and sort of padded leg of Rossington at short leg, and the ball runs away, just not able to take it cleanly or anything, but there's no run. This next one, again, he watches carefully onto the bat and just defends it back down to the silly mid-on to Matt Critchley, who's on the edge of the cut strip. This one, next one, is run out into the offside.
Yeah, fired that last one through, hasn't he?
Yeah, it was a much quicker one.
Pushed it through. Like one of Jeetan Patel's sudden seamers that he'd bowl.
Whips through these overs as well, that's the other good thing. Certainly, if you're behind on the over rate, he'll get you back on no trouble at all. As the next one is pushed into the offside, he's opened up with 3 maidens this morning, and Warwickshire remain on 138 for 5.
We hope to have a couple of guests join us this afternoon, by the way, on commentary.
Yep.
From the Warwickshire camp. I shouldn't say too much in case they don't arrive.
Yes.
Well, no, one of them is the official autumn champion of the Bears Podblast quizzes. Because every show has 1 or 2 quizzes that we do, and the Podblast will be back this summer. You know, Ollie and I have negotiated an extra 10% each on top of what we already got paid to do it.
Oh, I thought you were talking 10% more time.
No, 10% on top of our current fee of.
How do you get this podcast?
How do what? What?
Do you pick it up? Is it
everywhere?
Everywhere.
It's on iTunes. It's on Spotify. It's on BBC Sounds.
I have to say, Richard, it's evaded me so far, I'm afraid.
Yeah, you're a bad man. Slater into bowl, short of a length, turned into the leg side by Lamb. Doesn't really time it, so across to pick up is Rossington. Look, we've had 4 years of it now, and you've deliberately avoided it, Phil. But all I'm going to say is that the man who last year established himself as the best quizzer we've ever had is due to drop in this afternoon.
Right.
So that's one of them.
Yep.
See, you don't know who that is because you haven't heard it.
I'm just guessing. Oh, well, I'm being polite. I'm making it sound like I'm really.
Sorry, you're being polite by telling us that you've never heard it.
Well, that's better than pretending, isn't it?
Well, yeah, you could have pretended. Short of a length, cut through the offside. That'll be form Lamb. Snater got through a heavy workload, has just dragged that one down outside off stump, and Lamb has been quick on anything short. And he takes himself up to 28, 142 for 5. Essex lead now is down to 26. The other guest is one of the more unique cricketers in the modern game. As much as you can be more unique. I think that's quite a good clue.
I know who the 2 people are, and I'm trying to work out which one's which.
Really?
Yes.
Really? I think we. One of them is a denizen of a dying art, which I think makes them fairly unique. The other isn't a denizen of a dying art, but he's a very good quizzer.
Right.
I think that's fairly easy to guess who one of those is. As the white headband approaches again, and that's a much better ball, angling in towards middle and off, and it's defended back down the trap by Lamb.
I think I'll try and find the podcast.
You're being deliberately obtuse, which I'm used to be fair. You're obtuse when you're ordering from a menu when we're away from home. Only person I know who go to a pizza restaurant is looking for anything other than pizza.
But that's having said I don't like pizza before we actually go.
Tables were sticky there as well. Remember that. This is clipped into the leg side, and he just dragged it towards a leg stump line, but it won't get beyond square leg. Nick Brown, 142 for 5. Matt Critchley doing some light warming up at the moment to see if he can maybe get an over in before lunch.
Essex really here now could do with another wicket, certainly one before lunch, just to make sure they just keep that momentum going. They've got themselves into a good position, but Lamb is looking at the ball now to say, "Oh, we're not happy with this."
Well, it's of sufficient interest in Neil Mallender that he's calling Richard Kettleborough across. That merely means that it's Richard Kettleborough who's got the device that the ball has to pass through to prove that it's not misshapen, or unless there's something on the seam where they can actually just clip something off with a knife. That's the other thing that they might do, or a pair of scissors. But they're both looking over it.
He's got it.
Neil Mallender, international umpire of the past. Richard Kettleborough, one of the best in the world, I think it's fair to say.
They look well wrapped up, don't they, the two?
Well, they should be. It's freezing.
Neil Mallender, there's...
Neil Mallender's got gloves on. He's actually got white gloves on. It looks like a snooker referee. Ronnie O'Sullivan, 42.
Have you been watching any of the snooker?
Only a little bit. Only a little bit. Once more Snater approaches, and forward in defence is Lamb. Snater looked like he wanted to pick the ball up and throw it towards the stumps, even though Lamb wasn't out of his ground. Unfortunately, he didn't manage to get the fielding right, and it slips out of his right hand and down.
Yes, I've watched a bit of it. I must be honest, I try to avoid the beginning of the programme where they're announcing these people, and they're calling, they've all now got nicknames. Instead of just Joe Smith from Huddersfield, he's now Joe the Wizard or Joe the Lizard, whatever.
On the back foot, Lamb tries to penetrate the offside. He can't. Picked up that extra cover. No run, 142 for 5 at the end of the season. So, next to the table, Phil, the Cotswold Cumin Brit.
Exactly.
Yeah,
and then this guy staggers down. Some of the guys, I have to say, I don't watch snooker regularly, but I have a mental picture of what the person looks like.
Yeah.
And then they appear, and they've obviously aged. I may have seen them for 5 or 6 years, and some of them are looking distinctly elderly. I'm trying to put that in a nice, polite way.
But also the thing about snooker is that you do see players continuing into their 40s and 50s.
But the nicknames they've given don't seem to work. Harmer starts a new over. He's in, and this one is cut away but straight to point, where Snater does the fielding.
Are you taking Cotswold Cumin then, for you?
Oh yeah, I'll take that. Yes, take that.
Okay.
Yeah. Although my snooker would not, nobody would call me anything other than very poor. There's Harmer in and bowls. This is played down. Critchley just walks across and picks the ball up. 142 for 5.
I once won a trophy for playing pool. It was doubles and I was carried. I was utterly the passenger of the pair.
The next one is Harmer in, and it's pushed back into the offside by Burgess. There's no run.
Every time it was my turn, I had to play safe. just try and stop the other team, will you? Okay.
It's Harmer in. This one is run away into the offside.
I was Bourneville Beavers, 1981. My partner has gone on to far more successful things in life than I've ever achieved. But he was better at pool than me as well.
The bowls, and again, Burgess defends back down, and Critchley at that sort of silly bit on position does the fielding. There's no run.
I might put a tiny bit more flesh on those bones in a minute.
This one is turned to mid-wicket by Burgess. End of another very rapid not rapid speed, but the speed of getting through the over by Simon Harmer. Stays on 142 for 5. I don't think they've scored a run off him yet this morning.
I'm not sure they have. Yes, because the reason I said the guy I had as my partner at pool won that trophy. Last year for the first time in 40 years.
Oh, right.
And he's a guy called Simon Heath, and he's the chief executive of World Productions. He made Line of Duty.
Oh, okay.
And that thing in the submarine last year with Saran Jones.
Yes, I know the one. Yep.
I forget what it's called now. And so he's been involved in lots of different shows like that. So he's doing quite well for himself. He's got things like BAFTAs, and
yes, he's doing very well.
Yeah, I don't think the trophy that we won with Warwickshire for the last is going to, stand up to scrutiny.
Oh, did you win a trophy for your podcast?
Oh, for grief! I've worked with this man for several years now.
I didn't realise you won a trophy.
50. Oh dear. I'll show you the photo at lunch.
Awarded by... Go on, you tell me that. Honestly,
The ECB. That was after Series 1. The ECB.
Very good.
I know. That's
What happened to Series 2, 3 and...
We didn't enter because for fear of defeat. Matt Critchley's going to come on bowl for the first time, and he drags his first leg spinner down, as is often the case with leg spinners. But Matt Lamb couldn't find an angle to penetrate the field and rolls it into the hands of Harmer, who now finds himself in the covers. So could whip through a few overs here before lunch. Critchley in again, that's short, and this time he can't get it wide of Rossington at backward point. He goes down on one knee to field.
You feel that with Harmer, that they're playing him cautiously. They see this has been perhaps a little bit more an opportunity to score runs.
This one he angles towards leg stump, and it's a thick inside edge around the corner. There'll be no run. Steckety does the fielding. Steckety claimed the third wicket of the morning, that of Sam Hain, for a very watchful 29. Critchley bowling at quite a pace really for a spin bowler, but it's not really going off the straight now as Lamb comes forward to a ball that was heading towards middle stump. Again, not a full face of the bat for the next delivery, which he clips into the leg side. Snater at mid wicket does the fielding. They've got to be careful with Critchley. This is a very important spell for both teams, the remaining 9 minutes or so before lunch. As he drags this one down, and this time Lamb does get it away, but they've got some protection out towards the long boundary in Allison, the 12th man. So just a single. Lamb will go to 29, 143 for 5 at the end of the over.
Just looking over to our right as we look down, sort of over the top of the holly stand, the cloud is beginning to move away, and it looks as though the blue sky, which is forecast for later in the afternoon, is actually going to come. So I would think the afternoon session, if that continues, could be played with some clearer skies.
I think that's almost certainly going to be the case, which is all the more reason to preserve the wickets here.
Yep.
For Warwickshire, batting conditions might be a little bit better. I would imagine the floodlights will probably come off, because they can sometimes have a bearing on the movement of the ball, it seems. Nobody, I think, quite understands the science, but
I don't get that one at all.
I certainly don't understand any science, so...
Harmer is going to go round the wicket to bowl to Lamb, who cuts the first ball to point. Not backward point, it's actually 2 point. And Snater does the fielding there. He stays on 24. This next one he's forward to and runs away back down the wicket. There's no run. Still got to have a run off Harmer this morning. Or this afternoon now, of course. He's in and bowls, and this one will be the first runs. He's clipped it down to a long on for just the single, where Snackety comes round and does the fielding, restricts Lamb to a single, which takes him into the 30s. Warwickshire on to 144, 24 behind with 5 wickets in hand.
He's really seized his opportunity at the start of the season, Matt Lamb, who could easily have been the odd man out when the first team was selected.
Yep, absolutely. Next one is pushed away into the offside, and there's no run.
I mean, both of these batsmen at the crease now would have felt potentially under pressure from the signing of Alex Davis from Lancashire, both as a batsman and a gloveman, and they responded by both getting 100 in the opening championship match of the season.
This one's given a bit more air, but played carefully and cautiously down to mid-off, where Tom Westley does the fielding. And Harmer about to finish his 7th over with a ball which is just driven back. He can't field it cleanly. Burgess turns round and scratches the floor with his boot on his mark. The batsmen come down and have a chat with each other. 144 for 5. We've probably got time for a couple more overs.
Yeah, it should be. About 6 minutes too, isn't it?
Yeah, with these two
So really quick they get 3. As it stands, we're likely to be a couple of overs short, but that's not too bad. As, if there's more spin in the afternoon, they'll more than make up for that. We've had 28 overs this morning, and we've only seen 68 runs scored, 3 wickets going down. It's been an excellent session from Essex to really drag themselves back into this game after the position they were in. They would be cock-a-hoop if they get another one now before lunch. So Critchley into bowl to Lamb, and again he's cutting, this time in front of square. And quite a bit of ground for Allison to make, and Lamb will call Burgess through for a second run, which is always on. There was an unnecessary period of thought in between those 2 runs, but they were certainly there. 146 for 5, and Lamb up to 32. Just one behind Dom Sibley as top scorer in this innings. It's interesting, only 17 batsmen, 18 batsmen have been to the crease. Only Tom Westley has passed 50 so far in this game. Critchley is jabbed into the offside by Lamb as he falls back off the shot for a single to Allison. 33 for Lamb, 147 for 5.
Just a little bit too short at the moment, isn't he, Critchley? He's allowing the batsman to be able to sort of just steer the ball into the offside. There's a man, obviously Allison out on the boundary, but just picking up those runs relatively easily.
Critchley with a rather muddied left knee. He's bowling a little fuller this time, just outside off stump, quite low bounce. It's guided out towards point by Burgess.
Pushes the ball through, the odd one through quite quickly, doesn't he?
He does, yeah. Former Derbyshire all-rounder, and that one is also through a little bit quicker. Looks like that might have been the googly, because it's gone further down the leg side. There's very little turn. Danny Briggs took 4 wickets despite, not because of the conditions yesterday. Fuller and driven by Burgess, no timing. And, straight into the hands of the cover fielder as he stoops to pick up the rolling ball. 1 ball left in this over from Critchley, and Burgess looks to steer it to the leg side, gets wrapped on the pads, but that was always going down leg. Indeed, it hit outside the line of leg stump, and the end of the over. At least one more, then we'll get in before the interval. 147 for 5. The gap between the two sides is now down to 21 runs. Rather nicely poised.
These two having added 23 for this 6th wicket. Lamb on 33, so he's joint top scorer now, and Burgess on 8.
With the window open now, it has changed over the course of this morning. Rather than a freezer, we're merely in a fridge.
It's actually, it is not too bad in here today. I thought it was going to be really cold. I've got 2 hoodies on, and I've got a coat as well. As Harmer comes into bowl what might be the last over before lunch, we'll see, as Lamb's steps down and just pushes this first delivery.
I like the way you've got the hoodies in opposite directions, so you've got one hood at the front and one at the back. I think that was a really... fashion-wise, that could start something.
Keeps your head and ears warm as well. This next one is clipped away through the gap between short leg and silly mid-on. And Ben Allison does the fielding at a sort of wider mid-wicket.
Should cut a couple of eye holes in it. Call it a hoodie claver. Could be the new rage.
Absolutely. This next one is run away down through backward point. They'll scamper through for a single. So Lamb now becomes the top scorer with 34. 34 not out in the 148 for 5. So just 20 behind Warwickshire. But It's slow going and slow progress for them. We're in the 60th over, so he's in again. Harmer in and bowls, and Burgess is defending that one back to the bowler. Just looking at the time and the clock, and it's going to be a close whole thing. There's 2 balls to go. Harmer is in, bowls, and Burgess flushes this one back to the bowler, who fields and walks back to the spot.
When the clock ticks round to 1 o'clock, I can give Bears supporters some news, but not until
1 o'clock.
Yeah.
As this one is pushed back, and it is going to be lunch. The bails are taken off, the players are leaving the field, and at lunch on the second day, Warwickshire are 148 for 5 with Michael Burgess and Matt Lamb together. Matt Lamb's top scored so far with 34, 8 to Burgess, and Warwickshire trail by 20 with 5 wickets remaining. Good morning for Essex, probably just edged that morning, kept Warwickshire under severe restriction, and Richard has some real hot news for you.
Well, no, it goes to 1 o'clock now. I just say Warwickshire have just announced that Manny Jahal has signed his first full professional contract. The 20-year-old seamer who bowled beautifully at the Bob Willis Trophy down at Lords at the end of last season. So he signed a new 2-year contract through to the end of the 2023 season. The Director of Cricket, Paul Farbrace, says, like many bowlers within our attack, Manny has made a huge amount of progress in the last year. He's relished the opportunity of joining the professional ranks and given a very good account of himself whenever he stepped up to the senior team. He worked incredibly hard to win his rookie contract 18 months ago, getting stronger and fitter, and now he's developing his skill set and has gained a few yards of extra pace. There's more that will be in that story, I dare say, on the Warwickshire County Cricket Club website. And it's funny, something we were talking about a little bit earlier. Certainly he benefited hugely from those 50 over games last year. So very good news for him that he's got his first professional contract. In a couple of minutes I'll be doing a report for listeners to BBC Radio WM and BBC CWR, but in terms of the ball by ball coverage, that will return in around 40 minutes time. A couple of guests joining us this afternoon as well, but when Warwickshire do resume, it'll be 148 for 5, Essex with a lead of 20. Here at Edgbaston, Warwickshire 148 for 5 at lunch. They trail Essex on first innings by 20 runs after a really hard-fought session. They had to dig in after the early loss of Dom Sibley for 33 and Will Rhodes for 8, both for Shane Snater. Sam Hain had dug in really hard, but eventually he went for 29. Good ball from Steckety, saw him caught behind. But now a sturdy partnership beginning between Matt Lamb and the informed Michael Burgess. So far they've added 24 for the 6th wicket. Lamb is on 34, Burgess is on 8, Warwickshire 148 for 5.
Warwickshire in their first innings were dismissed 296. In the time, Northamptonshire are 116 to 6. And the side Chestershire and Durham and Nottinghamshire. Durham in their first innings were dismissed 230. Nottinghamshire in the prize are 155 to 3. And Worcester, the match between Worcestershire and Sussex. Worcestershire won the toss and led to the bat. And the Dutch are 460 for 8. That's the five arms. Cardiff, the match between the Warwick and Middlesex. The Warwick was discussed at 122. Middlesex in the tie, 263 for 7. Edgbaston still jumping around Leicester, and that's between Leicestershire and Derbyshire. Leicestershire is dismissed to 213. Derbyshire are currently 137 to 2. At the Oval, the match between Surrey and Somerset. Somerset was dismissed for 337. Surrey are currently 14 without loss. Gloucestershire dismissed to 252, and Lancashire are currently 103 for 1. At the split-line ground, Canterbury, the match between Kent and Hampshire, Kent dismissed to 305, and in reply Hampshire are 47 for 1.
Very good afternoon and welcome back to Edgbaston for the second session on day 2 of this County Championship Division 1 game between Warwickshire and Essex. Interestingly poised after Essex fought back in the morning session. Took 3 wickets relatively inexpensively as well, reducing Warwickshire to 148 for 5. They trail by 20 runs, with Michael Burgess resuming on 8 and Matt Lamb on 34. 2 wickets in the morning for Shane Snater, 1 for Mark Steckety. Paul Newton joins me from BBC Radio Essex on Richard Wilford from BBC Radio WM. Good session for Essex overall, that was?
Yeah, I think they did as well as they could reasonably have hoped. Having said that, they got the first 2 of the 3 wickets they got by the end of the 3rd over only of the morning. So as Warwickshire had declined from 76 for 2 overnight to 86 for 4, they'd even have dared to hope that if things carried on like that, they might even get a first innings lead. So I think Warwickshire very much had the better of particularly the second hour. Suddenly the ball didn't seem to be doing quite as much to help the bowlers, and of course the forecast improvement in the weather has duly occurred. We've now got clear skies above, as distinct from the heavy cloud that greeted the players this morning. So with Burgess 8 and Lamb 34 both in form, Steckety is going to bowl the first ball after lunch. Bowls now, and Lamb has hit this. It was in the air, not far wide of Ben Allison, substituting for Dan Lawrence at backward point. And they have, in fact, although they've come back for 2, in the end it's gone for 4, down to deep backward point. So 152 for 5, a slightly iffy start for Warwickshire, but all the runs count, and that has now reduced the deficit to just 16 runs.
A big session is the weather's nicer, isn't it? The cloud is now sparse, and that could make quite a difference to this afternoon's session.
Well, the Shrewdies are huddled against the wall by the scoreboard in the distance because they are sheltering themselves from this bitter easterly wind. It may have cleared over above. We've yet to see the sun, but it will come, and things should be fine for the full play for the rest of the day. Steckety comes in just the 2 slips, Cook and Harmer. Bowls from the city end and force through the covers. It won't go to the boundary, although Allison loses his footing a little bit as he sets out after it, but they get 2 anyway. 154 for 5, and Lamb moves to 40.
He feels like he's been picked upon a bit there, Allison, with those last 2 shots. Didn't want the ball coming back towards him again.
Well, he's a keen young man, so it won't be that bothered. In this cold weather, I think you almost hope he'll have a bit of fielding to do. But nevertheless, runs coming quickly, and with Lamb making a big 100 here in this fixture last year, Essex will want to get him out sooner rather than later. He's looking increasingly assured, albeit the 4 he got from the first ball after lunch, we weren't a million miles from having a wicket to the first ball of a session for the second time in this innings. 154 for 5, just 14 runs behind, and Essex look like reaping the consequences of that unimaginable collapse from 98 for 2 to 109 for 7 in the space of 20 minutes yesterday afternoon. Good delivery here from Steckety, play and a miss from Lamb, and doesn't just take the edge. 154 for 5, and Danny Briggs down on the scorecard to come in next, and he has a good record of keeping Essex in the field longer than they would have liked. Obviously principally in for his bowling, but he's a more than useful batsman. Lower middle order. Steckety's in. Bowls, and this ball's hammered through the covers. 4 runs, 158 for 5. In fact, the ball is slowing up, but it's still going to win the race. 158 for 5, and Lamb, who's taken 10 runs off 5 Steckety deliveries since lunch. 158 for 5. This is where, from an Essex point of view, Steckety, who's overseas Australian player in his first season in county cricket, this is where he needs to tighten up, because even though he has bowled pretty well at times, but this is his 14th over, and he has conceded 61 runs, so 4.5 and over is far too expensive really to be sustained in county cricket. He's got time to learn as he comes in now and completes the over, and this ball's nudged away for a single. A very productive over indeed for Warwickshire, We've added 11, all to the credit of Lamb, who has 45, Burgess 8, 159 for 5, just 9 runs in arrears now, Warwickshire.
The sun is out, the floodlights are off, there's blue sky. I was one correction, Matt Lamb's century against Essex was August 2020, not rather than the start of last season.
Fair enough.
Which was his only first-class 100 prior to his 2 weeks ago against Surrey. So it was a pretty dominant innings when he made it against Essex here back in August 2020.
That was the game, rather than the one last year where Simon Harmer was involved in every dismissal but one. He got 6 wickets, he held 2 catches, he enacted a run out, and he even, actually I think may have been Lamb, that he ran out but the batsman was recalled because he thought that he'd regained his ground and was just doing a bit of gardening, so that was fair enough. But Harmer, it is going to bowl from the pavilion end.
Into Lamb, who just strides forward and defends out into the offside. They've been extremely cautious against Harmer. Burgess, who got 8 from his first 9 balls, is still on 8, 31 deliveries later. It's not a stalemate of Hain and Dolby territory after the last match here, but next delivery, he's just clipped into the leg side defensively.
Well, I was
by Critchley.
I was amazed, Richard, when Harmer was only finally brought into the attack 4 overs from the close yesterday. Even if he isn't taking wickets and the ball isn't turning, he does tend to keep the runs down.
In once more to Lamb, who again just kills the ball in front of him, and it rolls up to Critchley.
So I think the quicker bowlers have all bowled, 4 or 5 overs more than they need have done. They could have rotated around Harmer, I think.
But then where the danger has come from the seamers largely. As Lamb drives, Harmer gets a hand on it in his foot through and looks slightly ruefully at it, gives it a quick rub. It just squirted behind him, and he's able to regather the ball, bowling in his sunglasses, the tall South African. Had a good test series against Bangladesh just lately. That's a beautiful drive by Matt Lamb this time, though. Wide of mid-off towards the short boundary on the angle there, and he's at 1 away from a half-century now. 49 to Matt Lamb, 163 for 5, and the deficit after this flurry of runs following the lunch interval is down to 5.
One wonders what Lamb had for lunch, in fact. Presumably not himself, i.e. Lamb, but he really has motored on here. And 15 runs he's got now in less than 2 overs since lunch.
And on the back foot here again, he just defends back down the track. Critchley will go onto the strip to pick the ball up. End of the over, 163 for 5, Warwickshire. Did you catch the stats of Hain and Dolby's knock in the last game here?
I didn't, actually.
It was quite extraordinary. He came in, last man in. Burgess was 69 not out. 50 partnership, Burgess got every single run. Hain and Dolby eventually got off the mark to his 67th delivery.
My type of player.
Oh, Burgess, I say, was 69 when Ollie came in, ended up making 178.
Shows what, actually. So in the course of that last wicket partnership, in the partnership alone, Burgess got over 100, which is fantastic going. Here's Steckety in, and bowls, and this ball is played back to the bowler by Burgess, and I'm sure that Hain and Dolby will have said to Burgess, that's at least a gallon rather than a pint you owe me. My role was crucial.
Michael Burgess did afterwards say he probably owes Ollie a pint. During the season it would have to be of orange juice, obviously.
Yes.
Obviously. I won't have aspersions said about Ollie.
Lovely sunshine all of a sudden. As Steckety's in, City end bowls, a lovely straight drive. Steckety makes to shy back at the stumps, but Burgess had not left his ground. We hear from Michael, just waiting for this to come up, Michael Biswell, who says, a question, now that Simon Harmer is a contracted South African test player, are there restrictions on how many overs he can bowl per innings? Strange he hasn't bowled that much. Well, if there are, he's certainly nowhere near reaching that, whatever the limit might be. I don't think with a spinner there would be, as this ball is played to point, and there is no run. The score remaining at 163-5, just 5 behind. I
think it's highly unlikely, and given what South African cricket has been through in the last 10 years, where you had so many players defecting because they could earn more from a county career than they could through playing international cricket, I don't think they're about to set limitations on a player when they've returned to the fold.
No, good pointers. Steckety, long straight approach, city end in bowls, and this one's deflected by Burgess. May or may not reach the third man boundary. Not is going to be the outcome in point of fact. Another chase this time for Critchley, and they come back for 3. So two behind now, 166 for 5, and it's been rather a loose start by Essex after lunch, and Warwickshire now look set for a sizable first innings lead.
Oh, look, I have to do the caution thing there. I mean, add 2 wickets to this score, then it could be a very small first innings lead. That's where the battle is this afternoon, isn't it? The conditions for batting look like they will be better, and they've got off to a good start, but 2 wickets would change the game very quickly.
Steckety in and bowls played into the covers by Lamb, except that just 2 minutes ago you were enlightening us with a fantastic last wicket stand, and you know, that shows that Warwickshire are a county who are well capable, even with 9 wickets down, of adding over 100.
Well, different attack, different surface, I would say. I mean,
no, there was no fluke about it.
There was a bit of a featherbed.
Here is Steckety in. Bowls, and ball's driven down to mid-off. There's no run, and obviously it wasn't a featherbed this morning, and certainly not just after lunch yesterday, but you'd have to say that from about midday onwards, only the very occasional ball has done anything.
The thing is, you know, it is a case of bowlers who can bat with the next 2 in Briggs and Brooks. Henry Brooks is very capable.
He is.
Could well go on to be an all-rounder. Liam Norwell is less complicated, but can make runs very, very quickly.
Yes, I think that's quite enough, actually. You frightened me out of the existence almost. I was already thinking that Warwickshire had a very capable tail, but with every new player you introduce into the reckoning...
No, that's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying, but I think, you know, they've got to make the most of the first innings, in that, you know, a small lead could rapidly disintegrate.
Oh yeah, no, I agree with you there.
There's a lot of cricket left in this game.
But I would have you a little wager that Warwickshire will lead by more than 100.
Harmer to continue from the pavilion end, flights this one up outside off stump, and forward in defence comes Burgess, facing Harmer for the first time in this session, and he certainly took no liberties against him earlier, just wanted to dead bat everything in that spell leading up to lunch. Just under 16 overs now until the second new ball will be due, driven back to the bowler in his follow through on a straight bat. Matt Lamb was quite frustrated the last ball of the previous over. He felt he should have worked the ball into a gap to get through to his 50. Wanted to tick that off if he could. Only Tom Wesley has managed it in the first 4 sessions of this game. This ball clipped by Burgess into the leg side. He was hoping to get it beyond Critchley at mid-wicket, but Critchley lays himself down to his right to put his hand on it. There might have been a single through to Allison either, who's who's deeper at quite a straight mid-wicket. Short leg, and odd sort of silly mid-on here. That one he has managed to work away neatly square, Burgess. There'll be a couple as Allison does the chasing. He's had to work hard in his job as the 12th man today. The ball has followed him around, and he does look a wee bit ginger in the field at the moment. Those 2 runs take the scores level. 168 for 5, Warwickshire, with Burgess now 13. He doesn't look in the first flush of athleticism at the moment.
No, it's probably true. I think it's just very cold out there.
Harmer floats this up outside off stump onto the back foot to play it with a straight bat is Burgess, defends it out into the offside. No addition to the score as the sky gets even bluer. People are actually unzipping their jackets, everybody. It's a good sign. Final ball of the over defended to that short mid-on. End of the over, 168 for 5 Warwickshire. The scores are all square, and Steckety to continue from the Birmingham end.
Yep, Warwickshire now, every run now goes into their bank account, as it were, and well, they've certainly got one of the strongest lower orders, if not the strongest on the county circuit. They aren't champions for nothing, and you usually find that when a side are county champions that is the case, that they do bat right down. You must have some length to your order. Has to be said that although Essex have players down the order who can on occasion add useful runs, but they don't tend to get all that many from once, shall we say, that the 6th wicket has fallen, or maybe 7th, as Steckerty's in, beginning a new over City End and driven without timing to mid-off. There's no run, skipper Tom Wesley, and 170 for 5, no ball I think I missed there, so Warwickshire into the lead. And it really does look as though, although just briefly the sun has disappeared, but I think we're going to have more or less uninterrupted sunshine for the rest of the day, as Steckerty's in, bowls to Lamb, and Lamb has played this stylishly into the offside. Now Allison's been dropped back near the fence, claws for the 50 to Matt Lamb. Big 100 here 2 years ago against Essex, and now who knows, he may well be on his way to another one here with Warwickshire now 3 runs into the lead, scoring very quickly since the luncheon adjournment. 171 for 5, Lamb exactly 50.
86 deliveries, 8 boundaries.
And Steckerty bowls, and this ball is hammered away. Another chase for Allison, and good bit of fielding here as he gets the ball quickly near the extra cover boundary. And they come back for 2, 173 for 5, and that takes Burgess to 15, and Steckerty 2 for 70 in his 16th over, proving rather expensive. Drop that one in short. We've got just the 1 slip now, and Simon Harmer has moved from 2nd slip to a short gully. Steckerty bowls again. Now that ball's on leg side, pulled into the leg side, and I think probably Burgess will look back at that and think that although he's got 1 run down to Nick Brown on the short boundary there at square leg, that on another occasion he'd be looking to get a boundary from that. In fact, he's quite capable of having pulled it for 6. So
well, that's the 50 partnership brought up between these two. Came together at 124 for 5. They've added those runs in 104 balls.
174 for 5 then, 6 in front. Steckerty in, bowls, and a lovely shot here from Lamb, and that will be cut off by Burgess, running to his left this time. Previous one he had to run to his right. Allison, who's fielding half the deliveries and over, it seems, at the moment, certainly as Steckerty's bowling, and so they get another couple. 176 for 5. Lamb beginning to look in regal touch out there. Certainly he's absolutely accelerated away since lunch. 52 he has now, and Steckerty in again, bowls to him, and for once just drops a dead bat on a ball, steers it out to Rossington in the covers. No run. 176 for 5. We're still just in shade here, but looking away we get a nice view of the Birmingham skyscrapers, which are illuminated. They are in the sun, and we will soon be again. Still very inhospitable wind blowing as Steckerty's in. Bowls, and a drive without timing down to mid-off. Tom Wesley from Lamb sees the end of the over, and Warwickshire sprinting away. Since lunch we've had just 3 overs since lunch, in which 28 runs have been added. 176 for 5.
Yeah, it's been 5 overs, so it's not quite as drastic a rate as that, but nonetheless they're going along at just shy of 6 and over. Obviously not so many runs off Harmer, just that 1 boundary, but 11 runs from his 10. He's at least keeping a lid on things for Tom Wesley, but there's not a lot on offer other than his own guile for Harmer. There's nothing really showing any sign of grip.
No, that's very well put actually. He's just having to rely purely on maybe doing the batsman in the flight.
And the batsman he's facing now is Burgess, who tries with an angled bat to dab that behind square on the offside. Doesn't get the angle right though, so Snater can come across from point and snares it. Harmer and Adam Wheater show a bit of interest in that because it wasn't a straight bat. It was an element of risk to the stroke from Burgess. He's moved on to 16 in the last few minutes and can't add to that as he turns a ball that was drifting onto his pads behind square and hits it straight along the deck to Steckety. It's a case of trying to find the gaps at the moment. 5-4 leg side field, including Sam Cook at long on. As that does grip a little bit. That's why there are oohs that you can hear in the background. Quite a full delivery from Harmer. And it's just gripped a little bit, and Burgess has had to play that modicum of turn into the leg side. A fuller, quicker delivery again here. Turned into the leg side, fielded by Allison at mid-wicket. Varying his pace, the sort of thing that Danny Briggs was doing yesterday to create some problems. Changing pace and angle and length. Because the ball is going to do an awful lot just at this juncture. Shorter, slower ball, turned off his pads, but again to the fielder Allison. Harmer closes in towards what would be another maiden. The scoreboard got a ball too excitable there. It went one ahead. And this time Burgess will get it on an angle where he will gather a single, because Allison has to scramble to his right, picks the ball up, and at the end of the over, 1 run off it. That took Burgess to 17, and it's 107. I think it should be 177 for 5. The scoreboard, I don't think, acknowledged that single. It is 177 for 5. The scoreboard has gone one behind.
Yeah, very unusual. They're normally absolutely spot on, but you're right, it is 177 for 5, and lead of 9 therefore for Warwickshire, and plenty of power to add as Steckety will continue, and Richard will be doing his latest update for the various local radio stations in a couple of minutes or so. Slight delay while Wesley confers with Steckety. Essex really need to stem this flood of runs that have come from the Australians bowling since lunch. That's a decent first ball, but it's comfortably played for a single into the onside by Burgess, who moves to 18. Board is now caught up, 178 for 5.
He's having to set a field, Tom Wesley, for a bad ball here, because he's dragged his length down a bit too much since lunch as Steckety. So with boundary riders at mid-wicket and in the covers, then there are singles all over the place. They're going to take another catcher out, really, and have a gully and a single slip now, with Critchley going to short mid-wicket to try and prevent the singles there.
Once again, you've nailed it by saying, you know, he's setting a field for a bad ball, which you don't want to have to do. Steckety's in and bowls, and that's a good ball, to be fair, and played to Rossington in the covers. No run, 178 for 5. But Essex, who started the day so well, wicket in each of the first 2 overs of the day from the City end, both of course bowled by Shane Snater, and at that stage, at 86 for 4, Essex would have hoped that they might even have snuck a very small first innings lead themselves had the wickets continued to fall, and the ball under leaden skies was doing plenty to help the bowlers initially. Now they're having another doubtless abortive attempt to get the ball changed. Wesley has been up and inquired of the ghost Neil Mallender. Don't you think this ball is no longer spherical? But once again his efforts have come to naught. So Steckety races in and bowls. Lamb, all defence here. Haven't been able to say that very often since lunch, and Lamb, who's moved very swiftly on to 52 not out, batting excellently, but playing the ball on its merits and returning it whence it came to the bowler.
We're probably about 30 seconds away from my update, so if I just
by all means,
hold the fort for a moment here, and very shortly I'll make way for Phil Britt to rejoin you. He stops chewing his sandwich. That's what he was doing. I'm only telling the truth. That's what he was doing. Steckety in from the Birmingham end once more. Turned into the offside by Lamb, but one hop into the hands of Simon Harmer. And there's no run. Here at Edgbaston, Warwickshire 178 for 5. They've moved into a first innings lead now against Essex. They're 10 runs in front. Accelerating since the lunch interval, Matt Lamb has moved through nicely to a half century, following on from his century against Surrey a fortnight ago. He's on 52, and he's getting good support from Michael Burgess, who was also a centurion in the Surrey game. He's on 18. The pair of them have added 54 so far for the 6th wicket, as the Bears look to build a decent first innings lead. 178 for 5, they're in front by 10.
And while Richard was doing his updates, we had a rare occasion of the ball beating the bat, but I think it was also going to have beaten leg stump. It took Lamb on the thigh pad and rolled down straight to the ground. What might have got him out as if it had unluckily rolled onto the stumps, but it missed it by a good yard, as Steckety's in again, bowls, and Lamb played it to mid-wicket. And in fairness to Steckety, that's a much better over than his previous couple after lunch. 178 for 5. Richard Wilford makes way for Phil Britt coming back, and Burgess has 18, Lamb 52. Warwickshire have come out after lunch and knocked off the 20 run arrears and added another 10 as well. 50 partnership raised, 50 individual 50 to Lamb, so 178 for 5 means that it's been very much Warwickshire's session so far, and if Essex needed wickets quickly after lunch, then I think urgently rather than merely quickly is now the order of the day, as Harmer comes up to bowl. Phil?
Afternoon, Paul. Afternoon, everybody.
Just dot ball from the first ball of the over. Adam Rossington going in close at bat pad. Next ball is steered into the offside. Shane Snater does the fielding. 179 for 5. Be interesting to see if Snater calls for the return of his sun hat soon, because although the sun isn't currently shining, we've got a huge vista of blue sky more or less overhead now as Harmer's in bowls, and the ball is just defended back down the track. 179 for 5. Warwickshire leading by 11.
They've got a bit of a move on since lunch, haven't they?
They have, yes, particularly from Steckety's rather expensive spell.
Yeah.
Harmer gives us a little bit more air, and it's clipped to mid-off, fielded on the tumble by the Essex skipper Tom Wesley. Single, 180 for 5, and Lamb moves along to 53. Burgess comes into strike on 19. Both these batsmen in very good form already this season. The sun now does come out. This next ball is pulled away to the mid-wicket fence, and even Harmer bowled a loose one there, as Richard Kettleborough loses his Panama hat. It will be retrieved by Tom Wesley at no extra charge. 184 for 5.
Yeah, occasionally he's allowed to bowl a loose one, isn't he? And it was pulled from just out, short, but pulled from just outside off stump away through the mid-wicket area. And but he got he just dropped one of those, which rare it is, where he allows the batsman almost like a free hit.
Yes, I mean, Burgess had played him with the utmost caution and respect up until that point, but well done to Burgess. I say he is in form, and he spotted the error in length and punished it viscerally, as Harmer gives this one more air, and it's going to be another run here as Sam Cook emerges from out of my sight on the long-on boundary to nip round and field. For a moment I thought it might be another boundary, but 185 for 5 single. Burgess moves along to 24, and will keep the bowling at 185 for 5.
So these two came together with a score on 124. They've added 61, and in doing have equalled the highest partnership of the match so far, which was between Tom Wesley and Dan Lawrence for the third wicket for Essex.
And it was at the end of that
the trouble started, wasn't it?
That's right. Five wickets in, I think it was 53 deliveries for the addition of only 11 runs, and really Essex declined from a good base to being in all sorts of trouble.
Steckity starts a new over, which wraps Burgess on the pad and runs away into the offside. There was a couple of shouts, but more in hope rather than expectation, I think, there. That lead just edging away. We were looking at one stage before lunch that perhaps Essex might even have a first innings lead if they could really capitalise on those early breakthroughs, but that didn't materialise. This next one is turned away through mid-wicket down to the fielder on the mid-wicket boundary for a single. And one more to the total, takes Warwickshire on to 186 for 5.
And it's at this point that Wesley will be having to bear in mind that his best potential weapon now will be the new ball in just over 10 overs time. Therefore, although part of him would like to bring back Snater and Cook straight away, he will doubtless wait for the new ball and then bring them back.
In he comes. Again, this one is again kept a bit low on Lamb, who squirts it away again out to that mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket area, with hands on head for Steckity as he walks back. Just almost got that one to sneak through Lamb's defence, but Lamb moves on to 54 and the total on to 187 for 5 in the 70th over.
And still you can hear the wind gusting.
See him again and bowls, and this is rapping on the thigh pad. Burgess went to try and pull the ball away down to deep fine leg, deep backward square leg area, but nothing in the end, as the ball just dropped down in front of the batsman, and there's no run.
Yeah, just threw the shot a little bit too soon there. But Warwickshire will be delighted with their progress since at lunch.
Yeah, he's in and bowls, and this is run away to backward point. There is no run. Malander just comes down to have a look at where the feet are going, just on the popping crease. Just has a quick word with him, with Steckity as he walks back. Well wrapped up against the elements.
Yes, he certainly is, with his coat done right up to the neck, and I should think at least 2 pullovers beneath.
In he comes again, bowls, and this is driven straight up to extra cover. There's no run, fielded by Rossington out there. The sun is out. It's definitely, when I walked around to the museum at lunchtime, the wind is definitely a bit warmer than it was for when I got here at 9:15 this morning. It was almost like an Arctic wind, but it
was right.
Warmed up. It was a little bit more pleasant, although only the odd person, and there is now the odd person in shirt sleeves I see at the Birmingham end.
They have to be very old, I think.
Yeah, but in the sunshine down there, and if you're sheltered a bit, I think it's probably quite pleasant now. Because remember, there was no sun in the morning session
exactly
at all.
Not. No, it was really bitterly cold this morning. Harmer begins a new over from the pavilion end, still looking for his first wicket of the match, and won't get it from this delivery, which is played out by Lamb to an old-fashioned silly mid-on, Matt Critchley.
You don't hear that term used much now, do you?
No. Harmer is in bowls, and the ball plays down to mid-off. There's no run there. Yes, Critchley's not extremely silly, but fairly silly there, about 12 yards from the bat, and in danger of just encroaching onto the cut strip, so he just takes one step to his right. Harmer switches to around the wicket, bowls, and attempted pull here, but misses, and there is no run.
I think he might feel he missed out on that.
I think
one.
you're right. If he gets anything on that, it's at least a 4.
Yeah.
As Harmer bowls again, Lamb comes forward, steers it to Adam Rossington under the helmet. There's no run. So probably going to be pretty sunny for the rest of the day's play. Not so tomorrow, where there may be a few showers, although nothing, I think, terribly incursive, as the next ball just dabbed down the pitch.
This should really be the best part of the day to bat.
Yeah, indeed.
There's no, there was a little bit of assistance with the overhead cloud this morning, which, but now it's a similar day to yesterday again now.
Single here as Lamb plays Harmer down to long on. 188 for 5, Lamb to 55. Another Harmer over ends, and Warwickshire already 20 runs into the lead, having been 20 runs behind at the luncheon adjournment. So they've been going along at better than the run of ball since there, and I think that's 8 overs since lunch. 188 for 5.
We are going to see a bowling change here.
Yeah,
Critchley coming back into the attack, isn't it?
Steketee taken off.
Yeah, Critchley. Probably a couple of things here. Obviously, I think Essex, do they normally go into their matches with 3 seamers, Paul? Or do they have a 4th? Usually?
Well, they would like to have a 4th.
Yeah. Of course, with no Lawrence here, because does Lawrence do?
He doesn't bowl that many overs, but of course they would like to have. I think had he been playing, or sorry, if he hadn't been injured, I think he would definitely have had a couple of overs at some point.
Yeah. Anyway, here's Critchley to bowl from the Birmingham end. He's in. His first delivery is short, and it's cut away down to the deep cover boundary, where it's fielded by Simon Harm.
Point I made yesterday is that Paul Walter, who last season looked to be improving all the time with his batting and can also bowl seamers, I think he has to come in really for the next game.
Yeah. This one is driven up to a deepish mid-off, and there's no run. I
mean, I say he has to, unless he doesn't. It's not up to me, but I do feel that he actually merited his place last season, and I'm not sure he's done anything not to merit it now.
This next one is cut, just angled down to Rossington, who's at backward point. They can't get past him. So Burgess just looking to keep working this ball. He's on 25. This one again, he now plays into the onside. And Snater does the fielding, coming in from mid-wicket.
Well, Tom West would be very pleased if Critchley, even if he doesn't take a wicket, can just keep a lid on the run scoring.
Again, it's another dot ball played out to Ben Anderson, who's still on the field. Is going to be on, I think, for the whole of the innings, to be fair. I think he's got a bit of fielding ahead as substituting for Dan Lawrence. This one is open to face and just run it away out square on the offside. Out to Simon Harmer, out on the cover boundary. He gets a single, Burgess, so he'll keep the strike. It's 190 for 5 and takes Burgess on to 26, and Matt Lamb is on 56.
Well, there's 8 overs till the second new ball becomes available, and I think Tom Wesley will be much hoping that he can just keep the 2 spinners going until the new ball becomes available, and then he'd look to Snater and Sam Cook to see if they can get any joy from what really is the one weapon left for Essex.
Yep.
Harmer coming around the wicket from the pavilion end, beginning a new over. And Burgess, who kept the bowling with that single last ball of the previous over. Reverse sweep in action here, and that's gone away for 4, evading the diving Snater at backward point. And Burgess will move along to 30 now, and he really is accumulating his runs very quickly. 194 for 5.
Yes, it was a ball from Hain which was pitched outside leg stump, and Burgess was very much sort of one-day type shot as he reverse swept it away comfortably for 4.
And this time he's hit the ball in the more conventional right-hander's fashion over the mid-wicket boundary for 4, and picked that up very nicely indeed. 198 for 5, and that lead just rocketing along successive boundaries, and that now has reached 30, the lead, and even Hain now is becoming a little bit expensive.
It just looks a little bit, Simon Hain, just a little bit wearied on this, as in terms of there's nothing in it for him at all, and just wondering quite where that wicket's going to come from. It's probably going to come from a mistake rather than anything else.
Hain bowls again, and that one's edged past slip, and going away. It won't go to the boundary, long boundary down in the direction towards the city end, and a good bit of fielding by Shane Snater, whose enthusiasm is boundless. And 200 comes up on the board for 5 with 2 runs there, and Burgess tanking along here.
Yeah, Warwickshire's first batting point, of course.
Hamerson bowls hit very firmly back to the bowl. Oof, and Hamer throws that one, in danger of hitting the batsman there, but all's well. Well, in fact, the umpires are now going to have a conflab.
I wonder whether he's appealed for hitting the ball twice. The umpires again, he threw the ball back at Burgess, who was...
The 2 umpires are in an embrace here.
No, I think it would be very difficult to uphold a decision where you've thrown the ball back at the batsman.
Yes, yes, it may not have been that. I don't know whether it might have been, you know, was Hamer too aggressive there? Anyway, I don't think any cards have been brandished.
I don't think he was particularly aggressive.
And Hamer's in again, bowls, played back to the bowler, and
he may not be on, Burgess may not be on his Christmas card list for this coming year, but I don't think he was causing any real rumpus with him.
Hamer in, and this ball is pulled away into the mid-wicket region. Allison's out there on the boundary, and the over ends 201 for 5. Burgess again keeps the strike, 37. Lamb on 56, and the verb to brandish has taken on a new lease of life with the advent of cards in sport. I think it was a verb that would initially have been used more with the sword, but
yes.
Swords are no longer sort of in the news that much, so just as the verb was in danger of disappearing down the plug hole, it finds itself in constant use.
Yeah. And some use it a lot more than others. I go to a lot of football matches during the winter, and gosh, I see some referees brandishing their cards at virtually every tackle. New over, and this one is whipped away by Burgess down to the deep mid-wicket boundary. First ball from Critchley on his new over from the Birmingham end. Burgess going along at a bit of a lick here. He's on to 38 now. Lamb is on 56, and Warwickshire on to 202 for 5.
Of course,
sorry.
I was just going to say the man who's most renowned for his brandishing of cards, Mike Dean, is just about to retire.
Yes, he finishes, doesn't he? This next one is driven by Lamb up to mid-on. There's no run. Critchley, they're just ticking these overs off now with the new ball due in 6 overs time. This next one is played with soft hands by Lamb and fielded off his own bowling by Critchley.
Critchley, new to Essex this season, with his leg spin here.
Ian bowls and is worked away by Lamb into the gap between cover point and extra cover, and Adam Rossington goes running across with the pads on. He's still got the pads on from when he's fielding short leg, which does restrict a little bit, and it also makes his legs look incredibly large with the underneath his trousers. This one pushed into the offside and there's no run.
Yes, I think Warwickshire, after those 2 early wickets this morning, have batted extremely well in the persons of Hain, Burgess and Lamb.
Yeah, they've gone about it with a purpose, haven't they, rather than sort of trying to throw the bat. This next one is just run away into the offside. Ben Arson does the fielding and there's no run, so another over ticked by. 203 for 5. We've got 6 overs to go to the new ball, and I think at this point that Tom West is just counting these down so he can give the new ball to his strike bowlers to Cook and probably Steketee.
I think Snater probably.
Would you think it'll be Snater who takes?
Yeah, well, Steketee bowled a spell
of course
after
he
lunch.
bowled that last spell, didn't
rather
he?
expensive at that.
Yes,
yeah,
that's
so
true.
I think
Yes, of course.
I think Snater is now seen along with Sam Cook as the go-to bowlers for Essex. But yeah, Warwickshire, as I say, they've really have been like a well-oiled machine. Aside from those 2 very early wickets, they've, as you say, batted with a purpose, and whenever there've been runs there, they've taken them, and they've looked like men in form, which of course they are. As Harmer's in, bowls to Lamb, plays it to Critchley at short mid-wicket.
It was a feature last season, of course, in their championship winning season, that they batted deep down, and if they got into trouble, there were plenty in the team who could get them out of that.
Harmer bowls again, then it's played down the pitch. Well, I was joshing with Richard Wilford just after lunch when I was saying, well, say what you like, Richard, this is going to be a lead of at least 100 for Warwickshire, and I will, now they only need to get another 65, I think, to make it 100 lead, and this ball's played out to point. Now, you can never be sure with cricket, but I feel it's more likely that they'll reach the 100 lead with these 2 still there than that they'll be all out before they even reach 100. Such is the assurance with which they're batting. Second new ball could just change things a little bit there. It's played to backward point. Bowler's Harmer, the batsman is Lamb, but even then, sometimes a new ball can go against the fielding side. You've got to take it in this situation, but it doesn't necessarily mean that suddenly you'll start taking wickets. As here comes Lamb forward and steers it into the offside. And what I like about the way this pair are batting, they're playing the ball on its merits.
Yeah, yes, they are.
They're only hitting the poor balls. They're not sort of getting carried away. And here is an example with an exemplary forward push from Lamb. Everything right about it. Foot of the pitch, head over the ball. Just a defensive bat laid on the ball to stroke it square on the offside to the head-banded Shane Snater, who we're going to be hearing rather more of when this second new ball becomes due. Warwickshire cruising into a lead with great assurance. They're all of a sudden 45 runs to the good at 203 for 5.
35.
35,
yeah,
sorry.
They'll take the 45, but
yeah, it won't be long.
So another over ticked off, so 5 to go as Critchley starts a new over from the Birmingham end. He's in past umpire Mullender. This one is clipped away fine off his pads by Burgess and will run down to the fine leg boundary for 4. So just drifting onto the leg stump, and Burgess helped himself to just tickled it away, taking him onto 37. And 40 onto 42 now, of course.
And when you have 2 batsmen in this sort of form, the margin for error for bowlers is virtually nil.
That's right. That's right. approach in again. Burgess solid in defence. The new ball is due. I'm sure Tom Wesley will look at the sky and think, where's all that cloud gone? Because
Yes.
the new ball would have obviously been a big advantage. This next one is driven away nicely by Burgess, with just leaning into it and just pushing the ball into the gap and taking the single.
Well, Richard made another very good point earlier when he said that when Steckety was bowling, Wesley was actually setting a field for a bad ball.
Yeah.
In other words, having to put fielders he wouldn't have wanted on the boundary out in the deep,
Yeah.
which means it opens up a single just about anywhere.
Yes, indeed. This is played by Lamb, just as he almost moving away, he just drops the ball down in front of him, and Adam Wheater comes running round from behind the stumps and does the pick up. This next one from Lamb is cracked away through extra cover. He'll get a couple of runs as Harmer's throw is back in to Wheater, but not before Lamb has completed a second run. Lamb continues. He's on to 59 now. This is for somebody whose position at the beginning of the season was whether he would be in the team or not. But he started the season in magnificent form as he pushes this one away for another one. He goes into the 60s now with that. Warwickshire move on to 211 for 5.
Well, we may be reaching the time where I know there aren't any selectors at the moment, but when the selectors are selected for England, they could do worse than for events in this Warwickshire batting lineup, because, you know, these lads are playing with a great deal of confidence, having made this terrific start to the season. And if in a month's time it still looks as if they're in terrific form, you know, some of those that have been tried for England have been found wanting. There's nothing quite like picking people who in the county game are full of runs. I was making the point to Richard earlier that while county cricket gets in the neck every time England have a bad series, but very often it's when players join England that they don't then play county cricket, and if they lose form then they're not getting any red ball cricket before the next test, as this first ball of a new Harmer over is steered for no run into the covers. 211 for 5.
Right, I'm going to make way for Richard because he's got to come back and take over here. So I'll leave you with this, Paul.
Thank you, Phil. As the ball is just steered out into the offside. There's no run there. And 211 for 5 on the board. Harmer's in bowls, and this ball is just played out into the offside for no run. Harmer 15.3 overs, 4 maidens, none for 31. Still going at his typical 2 runs and over, but the difference would be hasn't really looked like taking a wicket. That's a quicker delivery, but just the right way of playing it from Lamb, getting the left foot well down the track, kept a bit low if anything, head over the ball, returned whence it came, and Harmer's on his way again. Bowl full toss, rather missed out on that, though I never quite go along with people who seem to think every full toss should end up somewhere in the crowd, having been hit for 6. But it picks out Alice mid-wicket and there's no run. 211 for 5. Harmer's up again, slip, bat pad and a short mid-wicket. Close field. And final ball of the over, steered to Shane Snater. All of which takes us to 77 overs on the board, and 211 for 5. New ball due in 3.
I'll tell you what else is due. The first of our guests is going to take the mic if
I will make way.
So thanks very much, Paul. Paul Newton will be back with us again very shortly after 3, but did promise that we'd have a couple of special guests during the course this afternoon, and I don't want to break a promise. So once I've got this plugged in, and Paul has managed to move his computer, we're going to be joined by the Bears pace bowler Craig Miles, quiz genius, as we discovered last year on the Bears Pod Blast. Put Ollie Hannon Dolby to the sword on the quiz, but if you take a seat there, Craig, and I'll pop those on. With Matt Critchley about to start the next over. Can you hear me okay? You there?
Yep, all good. I'm in, Rich.
Welcome aboard. As Critchley had to begin his 6th over, 211 for 5 the Bears, and off really the inside half of the bat, looking to push the ball up towards mid-on was Burgess. Pretty enterprising partnership between these two now since lunch, isn't it?
Yeah, they pushed on nicely. Burgess played in his typical fashion, and Lammy has played nicely so far this season. It's been really nice to see these two, score plenty of runs, because probably from the outside looking in, there's plenty of competition for places, and it's always great to see the batting lineup firing and holding the shirt, I suppose.
Burgess pushed the next ball through the covers for a single, takes him to 43, and now Matt Lamb on the back foot manages to guide it in front of Rossington at point for another single out to the boundary rider, who is Simon Harmer, who's gone into the deep for a while for a bit of a break of concentration, I think, as much as anything. 2.5 overs to the new ball, which is going to be an interesting phase of the game. See what happens from Critchley's next. 213 for 5, the lead up to 45, defended by Burgess into the offside. New ball bowlers have done a lot of work already for Essex today as well, Craig.
Yeah, I was actually just chatting with Jake Lintop there, that Harmer hasn't probably bowled as many as he typically had or does. Those guys, the seamers that they've got, Essex, have already... Well, that's a nice shot from Burgess.
Yeah, Burgess whipping the ball off his toes, down on one knee. Couldn't get it wide of Nick Brown. A single, 214 for 5.
Yeah, so the clouds are lifted. It's a great day here now in Birmingham, and the seamers are going to have to come back for another spell, albeit with the new ball. But it's great to have two set batsmen there to take that on.
Critchley to Lamb, driven, doesn't get it past the short extra cover. End of the over, 214 for 5. We've made a lot today of the fact that Essex lack a fourth seamer, a part-time seamer. In the past, they'd have had the likes of Ryan Tenduscarter, Ravi Bapara. You look at the balance of the Warwickshire team, Will Rhodes tends to have a lot of options available to him.
Yeah, it's always good to have that. I guess in a top order batsman, if they can bowl a bit of seam, it just takes a little bit of heat off your front line seamers. And Rhodes, particularly last year, he was. He was almost golden arm at times. He took vital wickets, or took him in clusters, and that certainly helped. And just looking at Essex a little bit at the moment, they've just need that in their side. Albeit their frontline team attack is pretty impressive with the likes of Cook.
Simon Harmer begins a new over, driven into the offside, picked up an extra cover.
And obviously Harmer is a world-class spinner. So yeah, it's just in the balance in a minute. It'll just be interesting to see how this new ball plays.
These two will get on with it if they get the chance against the new ball as well. That's beautifully guided here by Burgess, and that is a chase down to third man. The outfield has been slow down there, and Snater will scamper after it and restricts Warwickshire to 216 for 5. This stand now worth 92, and they've really accelerated since lunch. 68 runs have come in just over 15 overs.
This was the partnership that I guess we needed from the start of the day. Losing a couple of early ones. That's a lovely sweep again by Burgess up to the deep mid wicket. This is the partnership you need, isn't it? It takes us a decent way beyond their score, and hopefully these guys can continue into about another hour or so here to take us into tea.
Yeah, single from that shot from Burgess, 217 for 5, and he's approaching a half century. Matt Lamb already there, of course. He's on 61. That was a quicker, fuller delivery from Harmer that he just pushes out into the leg side. Critchley does the fielding. Harmer in his 17th over. Might be the last of this spell if they're going to go for the new ball straight away, as you expect they might. Using his feet here is Lamb. Beauty. Absolute beauty. Amazing. Wide of mid-off. He was 2/3 of the way back, and that's 4 more. 65 to Lamb.
That's trademark Lamb, I think, against spin. Through the extra cover region, using his feet well, and piercing that gap between extra cover and mid-off. Fantastic shot.
Made a fine counter-attacking century against Surrey a fortnight ago, and now he's played another fine hand for the Bears, has Lamb. And Harmer this time draws him onto the front foot. He steers it towards mid-wicket. Ben Allison, the 12th man, does the fielding. The end of that over, 221 for 5. Tends to be, it's all very well for you when you played in the last game, but not this one, but the tracks over on this side of the field towards the Priory tend to have a little bit more in it for the seamers?
Yeah, I think so. I think with that, potentially with that Surrey wicket, you know, groundsmen leading into the season, I guess they're always a little bit wary of you know, weather potentially hampering them a little bit. So I think actually, you know, that end of March, early April was pretty solid, and it probably got a little bit more sun than Gary expected, and it was probably just probably a touch flatter than maybe we would have liked to the side. But I think, you know, it's a good test ultimately against a strong Surrey bowling attack and batting lineup with that. So to come out at that game with a solid draw on that pitch, we're pretty happy at also being sort of, you know, 40 for 4 as well. So yeah, it's nice to move over to this side and have a wicket that's offered a little bit more for the seam.
Critchley's first ball of a new over was jabbed into the offside by Burgess for a single. That takes him to 49. 222 for 5. The leg spinner in again, middle and leg. Lamb forward, defends into the leg side. The sun now shining on the wicket. Those of you watching on the Warwickshire website feed, you can see just how brightly it's shining when you look from the far end. As he's pulling it into the leg side here. Brown was a little bit slow to react. In the end, he pulls out quite a good diving stop to save the boundary. There was just a moment where the ball was in the air that Critchley was interested, but Lamb is safely through for a single. 223 for 5.
Just looked as if these two just fancied a few quick runs just before this new ball, and just trying to latch on to anything that's slightly off target as Burgess pushes that to point.
Yeah, he's one away from a half century. He might like to get there this over. That last wicket stand with Ollie Hannon Dolby against Surrey will be remembered for a long time by those of us who watched it. As a fuller delivery is driven towards extra cover. Slightly fumbled in the field, but not going to cause any concern for Essex. Allison's able to gather.
Tell you what, it's a great view up here. We were just up in the press box, and I don't even think I've ever been up there. There it is.
There it is. There's the 50 for Burgess as he guides the ball into the leg side, out towards Brown, who comes around the mid-wicket boundary. So Burgess joins Lamb, having reached his half century, and he's done it a little bit slower. 95 balls. He was very watchful in particular before the lunch interval, but the partnership as well is up to 99, I think it is now. Oh, 100. No, the partnership's 100 as well. So they've added 100 for the 6th wicket. Absolutely vital contribution from both of them. And now new ball.
Yep, yeah, we will. It looks like Sam Cook's ready to go. Be interesting to see what sort of field they go with here. You know, like we say, we're building a nice lead here. They might not be able to attack as much as they would have liked. So it'd just be interesting to see what field Cook and Wesley's here.
Broad-shouldered Sam Cook bustles into the wicket. They've produced some really good seamers in recent years, haven't they?
Yeah, they have. I think bowling at Chelmsford in recent years has been, pretty enjoyable as a seam bowler, and Sam Cook's probably someone that has come on, year on year. He's taken, he's probably bettered his wicket tally almost year on year, and he's becoming one of probably the most feared seamers around on the county circuit at the minute.
He's 1 for 48 from 19 overs so far in this innings. Got quite a heavy workload, the 3 seamers, in the morning session. It'll be interesting to see how long they've got in them with this second new ball as he comes in to bowl to Burgess, who stands upright and turns the ball towards mid-wicket. Brown comes round the field, 2 slips in place, and more of a gully than a point, I think, once he's in position. But you're right, they can't over-attack now with the lead having grown to 56 with 5 wickets in hand.
Yeah, pretty almost standard field that you would feel, really. You got a bit of protection in your cover region and mid wicket. Probably looking to keep the stumps in play as well as the outside edges with the 2 slips.
Cook, fairly full delivery into the pads, turned again towards mid wicket by Burgess. How much of a say do you like in the field that's set when you're bowling?
I think it has to be driven from the bowler, really. There's plans, there's things that you're trying to do to certain batsmen, but it's a conversation you have between yourself or myself and the captain, Will Rhodes. Ultimately, he will have the final say, but I think as Cook just strays down leg side there, good stop by Wheater. you know, Will has the final say of what he's thinking, but I think if you go to him with a strong plan and you're convincing, he'll back you all the way. So it's a combination of the two, but ultimately it's for what's right for that particular scenario or batsman.
He seems to like a plan and a strategy. Enjoyed watching him captain the side last year, Will Rhodes. There's full of delivery again outside off stump this time, just draws Burgess forward in defence, full face of the bat, drives it up towards mid-off.
We've had a few more discussions this year leading through pre-season. The balls haven't seemed to swing as much potentially as last year. Someone like Ollie Halland-Dolby is renowned for that away shape, and he probably hasn't swung it as much. So we've had quite a lot of conversations around how we're going to, you know, look to utilise that new ball, and also when you know, further into those. That's a nice delivery.
Yeah, Cook goes past the outside edge. The ball just straightened a touch. He had to be playing at it.
Yeah, that was
Burgess.
a really fine delivery there. So yeah, we've had a little bit of discussion around that. So that's been a slight tactical change, I suppose.
Is it true that the seam's not quite as pronounced on the ball this year? Because that was suggested to me.
I'm not sure about. I don't know about that potentially, but it just seems as if the balls are going quite soft and splitting from the quarter seams quite quickly. I'm not really sure why they've. I mean, well, that's
the appeal for LBW. He's come quite a long way down before it struck him. Cook, as he tends to do, imploring umpire Kettleborough to give that out, but the benefit of the doubt may well have been because Burgess had taken 2 or 3 paces down the track before that struck him on the pad. Good over though, the first over with the new ball from Sam Cook. Essex will be encouraged by that. Warwickshire 224 for 5 with Ham on 66 and Burgess 50.
Yeah, it looked like there was a bit of seam assistance there for Sam Cook, as there probably always will be for him. But yeah, just going back to the balls, they're just not really swinging as much for some reason. So it's interesting to see what he'll be looking to do here. It looks like Snater's the guy coming on from the far end, the city end.
Different bowler, Snater. Is he more of an effort bowler? Likes to hit the wicket pretty hard.
Yeah, it looks that way. I think he's got he hasn't played a huge amount of games for Essex so far in his career, but he's got pretty impressive stats from what I've seen. Quite a bustly bowler, running in, looking to hit the wicket hard with a little bit of movement either way. So as he comes in here for his first delivery.
Bowling to Matt Lamb, who was turned around a little bit by that. He was trying to play it through mid-wicket, and it's come off the leading edge and gone out into the offside. He looks quizzically at his bat, does Matt Lamb.
I think this is a pretty important part of the play now, really. If we can navigate our way through this new ball spell, they'll have the overseas Steckety to come and bowl after. If we can get through this spell from the seamers, push on another 30-40 runs, Essex will have to go back to the drawing board and how they want to, as the Lammy digs that out from his toes.
Yeah, very full from Snater, almost Yorker length.
So yeah, I think it's a pretty important play, because if you lose a couple of quick ones now, the hard work done here by Matt Lamb and Michael Burgess, will be a little bit in vain, I suppose. But backing these guys to see us through here for the next 45 minutes or so.
Snater with that rather familiar white headband, charging in from the Birmingham end, short of a length, trying to clip it behind square was Miles, but he's been tucked up, the extra pace of the new ball, wrapped on the hip, which he gives a little bit of a rub now. The other voice you can hear at the moment, Craig Miles, joining us on the coverage here on the BBC Cricket homepage, wherever you're listening around the world. Paul Newton will be back from BBC Essex in a bit. I'm Richard Wilford from BBC Radio WM. Phil Britt from Warwickshire will be around again before too long, and we will have another special guest for you at 3 o'clock, which is nice.
Looking forward to seeing how he goes, Rich.
Yeah, we'll see. It's his birthday. He might get carried away.
You give away a big clue there on who that might be for the Warwickshire fans amongst us.
Matt Lamb comes forward and defends into the offside. I mean, there is a former player whose birthday is today, is there not?
I think so. Am I right in saying Trotty? Yeah. His
birthday as well, so happy birthday to Jonathan Trott. It's not him who's coming on the microphone.
He was over in the nets earlier, slinging it at me and a few of the other guys who are not featuring in this game. He's in good spirits.
Yeah, it's good to have him around, and what he doesn't know about batting isn't worth knowing. That's the good thing about it. There's a lovely looking drive from Lamb, but the mid-off is quite deep, and therefore is able to get across and slide in and do the field. I think the score remains 224 for 5.
Snater here with the same field as Cook had to begin with, the 2 slips and pretty much a ring field, typical of a Saturday League game. This field, I would feel. You know, just trying to dry up a few runs with the attacking options of the 2 slips as he comes in again. Oh,
this time driven through mid-wicket to the short boundary for 4.
Pierce that
just
gap.
Turned his bat on it a little bit there, Lamb, to create the angle wide of Nick Brown. And the first run's off the new ball, 228 for 5, and Matt Lamb is to 70. The only thing that field would have needed to be a true Saturday field, it's probably changed these days. I know you're going to be playing Birmingham League cricket tomorrow, but you would have a third man more often than not.
No, yeah, you're right. You might have to potentially lose maybe that mid-wicket man and drop him down to third man. It's a pretty profitable area on a Saturday, that one, especially when I'm batting anyway.
Yeah. I have to go back to my youth to remember my days at third man, often at both ends.
Pretty disappointed that you know, I played last week on Saturday, and you know, the tees aren't in the game, well, certainly not in the Birmingham League, not being provided by the home team.
Oh,
which is obviously come from COVID, but it's disappointing. You know, you go around your local league grounds, and Burgess tickles that just in the side of fine leg. He's coming back for 2, taking
good running. That's good running between the two of them. Burgess 252, 230 for 5.
Yeah, it's always enjoyable getting off after 50 overs in the field and enjoying a nice spread of sandwiches and sausage rolls. As much as the fitness coach here, Jack Murphy, probably doesn't want to hear that.
Yeah, so your high energy drink and your celery.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, little bowl of pasta.
Yeah. Pasta, a bit of protein. That's if you're listening, Jack.
Yeah, your body's a temple. He knows.
Well forward, Michael Burgess to mid-off.
Cook with quite a nice little follow through. Naturally angles back out of the way of trouble. Not going to run down the wicket with that at all. Yeah, we can't complain about your physical condition, Craig, because as pace bowlers go, you're one of the more sprightly fielders.
I try and put myself about a bit as much as I can. I enjoy it. I really enjoy the fielding. It's the biggest part of the game. It's the thing you do the most, really, isn't it? There's a lot of time stood around in the field, so you've got to find ways of firstly enjoying it, but involving yourself, you know, and contributing to fielding wickets, as they like to call it.
Big conventional forward defensive from Burgess to the next delivery from Cook. You don't mind a bit of gully as well, do you? Want a bit of gully every now and then?
I don't mind. Yeah, I found myself on Saturday in the slips. Yeah, it's something I've probably tried to avoid, but you know, you see a lot of fast bowlers in there now. Anderson's handy in there, isn't he? And
Cook again draws Burgess forward in defence, and there's no run. Although your greatest contribution, I think, to county championship cricket in the field is the fact that you've brought the old floppy hat back. I think it's good to see. I know Ollie Allen Dolby likes a floppy hat as well.
Yeah, Henry Brooks does too.
He does.
Well, I think Henry's a little bit upset at the moment because he has this really almost vintage Warwickshire floppy hat. It almost is closer to a bucket hat than a floppy hat. And Mark Robinson's told him that he can't use it.
Oh.
So he's a little bit flat at the moment about that because Henry is a keen wearer of the floppy hat. So yeah, I do like a floppy hat. It's but for me, a typical cap doesn't particularly look great on my quite small head. So try and cover it as best I can, and the floppy hat suits me. Well, personally, I feel it suits me a bit more than the baggy blue.
Another forward defensive from Burgess. Now prepares to face the final ball of the over and drives it up towards mid-off. Very, very watchful against Sam Cook. And I think, you look at the situation here. Essex have fought well, particularly this morning. 2 early wickets for Shane Snater. But Warwickshire now leading by 62, still with the 5 wickets standing. And with the amount of work that Snater and Cook have done, then Matt Lamb and Michael Burgess might be thinking, well, if we can get through the first 8-10 overs with this second new ball, this attack might start to run out of...
Yeah, well, Snater's 20 overs already. 20 overs out of 83. He's bowled a quarter of the overs, and with that, the bowlers will start to tire, and also I feel they'll have to spread their field a little bit just to try and hold this lead from getting away from them. So it'll be interesting to see how they go after this and how they use these seamers after this spell with the new ball.
Snater bustles in from the Birmingham end. Lamb is driving and gets it wide enough of a tumbling mid-off to come through for a comfortable single to 71, 231 for 5. Wasn't the most comfortable piece of fielding. A little bit of a leg stretch going on there. But you look at now with the 2 slips in place. There's a short mid-wicket and an extra cover. Mid-on and mid-off are fairly deep, and then 2 boundary fielders on the leg side, so deep square and deep backward square leg. You wouldn't be that surprised therefore if Snater did drop his length a little bit at some point here to Burgess. Doesn't now though. Burgess driving to the right of mid-on, who pulls out the sort of slow tumble that you expect from a footballer who's decided that he's going to go down.
I think Burgess will enjoy the fact that if he does drop his length. You saw that last, the Surrey game where almost Michael, he would use his feet to come down to the seamers, and as a seamer you feel someone almost charge you. Instinctively you want to drag your length or bump them, and you got this hitting out to the short side here. Snater's into mid-wicket for no run, and I think Michael will be pretty happy to take on that side because it is slightly shorter it is considerably shorter than the side towards the Hollies.
Yeah, 8 sixes in the end of that innings of 178, Michael Burgess.
Pretty phenomenal striking in some of those shots.
Yeah, some very clean hits, particularly over to the Hollies side, which was a bit closer, to say the least, for that game, because we're something like a dozen wickets to the left as we look down from the pavilion. Back of a length, and that's just a nice bit of timing from Burgess to guide it out in between the 2 fielders in the offside. Didn't have to put any power into that, and they come through for a comfortable 233 for 5.
That's the beauty of the new ball, isn't it? You just have to lean on it and you get a little bit more value than the slightly older one. So it's a very, very well timed, almost defensive shot into the gap.
If you always note the figure of curiosity in the back of the Holly stand always sits in the same seat, the fella there. Even though he might as well be in Cannon Hill Park watching this game from where he is.
Yeah, it's interesting the view he has there. He's not too close to the action, is he?
Lovely drive here by Burgess, and that's going to beat Steckity at mid-on. He's just used his feet a little bit there, and almost had to drag his front foot out of the way to be able to lean on that ball and guide it wide of mid-on. He's up to 58, 237 for 5. The lead now 69.
Be interesting to see if that person in the Hollies has a set of binoculars, because, like you say, it's closer to the Colts strips and the actual wicket we're playing on it at the moment. So, but I think maybe it's a lucky spot for them, and that's where they feel most comfortable.
I've seen him sat all day for a day where there was no play because of rain. Burgess is able to almost able to beat the point fielder with an off drive here, but it's fielded by Allison. He's just rubbing his arm. He's felt a bit picked upon here, Ben Allison, fielding his 12th man because of the injury yesterday evening to Dan Lawrence. It looked like he'd pulled a hamstring, and the ball has followed Ben Allison round the field fairly steadily today.
He's a seam bowler as well. He's in a pretty hot spot there in terms of point. It's a position where you want a good fielder, so he must have a decent rep amongst his fellow Essex players, and he's gone to the opposite side for point for Cook as well, so he's certainly amongst the action.
He hasn't missed much, he's just had to chase quite a bit. And he's got slightly less skin now on his right arm than he had before he started. He's still ringing it out.
A bit of tubey grip on both arms there.
Yeah, I think he knows he's going to be diving at some point.
Cook
into Lamb, and wow. He's gone absolutely through him there. I think it's missed leg stump in the end. The Cook goes down on both knees, both hands, and can't believe he's got nothing for that. That is an absolute perler.
Wheater's taken that as if it was a leg side take there. He's a long way down the leg side. That was, I think, Matt Lamb was expecting the death rattle there.
So it's not like it's a drop chance, but on 71 he'll feel like he's just used up a life.
Yeah.
I think. It's just cut back and gone through him.
It's Cook in again. back of a length, defended towards mid-off, extra cover cuts it off.
It's galling when that happens as a bowler, isn't it? You think you've got everything right, you've produced a Jaffa. Best ball he'll bowl all day, that is. Even if he takes 2 or 3 wickets in what remains of the day, that's the best ball he'll have bowled.
100%. It's often your best balls probably don't get wickets, but it's the ones that follow that do. As Cook comes in again. Good luck. And he's got him. Yeah,
he's got through him this time. He's bowled him, and you have to say that he deserves that wicket. The ball 2 deliveries previously was an absolute Jaffa, and that one is just as good, and it's broken the defence of Matt Lamb, who goes for a fine 71. He again has come in at a difficult stage when the Bears were 86 for 4, and he falls with a score on 237 for 6.
Yeah, it looked a very similar delivery to the one that cut him in half a couple balls ago, but it was slightly fuller, and it's just gone into probably middle stump. But fine knock there by Matt Lamb, in some good touch at the minute. I mean, he's batted really well there with Michael Burgess, as he gets a nice ripple from the Edgbaston faithful.
And Gray's an even more important phase now, because you're at the bowlers who bat now. The next 2 batsmen will be coming in Danny Briggs and Henry Brooks. Are both perfectly capable. And there'll be Briggs in at 8, and with this second new ball only in its 5th over, so any help that the bowlers are going to get will be nice and early. Adam Wheat has gone to visit the groundsman's hut. I think we can probably guess why.
Yeah, it's that's the best option, isn't it? I think once you're out there, it's a long way back to the changing room toilets, that's for sure, if you're from that far end. So I wouldn't actually know where to go in there if I needed to nip into there. Dom Sibley nipped in there yesterday when I was doing 12th man, and I had to meet him halfway between the wicket and the groundsman's hut, because he'd used the facilities over there. Yeah, I wouldn't know where to go over there. I need to probably find it out just in case one day.
Before too long we'll have some changes in the box, and also at 3 minutes past I'll do my update for BBC Radio WM and BBC CWR. Briggs comes to the crease. There was a bit of consultation between the umpires and Simon Harmer, whether it was referring back to the incident a bit earlier when they appealed against Michael Burgess hitting a ball that was thrown back at him by Simon Harmer. Adam Rosington's gone and got the tin lid out, so he's going to come in at a short leg, you would think, for Briggs.
Yeah, that'd be for a similar delivery, I suppose, is what he's just bowled there to Matt Lamb. One that, if Danny gets a little inside edge and pops up off one of the pads, that's what he's there for, I think, rather than the short delivery. Oh,
and it is a short ball, and Briggs is quickly up onto his toes and steers it down into the ground, where it bounces up into the hands of Rosington.
Well, there we go. Shows how much I know, that he was actually going to use a shorter delivery for that short leg. So
you fell for the double bluff.
I did, yeah. If that was me, I'll be looking to come forward there, and I might have been rushed.
He's bowled very well with his second new ball so far, Cook. 2 for 50 overall. This one outside off stump, and Briggs is able to shoulder arms, and it goes through about 6 inches below shoulder height on Adam Wheater. Adam Wheater is not the tallest, mind you, but reasonable carry. I was saying earlier, he's old school size of wicketkeeper.
Yeah, he's it's like Alex Davis. He's quite a short fella, isn't he?
Yeah.
Agile, stay low, come up with a bounce. That's a typical wicketkeeper sort of size. It's Cook in again. Danny navigates to deep square. Takes a single off the last ball.
Steals the strike. Well, there we go. I'll tell you what, shall we take this point, as I'm about to do a report. This is quite a good time for us to do the switch over. Craig, hope you've enjoyed the last half hour. And it would be good to catch you again as the season goes on. Although we want to see you out there as well. That's the point. That's what we'll do. But,
so.
Craig, I'll just switch that off so nobody hears the rattle. But we will introduce somebody else in the next couple of minutes. As we wait the next over from Shane Snater. As very shortly I'll be doing the update for our stations. Then we'll bring in a guest, and then we'll in a while bring in another member of the commentary team as well. But Snater preparing to bowl to Briggs. Burgess still there on 58. Now it's about getting as much support for Burgess as the Bears did against Surrey to maximise the lead that they can get from this innings. As Snater charges in to begin a new over, bowling to Briggs, who's forward watchfully and defends it back down the wicket, and Snater picks up the ball and returns to his follow through. The wind has died down largely, still a bit of a breeze across from the Hollies stand across to the other side, but you can hear the wind on the effects microphone. Here at Edgbaston, Warwickshire now 238 for 6, a lead of 70 over Essex. A century stand has just been ended though. Good partnership between Matt Lamb and Michael Burgess. Lamb out for 71, bowled by Sam Cook with the second new ball. Danny Briggs has just struck a boundary through mid-wicket for 4. He's joined Burgess, who, following on from his century against Surrey a fortnight ago, has moved nicely on to 58. Warwickshire 242 for 6 now, a lead of 74. Briggs with that boundary during that report, very neatly clipped through mid-wicket, which brings us the opportunity to introduce our second guest of the afternoon. He is the birthday boy, no less, the left-handed leg spinner, Jake Lintott. Good afternoon to you.
Afternoon, Rich.
There's a very short bouncer from Snater, is ducked under by Danny Briggs. How are you keeping so far early in this season?
Yeah, real good, thank you. All geared up, had a real good pre-season, and now getting into things, playing predominantly in the second team, and yeah, it's been a great start. Yeah, more nervous about my debut on comms, to be honest, than my cricket at the minute.
Well, the noise you can hear from the radio station will disappear in a minute, which will help you, that's for sure. And it's great to have you on board. As these days, very much a full-time cricketer. We'll talk more about that in a moment as Snater comes in and bowls short of a length, and it goes down the leg side and through to the keeper. But available and around for all formats these days, and starting to enjoy the opportunities that are coming your way.
Yeah, no, definitely. It's really exciting time for me. It's obviously different to what I'm used to. It's the first full season I've had where I've been training as a full-time professional, so it's been a nice change, and it's great to be around the boys all the time, really, rather than dipping in and out. So yeah, really enjoying it thus far, and looking forward to what will hopefully be a really successful summer.
Briggs guiding the ball towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. Big change so far today is that morning session played under cloud cover with the floodlights on. It was hard yards, and the Bears had to work very, very hard against a very good Essex seam attack. They bowled really well this morning. Sun comes out. It's a different challenge for the bowling team, isn't it? Yeah,
100%. I was just listening to Craig talking there. It's an amazing view up here, and when the sun's shining, there can't be many better places to watch cricket from. So very jealous of your job you've got up here, Rich. It's a great view, and yeah, it's all set fair for batting at the moment. It's quite windy out there. From when we were training earlier, it was very windy, so that's the only sort of minor issue, I guess. It's a nice conditions for batting at the moment.
Snater's final ball of the over was another very short bounce, at this time delivered round the wicket to Danny Briggs. So Essex have decided that Briggs is going to get some of the short stuff with this second new ball, which is now 6 overs old, and Warwickshire with a lead of 74. So you've got club cricket to play as well, second 11 cricket, and waiting for the opportunity. Whether it has to be waiting until the T20 or whether you do get a chance in the Championship. You never quite know some of the surfaces that the Bears might come across, particularly on their travels.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I always play as much cricket as I can, really. As Cook comes in to Burgess at the moment, and he defends it straight back to Cook. Yeah, so playing as much cricket as I can. I've joined Nolan Dorridge in the Birmingham League and played my first game for them on Saturday, which didn't go to plan, as many of you will know, seeing the news. And then, yeah, playing some minor county stuff as well for Wiltshire in the T20 comp, using that as good preparation for the Blast. And then, yeah, like you said, it's probably a patient game for me in terms of red ball cricket, and trying to just bide my time and put in performances in the second team and see where we're at.
Cook with a very short ball that Burgess will duck under. But between the T20 Blast and the 100, there's a lot of cricket that lies ahead. So it's about being absolutely prepared from day one of those tournaments.
Yeah, 100%. And obviously people sort of know me predominantly through my white ball cricket, but I played a lot of 3-day cricket minor counties before becoming a professional, and I love that form of the game. So it's nice to be able to invest some time in it. And yeah, I think Craig touched on it earlier in terms of the balls this year. They're perhaps doing slightly less, and there may be times this year where teams either prepare some spinning wickets or pitches get tired towards the back end because there's a lot of cricket. So I just need to make sure I'm ready for that opportunity, really, and play second fiddle to Briggsy, who is obviously having a phenomenal time in a Bears shirt, and it's great to see him doing so well.
Burgess with a leave outside off stump to the next ball from Cook midway through this over. He has been the threat with the second new ball, Sam Cook, getting the wicket of Matt Lamb. And this one, I've got an inside edge onto the pads of Burgess. They'll come through for a single. We'll see if Richard Kettleborough signals anything. No, it was a little nick. Burgess will go to 59, 243 for 6.
Cook's been pretty relentless in his length and line over the first couple of days. Obviously yesterday as well, it looked like a real tough session. Last night, watching Sibbs and Hain take us to the close, which I think was actually a really important bit of cricket there. And yeah, he's bowled really well. Probably hasn't quite had the rewards that he would have liked.
Yeah, well, he was very unlucky 2 balls before that to get Matt Lamb, so in the end he got that reward, but he's dragged down onto the pads of Danny Briggs. And he looks really annoyed with himself because he wants to bowl to Briggs for the tail end of the over, but he's got him off strike with a single through square leg. 244 for 6.
Really interesting passage of play this now, obviously with a decent lead. You know, Burgess, obviously Briggsy's not with the tail yet, but Burgess will look to put the bowlers under pressure, I'd imagine, once we get past this new ball. So it could be a pretty exciting time of the game this next hour.
Well fielded his follow through there, Cook, as he was driven by Burgess, laid a right hand on it and stopped it end of the over. 244 for 6. You played the championship game against Worcestershire at New Road. Well, it was a road, wasn't it? It was a very, very flat surface last year. But it was an interesting experience for you. You know, the weight of overs that you bowled in that sort of game. That was something you weren't used to.
Yeah, no, definitely. It was obviously a huge honour to make a first-class debut. But yeah, like you said, it was a bit of a stalemate, that game. Wicket extremely flat, and yeah, had to take on quite a lot of overs, which is always nice. It was good learning for me. Hopefully the next time I get an opportunity, it's offering a little bit more for both bat and ball.
If you describe the next delivery, I'm going to make way so Paul Newton from BBC Essex can join you, Jake. So
Snater's into Briggsy, and he just plays inside it. Good ball, jagging away, challenging that forward defence. Snater and Cook really applying some good pressure here. They'll be looking to try and get another couple of wickets with this new ball. Joining us.
Thank you, Jake, as Snater comes in bowls, and the ball played back to the bowler. 244 for 6. Despite the loss of Matt Lamb, Warwickshire getting into a very strong position.
Yeah, just touching on it there, it's a really interesting time of the game, obviously. I'm sure Burgess will be looking to take the game to them pretty shortly, and we know Briggsy has had plenty of really good contributions down the order, so but while that ball's still new, it's still a big time, and Essex will be looking to take a couple of wickets and really apply the pressure.
Snater, long approach from the city end bowls, and this ball goes through outside off stump to be left there. Danny Briggs, of course, good innings against Essex, either in the game last year or the year before. He I think got 66, something like that, so he really is, although probably principally signed for his bowling, but he's such a useful lower order batsman.
Yeah, he's an extremely useful cricketer, really. I think he's come into the side here and he's fitted in really well. He's very calm, he's really good in the dressing room, and he's perfect to sort of play second fiddle to the top order, and he's made a number of really key contributions, none more so than the contribution on the last day of the championship season last year to get us that extra bonus point.
Yes, indeed. Just a dot ball goes through there outside off stump to Wheater's gloves, but 244 for 6. It was 148, I think, at lunch, if I remember rightly, so nearly 100 runs have come on. And Lamb the only man to go since for a very fine 71. And Snater's on his way again. Lovely sunny afternoon now. Bowls, and this ball is turned and hits Rossington at back pad and just deflects to deeper mid-wicket. There is no run there. Nick Brown tidies up, and Warwickshire 244 for 6. They've really got all the time in the world in the game left to build on this. They certainly look to be gaining a lead of well in advance of 100, and they'd be looking possibly at going even better than that.
Yeah, I think that's really key, is that we've got to try and get as big a lead as we can here, because obviously we know how tough it can be batting against Essex on the last day, particularly with Harmer, who's had a huge impact on the county championship since joining Essex. So it'd be really key to get a big lead here and put some pressure on Essex when they go into bat second.
So last ball of the over, just steered down to backward point again. There will be no run, and Briggs looking very calm and composed as he always does there as 5. Burgess on the other hand, any loose deliveries he gets are going to probably disappear into the distance. 244 for 6, and although Essex had a very good start to the day with the wicket straight away and another one in the following Snater over, since then although Essex have picked up 2 further wickets, but the runs have flowed increasingly as the heavens have parted, and obviously these are now conditions you want to be batting in.
Yeah, I had a good chat with Michael Burgess at lunch actually, and he said how tough it was prior to lunch, and it was about just trying to get through that period.
Cook begins a new over from the pavilion end, and this ball maybe not 100% in the direction the shot was aimed, but it's 4 runs, handsome runs at that, as Burgess drove at the ball, was probably looking to play it to the right of the man on the cover fence and goes to the left, but that won't worry him in the least. 63 to him, 248 for 6, and now exactly 100 runs have come since lunch.
Yeah, he's shown some good intent there. I think that sort of, you're going to start to see Michael play a few shots and be positive in everything he does, and obviously that one's just come off the outside half down to third man.
Well, who knows, he may be eyeing up consecutive career bests after his great start to the season. He's a way to go to get to that, but Cook meanwhile bowls to him and plays the ball on its merits, defensively back, narrowly missing the stumps at the bowler's end, and score remaining 248 for 6.
Yeah, he's in phenomenal touch. He's had a good pre-season, and he's come in and really took the game to the opposition, and every time he's batted, this has been a slightly different innings to his previous one. He's played with a lot of thought today, and he's getting us into a really strong position.
Cook in again and bowls, and this ball is nicely played out to the man on the cover fence, and that'll be one more run onto the total. 249 for 6, and Warwickshire getting ever more into the driving seat in this game, and really it all revolved yesterday around Essex's decline from 98 for 2 half an hour after lunch, and 25 minutes later they were 109 for 7, and when you lose half your wickets that quickly, you're going to struggle to get back into the game. 2 slips and a bat pad, the close field. Cook is in and bowls, and ball played back to the bowler by Danny Briggs, who tends to play very correctly, tends to move right into line with the ball, and takes a lot of shifting. He's on 5, Burgess 64, and that lead now 81 for Warwickshire.
Yeah, it was an interesting passage of play, wasn't it, after lunch yesterday? It all happened pretty quick.
And out of the blue, really, as Cook's in, bowls, and that's through outside off stump. Yeah, Dan Lawrence was going well on 30. Admittedly, Warwickshire had kept a lid on Essex's scoring rate in the half hour before lunch, and again the half hour after, so they do say in cricket that if you can keep the batsman quiet, then wickets will follow. It certainly happened, but I don't think there was any hint that one would go down after another. For instance, there were wickets in 4 consecutive overs bowled from this pavilion end.
I think
just interrupt as Cook bowls this ball, and that goes through outside off stump.
When we lost the toss, we were obviously a bit disappointed. We looked at the wicket and felt like it was a good batting day, and would have been a good chance to get some runs on the board. And similarly at lunch, we felt like it was a pretty decent wicket. There was obviously enough movement there. The bat got beaten quite a few times, but felt like once you get through that new ball, then there's runs to be had, and obviously those wickets were a massive bonus from that session, and set the game up nicely for Warwickshire.
Indeed, it's a ground where Warwickshire have had the Indian sign on Essex in recent years. It's a long time since Essex won a championship game on this ground, of course. But Essex did spend a lot of years earlier this century in Division 2 anyway, but even so, they've had a great time since returning to Division 1 with 2 titles, genuine championship titles, and obviously they won the Bob Willis trophies as well in 2020. In fact, this is a battle between the 2 most recent county champions, and Warwickshire certainly getting the better of this encounter at the moment as Burgess steers Mark Steckety over as Snater removed from the attack, Steckety coming into it from the city end. That one going to Critchley in the covers, and no run. 249 for 6.
Yeah, as you said, this is a huge game in the context potentially. 2 big sides going head to head, and we chatted prior to the game, and it's such a strong opposition, and we know we're going to face lots of different challenges when you play Essex.
As this next delivery is played defensively by Burgess down to the Essex skipper Tom Wesley at mid-off. Score remaining 249 for 6. Sun returns after a brief cloud had passed over the sun, but from very grey bowler-friendly conditions at the start of play, we now have conditions that, apart from a nasty easterly wind, couldn't be a lot better. Virtually clear blue sky wherever we look as Steckety's in bowls, and this ball is flicked down to long leg. Brilliant bit of fielding on the boundary away to our left, and cuts down the runs. Yeah, Sam Cook there is, apart from being a very good bowler, is a fine fieldsman as well, with a good arm on him, and saved a certain, well, would have been 4, so he saved 3 runs. 250 for 6, nevertheless brings Warwickshire their second batting bonus point, and Burgess up to 65 and Briggs has 5. Yes, he did particularly well because that was travelling down there, just helped on its way. Yeah,
phenomenal bit of fielding. Obviously an opening bowler, just touching it with Craig there, how important it is that everyone contributes in the field. Another good ball from Steckety, just beating the outside edge of Briggs's bat. So yeah, it's a really important part of the game, and bowlers now sort of holding their own in the field, and that was a phenomenal bit of fielding.
Yeah, that's certainly one of the benefits of one-day cricket in the past. Nobody seemed to mind too much if a quick bowler sort of fielded, should we say, with discretion, and would just allow a ball to go to the boundary. Nowadays you are expected to dive and cut them off as Steckety's in bowls, and this ball is played by Briggs into the covers. Paul Walter is fielding there. We've had Ben Allison out there, and indeed he still is at backward point. He's spent half his time roaring around the outfield. But
he's got a tough job, hasn't he, Ben? He's going to be out there for both innings potentially. A lot of overs in the field.
Is he someone you've come across at all on your travels?
No, I've heard lots about him. I've heard he's a real exciting talent. Another one off the rank at Essex. There's lots of brilliant seamers coming through.
Steckety is in and bowls, and this ball is going to be chased again by Allison down towards the third man boundary to get a single. 251 for 6, and
he's a busy boy.
Briggs along to 6. Yeah, very much. And of course I'm not sure who Walter is on for just at the moment. In fact, it looks as if he might be making his way off. I think that one is just for a comfort break, but poor Dan Lawrence yesterday sustaining what looked like a hamstring injury.
Yeah, it'd be frustrating for Dan, I'd imagine. It's not good to see anyone sort of pull up like that, and hopefully he'll be able to recover from that fairly quickly. Obviously hamstrings can take a little bit of time, and he'll have his eyes set on a big summer, so I'd imagine it's a pretty frustrating one for him. Wish him all the best, and hopefully he can get back out on the park soon and get back in the England shirt, because he's been doing really well at the international level, and he's looked pretty comfortable there so far.
Very much so, as Sam Cook from the pavilion end is in and bowls, and that ball has been magnificently caught in the slips, and Essex have their breakthrough, and Briggs has gone, and that was beautifully plucked away to his right.
Just held his length really well, Slightly wide of off stump, short of a length, and Briggs has gone pretty hard at it and found the outside edge, and it's a brilliant catch by Alistair Cook.
Indeed.
At first slip, I think.
Alistair Cook obviously didn't want to let Simon Harmer have things all his own way after his great catch earlier in the day to get rid of Will Rhodes. While that one I don't quite rate as highly as Harmer's, but it was still a pretty good take, that, because he was sort of going away to his right, almost behind Simon Harmer, and two fine slip catches. So that's one thing that Essex have done well today, actually, because things could be even stickier for them had the catches not stuck. And 251 for 7. Briggs caught Cook, bowled Cook, but not the same man. Obviously caught Alistair, bowled Sam. Sam has his third wicket of the innings, 3 for 57 in 24.1 overs. And even though Cook has taken a little bit more tap than he's accustomed to today, he still is only going at not quite 2.5 an over. And in addition to being so good at taking wickets, but importantly, when he isn't taking wickets, he's still proving very economical.
Yeah, I think that's sort of part and parcel of his job in this side, isn't it? To really keep it tight, and he knows he bowls enough threatening deliveries to take wickets. He gets a lot of seam movement. Obviously the balls are swinging a little bit less, but he's put the ball in good areas all day, and he's getting his rewards now with three wickets to his name. And obviously that's a really key wicket as well, getting Briggs nice and early, because he can be really tough to get out, and you're only sort of 3 wickets away now from getting off the field and trying to chase down that lead and try and keep that as low as possible, really. So it's quite an important time here.
No, absolutely. Well, they bat right down Warwickshire, and Henry Brooks is no mug with the bat, is now in the middle, and plays his first ball back to the bowler.
It's brilliant to see Henry out there. He's been a frustrating year or so for Henry.
Yes, I was hearing, yeah.
He's worked really hard, tirelessly, really, since the start of last year, and it's obviously his second game in a row now, and touch wood, his body's holding up, and he's bowling really well, and it's great to see him out there, because it's always tough when you see a teammate going through a rough ride and coming back from injury, and he's earned this opportunity.
Cook bowls again, and all defence here. Brooks, Paul Newton, your commentator here, with Jake Lindhoff of Warwickshire, and enjoying a very interesting afternoon's play, in which at the moment 103 runs have been added since lunch, for the wickets of Lamb for 71, bowled by Cook, and another wicket for Cook a moment or two ago, with Danny Briggs very well caught by Alistair Cook at slip, I beg his pardon, and a slip in more ways than one on my part, as that ball's played out into the covers. There's no run.
You recovered it with a good pun there, so
thank you.
Right.
Yeah. I get used to having to cover for my mistakes.
Yeah, would you say it looks a lot warmer out there than it actually is?
Yes.
Having been down there earlier.
It's a nasty wind, isn't it?
Yeah, very cold wind. But up here it looks phenomenal. Edgbaston is in fine condition at the moment. Credit to Garrett and his team.
Cook bowls, and Brooks plays it down to mid-off. In fact, man at extra cover, Matt Critchley comes across to save his skipper having to pick the ball up. 251 for 7, but yeah, no, you're absolutely spot on. To look at it, you'd say, gosh, what a wonderful afternoon.
Yeah.
But, once you step out into the teeth of this wind, you think, well, maybe not quite so wonderful as it looked.
It's when you see the coaches doing laps and they've all got their thick coats on and beanies. Gives you a real gauge on the temperature out there at the moment.
Decent delivery this from Cook, makes Brooks hurry a little bit. He works it down to fine leg for a single, keeps the bowling. 252 for 7, Brooks off the mark, and Burgess at the other end on 66, and 252 for 7 means that Warwickshire currently lead by 84.
By the looks of the field set by Cook and Stackerty, it looks like it'll be a real mixture of good length balls and potentially the odd shorter one to Henry, to try and unsettle him a little bit. There's a short leg in place. I think it's Adam Rossington at short leg, and Nick Brown at mid wicket, and then a fine leg as well. So he might be getting a little bit of short stuff and mixed in with some real good balls aimed at the top of that off stump.
Well, Essex to some extent have made the taking of the new ball pay. with the 2 wickets that they've taken with it, both to Cook. Steckity, meanwhile, comes in at some pace from the city end, and Brooks plays the ball into the offside, and there'll be no run. So Steckity, who is adjusting to the needs of county cricket. He had a very good season in the Sheffield Shield and topped the stats out there in the winter, but this is a slightly different challenge. He sort of has bowled some very good deliveries, but needs to be a little bit more economical than he's managed so far, and we have a hold up simply because the wind is now so strong that Sam Cook is having to shift a little bit of cellophane wrapping away to our left.
Carrier bag from Lidl has just made its way onto the field by the looks of it.
There are other very wind-blown carrier bags available should anyone need them, as Steckity's in bowls, and slightly thickish outside edge there, but perfectly safe from the blade of Henry Brooks, going out to substitute fielder Ben Allison at backward point. 252 for 7, no run.
It can always take a bit of time, can't it, adjusting to the English conditions?
Yes.
We find a lot of overseas players come over and, you know, they have a lot of success in their own country, and it can be tough to adjust. The pitch is perhaps slightly slower in England.
Exactly, yeah.
Your lengths have got to be a little bit fuller.
Yes, your bounce not as much as he'd get in
for sure
Australia as he comes in and bowls.
But I'd say the biggest difference is just the sheer volume of cricket that we play in England. I think.
Yeah, very good point.
It's a great thing, I think, that we play as much cricket as we do. But it definitely, having experience of overseas players coming in, it really hits them.
Yeah. The run there was just run down to long leg, so 253 for 7. Brooks moves up to 2. Burgess back into strike. Yes, I mean, I remember Paul Pritchard, former Essex opening batsman,
Paul well, yeah,
telling me just come to his point after this delivery because Steckity's already roaring back in, working up some good pace shot here, and that takes a thick inside edge, just goes past Wheater, and they scramble through for the single. 254 for 7, and that is Burgess. Not sure if there was a signal there of an extra rather than off the bat. I think he was on 66 already. We'll monitor that situation. Yes, Pritchard was saying that, you know, when you're over in Australia, because there's much less cricket, you might only get a bat every fortnight, and if you're out cheaply, you know, it could be a month before you really get the chance to follow up. As here is the next delivery. It's played to backward point. There's no run.
Yeah, he's bang on with that. I remember when I first went out and played grade cricket for North Sydney in Sydney, and I think the first weekend we batted first. I nicked one early on, and I was out back in the sheds, and then the following week we're obviously fielding because it's a 2-day game played over 2 Saturdays, and then the week after that we lost the toss and we were in the field again, so it was literally 4 weeks.
Exactly. Yes, I remember now Paul saying that, you know, each side batted on different weekends, so you're not even getting a full game in, you know, in any one weekend. Here is Steckity again, in, and bowls to Brooks, who just quite correctly keeps his eye on the ball, averts the head from the line of the ball, and that's how you should do it. It was one of the great uncomings of, otherwise one of the great batsmen of all time, Graham Hick, when he came over to this country. Phenomenal batsman, but his technique against the short pitch riser was all wrong. He used to turn his head round,
yeah,
and, you know, let it hit him in the head, and of course those West Indians of that wonderful era of West Indian quick bowlers basically did for him. So the end of that over, 254 for 7.
It's a real challenging part of the game, speaking as a lower order batter, that mindset, trying to get that mindset right to put that short ball to the back of your mind, because ultimately the short ball's not going to get you out that often, but it's the ball after that's pitched up and you're potentially hanging back on the crease, and that's when you can get into trouble. So yeah, it's being able to play that short ball comfortably, and then helps you get back into length.
Sam Cook, new over from the pavilion end, 3 for 58 so far. It's make that 3 for 59 now, as that ball is turned to deep mid on, and takes Burgess with a single to 67, and
bit of a change of plan here from Essex. Are we seeing? I think drop the field out there for Michael Burgess.
Yeah,
giving him everyone out on the boundary pretty much, bar the 2 slips. So they're obviously looking to focus all their attention in on Henry Brooks here.
That's right. Now, I think on my reckoning, we've probably only got about 2 overs after this up to the tea interval, as this ball is worked into the offside by Brooks, and Allison does the fielding, and there's no run. 255 for 7 constitutes a lead of 87 now for Warwickshire, and even if Essex could dismantle the Warwickshire tail fairly quickly, I think they're certainly going to extend the lead to over 100.
I think, yeah, obviously it's still a really good wicket though. That's something that will stand with Essex going into this third innings. As Henry drives it down the ground, really nice shot through mid-on, on the front foot, beats mid-on, diving away to his left and runs away for 4 towards the pavilion.
Lovely shot actually, all timing. Didn't put any great power into the shot, didn't need to once it got past mid-on, just rolled down to the boundary. 259 for 7, and Brooks with his first boundary moves along to 6, and he's beginning to play himself in, beginning to play with more confidence, and Sam Cook prepares to bowl again. But as I say, I think just a couple of overs after this and until the tea interval as the ball is played back to the bowler. 259 for 7.
It's a slightly different wicket this week, you would say, as compared to Taunton.
Oh, I think so. Perhaps even extremely different.
It looked like an entertaining watch, that.
Yes, I wasn't there actually, but I watched a lot of it.
Yeah.
On the internet, and obviously very exciting finish, but you didn't get much of a break between wickets as
no.
This ball is played out into the offside. There's no run there.
I was playing, I think, was it on the Sunday? Was it the Sunday morning? And I was playing, and it's Sunday, I think, and
might have been Saturday.
Saturday, yes, and suddenly looked at the scorecard around sort of 3 o'clock and realised that Craig Overton had nearly dismantled it.
Yes, he bowled so brilliantly. I think it was 12 wickets in the match, but just in that 9th wicket partnership for Essex, he bowled a few down leg side, and that enabled Adam Rossington just to get 3 boundaries and take Essex from seemingly losing 60 for 8 to 83 before the scores were tied and the 9th wicket fell. This ball is played back just marginally into the offside. There's no run. It completes the Cook over. Couple of overs left, I think I'm right in saying, until tea, and Warwickshire are 259 for 7, leading by 91.
It's a really key score for Adam Rossington, I'd imagine, last week, coming into a new side and managing to see the team home. That would have been good for him.
Definitely.
Making the move from Northants across to Essex. It's always nice when you join a club to be able to contribute to a win, so he'll obviously want to try and score some more runs in this second innings coming up.
Well, you don't often talk about 29 not out being a match-winning innings, but
it's huge in that game, wasn't it?
Yeah, and huge for Essex, because if they lose it, they take 3 points, and that's not going to get you very far, as Steketee comes in again from the city end, begins new over, bowls, and hits Burgess round about the 5 pad, and there is no run. The score remained 259 for 7.
It just shows the ball is still doing a little bit, and obviously Michael Burgess faced 126 balls now, but the ball is still seaming around. It's obviously good batting conditions, but there is a bit there still, so Essex can take a bit of hope from that and hopefully get a couple more wickets here, put the pressure on.
They I think will feel that they need to try and do it before this ball loses its extra little bit that it's definitely given to their quick bowlers, as Steketee's in bowls, and this ball is hit. A couple of bounces down to mid-on, and they don't take a single there, and Burgess remains on 67. Brooks at the other end has 6. 259 for 7 as we approach the tea interval, and it's been a good session this for Warwickshire. For all the facts, 3 wickets have fallen. 111 runs have come so far. Very good scoring rate as Steketee is in again and bowls, and Burgess just almost laconically plays this ball quietly in the big gap in the offside, and they take a single. 260 for 7, a lead of 92.
It's very much these 4-day games about breaking the game down into mini sessions, and the boys will have broken that session down into half-hour blocks and tried to work their way through it, and like you said, to score 111 runs and lose 3 wickets and build a lead as such that they got at the moment, they'll be pretty happy with this session so far.
Steckity in a game past umpire Neil Mallender. Bowls, oh, that's a good delivery. Play and a miss from Brooks. I was interested in you saying a moment or two ago that you liked the fact there was a lot more cricket played over here than in Australia. Now, really, for quite some time now, the powers that be have tried to have fewer and fewer matches. Would you be in favour of keeping it at 14 rather than going down to 12 in the championship season?
It depends which route they go, really. The big challenge at the moment I think they're facing is just trying to get the 50 over competition into the schedule. With obviously the 100 coming in, it's made it really challenging. So
next ball just played back to the bowler, no run.
It'll be interesting to see what they do over the next. Obviously, there's a bit of a reset at the moment, and what the plans are. There's lots of arguments as well around playing a few less games, in that there'll be a bit less rotation amongst teams, and you'd get best 11s playing all the time. And it also might then allow for that 50 over comp to become a big tournament again, like it was before with the Lord's final, and that side of things has been a big miss, I think, because it is, the 50 over cricket is a great format, and I know personally for me I miss not being able to play in it. Right,
last ball of the over, no run, played back to the bowler by Brooks, who has 6. Burgess has 68, 260 for 7. Should be one more over before the tea interval. What I'd like to see, Jake, happen with the 50 over competition, like yourself, it's a great favourite of mine, but I feel that you could play the zonal rounds, the 8 matches in the zonal rounds in April, which would save so many games of the championship being played in unfriendly conditions, whereas batsmen who are struggling to hit form in the county championship, as it is in April with so many games, then I think they very often come into form with a few 50 over games. And I like your idea, you know, of having proper Lord's finals and a big crescendo, and then you can shift 2 or 3 of the championship games currently played very early in the season into more, you know, into June, July sort of time, which I think would be good.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of talk around that at the moment. I think it's easier to prepare a wicket in April perhaps for a 1-day game rather than a 4-day game, because you're not so dependent on weather.
Cook, just let me interrupt to say there's a single first ball as Burgess works Cook to mid-off, and Burgess moves to 69, very fine runs, 261 for 7.
Yeah, it obviously also with the white Kookaburra ball, it doesn't tend to seam around too much, so if the wicket did have a bit of juice in it, it's less of an issue, whereas if you're using a red duke, it can make things really tough. So
and when you're trying to find form at the beginning of a season, in 50 over cricket you're not surrounded by 3 slips and a gully. As Cook is in bowls.
Ooh, what a delivery,
throat ball there from Cook. He's not express pace, but I wouldn't have wanted to be in the way of that one, and I think Brooks does well to get his head out of the way at the last minute and goes through to Wheater, but that's good bowling from Cook.
He's done extremely well to get out of the way of that. I'm not quite sure what happened there. He got himself into a bit of a tangle. I think the biggest threat now for Henry is just this next ball. Like I said earlier, that short ball can often mess with the mind a little bit, and he'll be trying to get back into length here and make sure he's on that front foot.
Cook again. Bowls, and yes, it is dug in, but that doesn't get up anything like as much. Ironically, that was shorter than the one that did get up so much, and it's just played a few yards into the offside. There's no run there, 261 for 7, but Brooks is not your average tail-ender. He's well capable of making a good score, and obviously his career rather on hold with missing virtually the whole of last season, but he has got reasonable runs against Essex in the past, and capable of doing so again, I'm sure.
Yeah, big 3 balls for these boys, try and get through to tea and then cash in afterwards, hopefully.
93 ahead already as Cook's in bowls and play back to the bowler. Sam Cook has bowled a lot of overs here. This is his 27th, and he bowled around about 32 overs in an innings in the first game on a flat track at Chelmsford, Essex v Kent, first game of the season. But he's been a real find for Essex, and
I can only imagine what his legs are feeling like. I only come in off 5 or 6 yards, so I'm quite lucky, but to bowl 26 overs, it's a serious effort from Cook.
Here's another one that he bangs in short. Obviously Essex working off a theory, as Jake was outlining 10 minutes ago, of a few short ones, as once again Richard Kettleborough's Panama hat is having to be retrieved in the outfield to show
that happened at a rather unfortunate time as well. That ball was just released, and as it was released, Richard Kettleborough's hat has flown to extra cover. Would
It's
have been
not-
very off-putting for Henry Brooks.
We're used to the ball going to the boundary, but not so much the umpire's headwear as we approach tee. I think this is the last ball before tee. Cook is in, bowls, a little bit of a play and a miss, and a fine spell this with the new ball from Sam Cook. 261 for 7 as the players prepare to leave the field. A lead of 93 at tee for Warwickshire, with power to add. Burgess on 69 and Brooks on 6 of the not-out batsmen. It's been a great pleasure to have Jake Hoff with us.
Thanks for having me.
Not at all, and you'll be pleased with the Warwickshire situation.
Very pleased, yeah. Going into tea, obviously, with a good lead, and yeah, hopefully after tea you can come out and put on some quick runs and have a bowl at Essex tonight.
Well, great pleasure to work with you. Thanks very much, Jake. All the best for your cricket over the coming period. And we will be back with you. Commentary, Warwickshire and Essex, with Richard Wilford, Phil Britt, myself, Paul Newton. Thanks very much to Jake there. And Warwickshire will resume. 3 wickets left and 93 in front.
first of all, the county ground Northampton, where Northamptonshire are playing Yorkshire. Yorkshire in their first innings were dismissed for 296. Northampton replied at tea 188 for 8. At the Riverside Chester Street, the match between Durham and Nottinghamshire, Durham in their first innings were dismissed for 230. Nottinghamshire in reply at 276 for 3. At New Road Worcester, the match between Worcestershire and Sussex, Worcestershire in their first innings were dismissed 491. Sussex in reply are 60 for 2. At Supply Gardens Cardiff, the match between Glamorgan and Middlesex, Glamorgan were dismissed for 122 in their first innings, and Middlesex in reply scored 336. Glamorgan in their second innings are currently 15 without loss. Glamorgan travel by 199 runs. At the LPC, we're going to go with Leicester, the match with Leicestershire and Derbyshire. Leicestershire in their first innings were dismissed for 213. Derbyshire in reply are coming 295 for 3. At the Oval, the match between Surrey and Somerset. Somerset in their first innings were dismissed for 337. Surrey in reply are currently 102 for 3. At the Emirates Old Trafford, the match between Lancashire and Gloucestershire. Gloucestershire in their first innings were dismissed for 252. Lancashire in reply are 194 for 2. And finally, it will split right
Well, welcome back to Edgbaston, where we are nearly ready for the final session on day 2 of the county championship match between Warwickshire and Essex. Warwickshire, who began the day on 76 for 2, reached tea on 261 for 7. It's been a very competitive day's cricket so far. 3 wickets in the morning for Essex. Warwickshire having a better afternoon. That century stand between Matt Lamb and Michael Burgess, getting their lead up towards 3 figures. They lead by 93. Not out batsman of Burgess on 69. And Henry Brooks on 6. 3 wickets for Sam Cook, who's bowled excellently today. 2 for Shane Snater, 2 for Mark Steckety. And the final session begins with the second new ball, some 15 overs old. Cook had bowled 8 of those overs, so he may be done for a while, and Shane Snater is going to come back on to bowl from the Birmingham end, the first over of this session, so you wouldn't be surprised if Steckety was to bowl from this near end, the pavilion end, and then eventually we'll see some more of Simon Harmer. 32 overs left in the day. We're pretty much on schedule on day 2 for a prompt finish at 6 o'clock. Warwickshire will want to extend their lead as far beyond 100 as they can. Essex need to stick at it. The surface looks like one where they could get their way back into the game. Once again, for the start of this session, even though it's only 7 wickets down, they are going to set the field to allow Michael Burgess a single. So other than a slip and a gully, the majority of the fielders are pretty deep, either on the boundary or allowing a single. And Snater bowls to Burgess, who jams the ball into the ground in front of him, and it's fielded by Snater and his follow-through just at the far side of the next cut strip. The sunshine of the afternoon continues into the evening session. The breeze coming from the Cannon Hill Park side of the ground also continues to gust, or even the Colts ground, I suppose, as Snater, just back of a length, is steered out through the vacant point area for a single, taking Burgess to 70. Update the listeners to BBC CWR and BBC Radio WM in just a moment as to the events of the day so far. Just waiting for the clock to tick over to 3 minutes past. Here at Edgbaston, Warwickshire have just resumed after tea. They're 262 for 7. Their lead 94 over Essex, largely thanks to a fine century stand this afternoon between the 2 informed batsmen. Matt Lamb, who was eventually out to Sam Cook for 71, and Michael Burgess, who's still there on 70. He's getting support now from Henry Brooks. He's been tested a bit by the shorter ball, but he is on 6. A lead well beyond 100 will put the Bears in good shape as Brooks adds a couple more to the total here. Warwickshire are 263 for 7. So he was adding a couple more to the total. As it turned out, it was only a single. They hesitated a bit over the second run. Brooks to 7. I'm Richard Wilford from BBC Radio WM. Phil Britt from Warwickshire County Cricket Club will be back with us shortly, and then at 4:30 Paul Newton from BBC Essex will return. And if you're out and about, you might be able to find this via BBC Sounds or via the BBC Cricket homepage. And you might well be watching on the Warwickshire stream as well, as the next ball again is guided through the vacant point area for Burgess, who, with only 7 wickets down, will quite happily and readily accept singles if they're going to be offered to him. 264 for 7. 2 balls left in the over. After Brooks, still to come, Liam Norwell and Ollie Hannon-Dolby. The Bears will have an eye on another batting bonus point. 36 runs required in 14 overs and 2 balls. They would certainly want to get there. But other than that, they've really played the game situation, having sprung Essex out for 168 yesterday. Brooks off the back foot tries to force it through the covers, but it goes rather squarer than he intended, and Ben Allison will field at point. 2 slips in for Brooks. Alistair Cook, who took a blinder just before the tea interval to remove Danny Briggs. And Harmer, who's taken a couple of brilliant catches as well in this innings, particularly that removed Will Rhodes for 8 this morning. Rhodes, the second man dismissed today. Dom Sibley out to the first ball of the day for 33. Snater That's a very short bouncer, and that will go all the way to the fence for 4. And it'll be giving us 5 wides, in fact. There's no chance whatsoever for Adam Wheater there. Short man springing to his left, but it was still lifting really by the time it got to the wicket-keeper. That was a very, very short bouncer indeed from Shane Snater, and it boosts the Bears' total to 269 for 7, and it takes the lead over 100. It was so far down the leg side by the time it reached Wheater. Third man out this morning after Rhodes had gone for 8 was Sam Hain for 29, and this afternoon Matt Lamb 71 and Danny Briggs 6. Sam Cook has been the pick of the bowlers. 3 wickets for him, 2 for Snater, who bowled very well first up this morning, and 2 for Steckity as he comes in again. Snater, this one just back of a length. This defended, kept a bit low on Henry Brooks, and he forces it out in the offside. 269 for 7. Phil Britt, the Cotswold Cuman, as he was earlier. I know on Twitter Craig Miles was described as the Wiltshire Warbler, so the nicknames are in, Phil.
They're in, yep, the Wiltshire Warbler, yep.
Well done, Admin.
It should be announced at the beginning, shouldn't we, as they make entry into the dome of or the stadium of whatever, of light or whatever they called it there.
Coming in now at number 10, Henry the Solihull shapeshifter Brooks.
That's it.
Do you think it'll catch on? Could
No.
catch on in the 100.
They get a man out there with a microphone, a job for him. Yeah, new over. Let's go down the leg side, glanced away down to. In fact, I don't think that it was even picked up there at all. The ball was flicked down to the boundary. Poor ball to start from Stetkett. And Snater down there at fine leg, I think had to be told the ball's just gone past you to the fence. I don't think he saw it.
He was relaxing after the effort of bowling the first over after tea, and Steckity, he's had a 4 ball in him today, I'm afraid. Just that was very much a stiff loosener. He's beginning his 22nd over. These 3 seamers have had a very, very heavy workload already in this game.
It almost feels like they could have done with a 4th seamer in the attack. He's in again and bowls, and this time Burgess is right behind it and defends it. Burgess moved on to 75 with that boundary.
Which means he is now beyond 250 championship runs this season. In
just
2
his
innings.
second game. It's just his second innings, you're quite right, yeah. So it's a fantastic start from him for the season.
His confidence will be overflowing at the moment.
He's in again and bowls, and this is going to be more runs, tucked away behind backward square on the offside to get a single. That's all it'll be this time, just pushed out, just jumped across and stabbed it away. 274 for 7. The lead moves on to 106. And started the day thinking that Warwickshire would be looking for about 150 if they could, would be a very comfortable, satisfactory lead. It started off with those 2 very quick wickets, and suddenly it was, well, perhaps the scores may well be level, but Warwickshire dug in. Oh, that's going to be straight down the throat, the end of Henry Brooks. He has gone for 7, driving the ball up in the air to mid-on, where Sam Cook can't keep him out the action at the moment. Takes the catch. It's a 3rd wicket for the Australian striker, and it's the end of Brooks. And Warwickshire lose their 8th wicket.
Yeah, he's with himself, Henry Brooks. He's just lifted it into the hands of mid-on. There was nothing in that shot really, and he's a capable batsman, Henry Brooks. So he's got to reach that point where he doesn't get out to shots like that. But look, I don't need to tell him that. His body language is speaking absolute volumes there.
Exactly.
But a very, very comfortable catch for Sam Cook. And Steckity, who, as Paul Newton rightly says, whilst he has had 4 balls in him and he has been going for 4 and over, he also does have a habit of chipping in with wickets, so he'll take the 3 that he's claimed so far. And for the Bears, really important now that Liam Norwell digs in and offers some support for Michael Burgess. Ollie Hannon Dolby showed the way last time out. We don't necessarily want a repeat of the 67 ball for the first run vigil, although
He probably wouldn't mind. He probably wouldn't be too upset. Because he did one heck of a good job last time with Burgess, didn't he?
He did. What was amusing, I think he was almost disappointed himself when he got off the mark, because it was a little bit of an edge onto his pad and it squirted out, and I think he would have loved it to be called a leg bye. But Surrey then brought Reece Topley back into the attack, and he hit him for back-to-back boundaries in the next over. I think in his frustration having scored, it was a terrific support knock by Ollie to get Burgess not only to his 100 but well beyond it. And now it needs somebody to do the same and give Burgess the support, and at the very least to try and ensure they get the third batting bonus point at 300.
So he's ready to face his first ball, Liam Norwell, and the first one he receives is short and flies over his shoulder and through to the keeper, and there's no run. There's not a cloud in the sky to that now. It's gone from this morning where it was heavy cloud, we had the floodlights on, and the forecast was that it was going to get brighter as the day went on, and this is exactly, they've got it spot on.
I think if anything it's even clearer than they thought it was going to be. It was going to be sort of sunshine and clouds this afternoon, but the clouds have dispersed far and wide around in a ring round Birmingham.
This is runs flicked away down to fine leg for just a single. This time it was Snater saw that coming and was on it. It didn't take him by surprise, but it was the final ball of the over, so will retain the strike, Norwell. So he's on his way, 275 for 8. Warwickshire leading by 107. But the main thing from their point of view is that Burgess is still there with 76 to his name.
I would imagine that Essex will even more now do an in-out field and give Burgess a single and put the onus on Norwell to see what he can do. They'll be delighted to get him back on site. Strike here to face Snater. He's got 2 slips, a point, extra cover, mid-off on the offside. Mid-on, mid-wicket, short square leg and a wide long on as the first ball is full on around off stump and played defensively out into the offside by Liam Norwell. Thanks again to Jake Lintott and Craig Miles for their company over the course of the afternoon. Always good to hear from players around the county circuit. Those two will both be in Birmingham and District League action tomorrow. Is that what it's called these days?
Birmingham District Premier League, I think they play for, don't they? Yeah.
I didn't know, a specific division would have been beyond me, but a lot of Bears will be in action tomorrow if you want to try and take in a game other than here. This ball back of a length has Norwell on the back foot and punches it back down the track into the follow-through of Snater. There are plenty of clubhouses that would welcome you around that particular circuit, I think it's fair to say.
Some terrific facilities now at some of these clubs as well. They really have. They have picked up, grounds have been improved and sponsors and things like that have made some of the facilities absolutely superb.
Norwell forward studiously. Again, Snater fields in his follow-through, no run.
It's a long way from some of the grounds I remember playing on when I first started playing club cricket. We had one ground we went to and they said we would put showers in, and this is not a word of a lie, our showers consisted of a tap running into a bucket with holes in it.
Excellent. I suppose what time you started depending just how long it took the pony and trap to get into the game, didn't it?
I was saying to Jack, because the Birmingham League had done away with teas, they were saying this year.
Well, they have to for the last couple of years because of COVID.
Yeah.
Craig Miles is desperate for them to be restored. Short ball and slashing at it is Norwell, and it goes through to the wicketkeeper Wheater with no contact.
You used to choose your girlfriends for the summer based on whether they were prepared to cut sandwiches on a Saturday afternoon.
That's shocking. The game has changed. The game has changed now, so that young women cricketers like Grace, who was with us 2 weeks ago on commentary.
Oh, it has changed.
We'll have to choose their partner depending on their willingness to cut sandwiches.
There was no women's cricket for clubs. Clubs did not have sides for ladies to play in, so it wasn't even an opportunity.
Certainly step forward from there. Shorter ball, back is Norwell in defence up towards mid-on.
Oh, I think it's fantastic.
It's just the game has opened up to all comers. It's how it should be. And for me, one of the highlights of cricket on TV last year was in particular the Women's 100. I thought it looked really good. I think the quality of the players on show was excellent. thought it was very, very well packaged, the women's event last year.
No, they did a good job with that.
Yeah.
Really did.
Slater, back of a length and a thick outside edge from Norwell, who's going to pinch the strike at the end of the over again, although they're thinking about coming back for 2, and Norwell has committed to it, and that's really well run. It was a tight but doable 2, so Norwell goes to 3, the score to 277 for 8, and that was really positive running from the big bowler.
Yeah, he took substitute Ben Hassan's arm on, but he was home. Made a real positive. He knew exactly what he wanted to do and did it.
Hasn't it been noticeable how the ball has followed him?
Oh, he's been all the way through from the moment he came on. He's been. You found his name and who he was through the checking up on his squad number, and since then it's all the way through. Mind you, he's been posted permanent backward point, and the ball does tend to go there a lot. But he certainly has been in the game. It's not been hidden.
Yeah, largely a deep field now. They've got to slip in.
Yeah,
nobody else saving the single with Burgess on strike here.
So his first ball is clipped, and he'll take the single and just run it down to a wideish mid-on. So it goes through for one more, 278, the lead on to 110, 278 for 8. He goes on to 77, Burgess. The crowd at the far end enjoying the sunshine in the at the Birmingham end. So he goes in and bowls, and Norwell offers no shot, watches the ball go through outside the off stump.
Burgess has decided to show confidence in Norwell.
Well, I think you've got to, really, haven't you? You can't keep protecting and not turning them down for that.
You stagnate, don't you, otherwise?
Yeah. Secretary turns and comes in past umpire Kettleborough, and this one is flicked away nicely by Norwell down to sort of deep backward square leg, and Snate comes running in off the boundary and does the fielding. One more to Norwell. He goes on to 4, 279 for 8. The field once again spreads. 3 deliveries left in the over. Steketty's in and bowls, and this is cracked away into the offside, down to a long off, and again Burgess just takes the single. And this can work the other way if you're comfortable with your partner, as Burgess obviously is in Norwell, then he's able to pick up very easy singles all the time. So every time he faces, he knows he's going to get an easy single and just keep the ball moving over. Norwell's perfectly capable batsman. I've seen him play some really good innings. When he first came into the Warwickshire side, he was he had 1 or 2 quite powerful knocks where he hit the ball round the ground. So in and bowls, and Norwell defends that one up to Cook at mid-on, and there's no run.
Well, this is a situation where he needs to not chance his arm too much, Liam Norwell, because he's got a batsman set at the other end who could carry this lead from 112 to 150 in the next half hour, given the right support. Essex will feel if they get the Bears out for 300 that they'll still be very much in this match.
This one is short and just ducks underneath it, lets it go through to the keeper. End of another over. They're 20 runs away as well, Warwickshire, from another batting point. Essex, by the same token, are 1 wicket away from a 3rd bowling point. They didn't manage to get any batting points, so that's their second consecutive games that they've failed to get a batting point.
Yeah, sounded like the track last week was a little sporting, but played for a very, very dramatic game of cricket. So,
well, it'd be interesting. Warwickshire down there for their next game down at Taunton. So let's see how they get on down there.
we remember some interesting surfaces there in the past. There was one in particular. Anyway, Slater to begin a new over, and Burgess has gone way outside off stump here and clouts it through the covers. The field is spread, but there is such a large outfield in front of the boundary over on the Hollies stand side that, having got himself outside off stump, expecting Slater to drag the ball down, he's able just to smack it away. 82 to Burgess, 284 for 8.
That was a terrific shot. Absolutely terrific shot. The field, although they've got a long way from the batsman and has got plenty of time to sort of get round to it, had no hope. He got it away so cleanly.
That was the definition of a batsman who's in a bit of nick, wasn't it? Playing a shot like that. This time he stays in position, and in trying to glide a ball down to third man, he very nearly nicks off to Wheater.
That's a danger, isn't it? When you're trying to take that shot. Just be a bit of a hold-up as the ball is retrieved.
Yeah, you don't want to play too many one-day shots against a relatively new ball, against a good bowling attack. No. You've got to balance it a little bit, but then the previous shot was so good, so you can't criticise it too much. You know, it's Burgess with the tail, wanting to improvise a little bit as he waits again, and this is a slower ball from Snater, which he guides behind square. They think about there being 2, but Allison has attacked the ball well and keeps it down to a single. 285 for 8, and still 3 balls left in this over. Burgess, who did bat beautifully on a very flat track against Surrey for his 178, a career best last time out, but that means he's already now reached 260 runs for the summer in the championship, and that's a blessing when you get a batsman in that sort of form early on. Same with Matt Lamb, really.
Yeah.
Full delivery on middle and leg is steered by Norwell up to mid-on and no run.
Yes, and we made the point earlier on, but you could say that both of them must have felt a little bit of pressure at the beginning of this season, both Matt Lamb and Michael Burgess, as Alex Davis has joined the club from Lancashire as a wicket-keeper batsman, and just makes you look over your shoulder a bit, but by golly, both, and Matt Lamb, whether he was going to actually find a spot in the opening batting lineup.
Slater turned into the deck and it bounces up into the hands of the man at short leg, Rossington. I mean, Burgess had been told that he would have the gloves for the championship campaign. I think Alex Davis is very likely to be the T20 wicketkeeper. But Burgess could play his way into that side as a batsman.
Well, I was going to say,
some of the hitting, the 8-6s he hit.
Yeah. There is absolutely no reason at all why he shouldn't be in the one-day team with the way he's striking.
Slater draws Norwell forward in defence. End of the over. 285 for 8. Warwickshire lead by 117. 3-figure lead was the very least they would have wanted coming into today. I think Phil's absolutely right that at the start of proceedings, if you'd offered them 150 as a lead on first innings, they probably would have felt that was very palatable.
Yep, I think so. It's just need to keep doing what they're doing. And, Essex plugging away. Conditions have sort of changed so that that overcast situation we had this morning, which was just giving some assistance to the seam bowlers, has gone. Stackerty starts a new over in bowls, and this could be in the end. It's going to be 6 runs in the end. I think that's gone over the boundary. I thought for a long time it was going. Oh, it's bounced for 4. Signal 4.
Yeah, I think he might just have spilt it so it dropped just before the rope. Nick Brown was never confident that was going to be caught, and he's indicating now that it's a 4. You'll inevitably get some people nearby going, it's 6, it's 6. But he's stressing that it's a 4.
Well, It was signalled for. It wasn't a controlled shot at all there from Michael Burgess. He got away with that one because it was in the air for a long time, and it must have been very close to the boundary edge when he went. This one is another short delivery from Steckity, and again Burgess looks to try and pull it, and it's being signalled as, is that his second short delivery of the over being signalled? Again, he went for it, Burgess. He's not holding back.
You don't, from a Warwickshire perspective, look, from Essex perspective, you want him to hole out. But from Warwickshire's point of view, you don't want to see him give it away here.
No, exactly. I think that's exactly right. In again, bowls, and this time again, Burgess trying to whip this one away. It didn't get up at all, and goes through. And I just wonder whether Liam Norwell might just walk down the wicket and say, look, you know, just steady. You don't need to throw it away, because this field is spread. There are runs to be had by just dropping it and just keeping the thing turning over, but there's masses of time in this game ahead of them. We're well on through it, and we're only in the second day. Steckity in bowls, and this will be runs, as I say, nice easy runs by just dropping the bat and running, and Burgess picks up the single.
So, who do you reckon is the biggest name worldwide in English cricket right now?
The biggest name? Well, Bill Drummond's quite a big name.
Not long in terms of letters on a shirt, Brit, come on.
Sorry, I thought that's what you were after.
No. In world cricket, which English cricketer is the biggest buzz about?
Well, the Joe Root is still supposed to be the number one, isn't he? But just this next one is going to be, that's come off.
I think that's hit him on the helmet, Norwell, and it's been pouched by Rossington at short leg, but I don't think there was any bat or anything else on it. It'll be checked out now. The physio will have to come on to make sure that Liam Norwell hasn't got concussion. But let's hope that he isn't, but that did strike him on the head, and Michael Burgess is just checking him out at the moment, and the physio
shook him up.
Come on, yeah, it certainly has shook him up. It was a good short ball. I mean, it was there to test him from Steckity.
Very groggy. He's taken a real bang on the head.
Yeah, and if he's groggy, he might well have to leave the field for a while. 290 for 8, the score.
But I think
they were calling for a drink initially, but it might well be that they need to call for Ollie Allen Dolby and bring him out. And they'll also be checking on the state of the helmet, which is the other factor at the moment. The point I was going to make anyway about the man who's the biggest story in English cricket at the moment.
Key.
Joss Buttler has just completed his third century of this year's IPL. And I mean, that's astonishing. It really is. 102 not out. He's at 59 balls for the Rajasthan Royals against the Delhi Capitals. To be capable of scoring those big scores so consistently in T20 cricket, that's pretty remarkable. So congratulations to him for that. But, yeah. Let's see what's happening. I think Liam Norwell is going to have to retire hurt here by the look of it. He looks somewhat disconsolate, but that is a sharp blow on the head. And let's hope he isn't concussed. If he is concussed, incidentally, the Bears would be allowed to replace him for the rest of the game. But he's trudging off 4 not out.
He's clearly... It's been a bad blow, that has.
Made him very uncomfortable. So that's with the score on 290, and it could well be therefore that Ollie Allen Dolby is the last wicket, because that is a man who is not at all comfortable having been struck on the head, and it would not be at all a surprise if Liam Norwell didn't play any further part in this game. We will see. Ollie Allen Dolby is on his way out, and you don't want to see batsmen hurt, but you absolutely understand the use of the short ball there by Steckity. Liam Norwell is one of those tail-enders. If you pitch in his half, then he may well hit the long ball. So Hain and Dolby again charged with the task of trying to see Burgess through to a century. Surely it can't happen twice in a row. What's the chance that he gets off the mark first ball after that 67 ball wait last time?
Well, I don't think he's going to take 60 odd deliveries this time to get out.
It's unlikely to be quite a story if he did, but 122 is the lead for Warwickshire, and we would certainly suspect now they've only got 1 wicket remaining.
Yeah, we won't see Liam Norwell back again, not now. I don't think. See what happens to him overnight.
Well, Craig Miles is on the ground. He might suddenly find he needs his weights.
Playing, yeah, exactly.
As Hain and Dolby misses a ball down the leg side, the first ball he receives from Steckety. That was a wasted delivery from Steckety, and there's the frustration that Tom Westley and Essex will feel with Steckety. He's clearly a good performer, the Australian, and he has taken 3 wickets, but he's bowled quite a few boundary balls, and there, you know, he's got 1 ball at the end of the over at number 11, and drags it down the leg side.
Yeah, he's. Anyway, but Warwickshire have this lead of 122. The umpire's trying to get the attention of the ground staff, I think.
Yeah, I don't know what, he's waving at somebody about something. That's for sure. It's going to be Snater to continue again, apart from Alistair Cook at slip, and he can't have a night doing 2 running. Everybody else is spread to challenge Burgess, who fires this up to a wide long on, and there'll be no run. He's got both hands aloft now, umpire Mallender, and again to the ground staff who turn round. I don't know, is it getting windy enough that he wants weighted bails? I mean, that could be something like that.
No, perhaps he's just telling them to get ready for the end of the innings. I doubt he wouldn't be doing that, surely. Is it not that light shining off reflecting off the windscreen? They probably wouldn't have it down there.
Burgess makes room and drives the ball straight, and they should be able to come back for 2 here. No, they didn't get through the first quickly enough. 291 for 8. Burgess to 89. And I think at the time he struck that ball he thought there was 2.
Yeah.
But the fielder has got round nice and quickly. Essex doing their job.
Where we're sitting, the sun is reflecting off the window of the little
sort of
carriage
golf cart thing. Yeah.
But I wouldn't imagine that's impacting anybody on the field. I think it's just the angle that we're at because we're so high up. But
so if Warwickshire were all out this over, they would have 23 overs to bowl this evening, which is an interesting.
Wouldn't have Norwell
there. But it just depends what ruling you get and how quickly you get a ruling on a concussion substitution.
Yeah.
In comes Snater round the wicket to Hain and Dolby, who is forward with a dead bat. Actually, he's timed that rather well with the dead bat, because he's put a bat in front of it, it's scuttled up to mid-off. The fielding is done by Sam Cook. Been impressed by Sam Cook today. That 8-over spell with the second new ball prior to tea was excellent. Makes you wonder what some of these Essex bowlers have to do to get England chat. You know, Porter hasn't quite yet made that step up. Cook,
no.
Something that they take a lot of championship wickets, these boys. Snater also takes a lot, but from a Zimbabwean background, he's dug this one in short, and Hain and Dolby ducks under it and lets it go over his shoulders. It was pretty high, that bouncer.
So he's played for the Netherlands, hasn't he? Is it Snater who's played for the Netherlands?
Yeah. I suppose to Dave Bracegirdle, who's played for Italy, as he likes to remind us when Nottinghamshire are around. Italian international, Dave Bracegirdle.
Is he?
Yeah, genuinely true, yeah.
Cricket?
Always good banter, yeah. Snater draws a thick outside edge from the bat of Ollie Hain and Dolby, goes down to point to Nick Brown.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Goodness me.
Was he in the armed services in some way in his youth, Dave? I think there's a reason he was out in Italy.
Huh?
And he ended up getting international honours at cricket for Italy. Well, I mean, why not? Why not?
Yeah, he wasn't going to get him for England, was he?
I think that's a reasonable assumption. Snater to Hain Dolby, wraps him on the pad, and appeal for LBW, but coming round the wicket, that's always going to be dragging down the leg side. And there is no run. End of the over. Warwickshire 291 for 8, and the question is, can OHD see Michael Burgess over the line for 100 again? Will they get the remaining batting point that is available to them? They've got 8 overs to get 9 runs. And will we see Liam Norwell again? And I would say the odds on that one didn't look great.
I'm going to go yes, yes and no. How's that?
Okay, no, that's very positive on the first two, both literally and figuratively. I'm going to make way for Paul Newton, and I'll return in time to do my 5 o'clock report.
Thank you, Richard. Which will be back in 25 minutes or so as we get ready for another over from the pavilion end to Michael Burgess. It will be, who will be facing. He's with Oliver Hain Dolby. Liam Norwell retired hurt. I think possibly that may be the last we see him. Start to get in and bowls, and this one is clipped or tried to do a sort of overlap by a ball, short ball down the leg side, a one-day type shot from Burgess to try and get it away, but it's nothing on it, and the ball goes through to Adam Wheater. 291 for 8 it remains. Good afternoon, Paul.
Very good afternoon, Phil and everyone, and Warwickshire building a very, very useful lead here.
Yeah, it's in again, and this one is cracked by Burgess down the ground for 4. Just a short delivery, and he threw everything at it. And this field is all spread round the boundary, apart from a slip. The wicket-keeper, the slip, and the bowler are the only Essex players who are not on the boundary's edge. And Burgess smacked that one straight down the ground for 4. There's a man down here, Sam Cook, but he wasn't able to get to it. But he threw the kitchen sink at that one. In he comes again and bowls and steps back and cracks this one away through the offside for a further 4. So Burgess progressing on to take Warwickshire to 299 for 8, and Burgess goes up to 97 now with that shot.
Yes, I'm not sure if these are the tactics that are necessarily going to work for Essex, of having everybody out on the boundary and basically hoping to be bowling at the man at the other end. And Dolby, as he showed in the first game of the season, is well capable of just blocking out it.
Exactly. Saki Ian bowls. This is smacked away behind square for 4, and another 100 for Michael Burgess. Fantastic innings, 3 consecutive boundaries, and he brings up his own century, his second of the summer. So 2 innings and 2 centuries for Michael Burgess. And Warwickshire go past 300, but Burgess reaches 101 with 3 consecutive boundaries from Stefke, and really it absolutely jumps in the air, punches the air, and a terrific innings from him. 303 for 8.
Steckerty has also passed 100 with these 3 boundaries. He's got 3 for 107 now, and I think a little bit too predictable, the short pitch stuff.
In he comes again. And, this one is a bit slower, and back goes Burgess, and it's gone again for 4 more. So 4 consecutive boundaries for Burgess. Stefke walks and kicks the ground. I don't think this tactic works.
No.
Bring them in, bowl.
The more I see the ball disappear over the boundary, the less I think it works.
Yeah. Now
it's just, for me, I've seen the tactic before, not just from Essex, but generally.
Yeah.
I think trying to bowl at one man, the sort of tail ender, so often comes unstuck. in all sorts of situations. I think you've still got to try and get the set batsman out.
Yep.
And okay, no one's suggesting that they should have 3 slips in a gully at this stage, but I do think to have nobody even inside the circle in inverted commas does look a little bit ridiculous.
I think as well, if you're going to do it, you've got to actually keep the ball up to the bat. And what Steckerty's been guilty of is just being too short and giving too much width, and
yes,
just
because
being whacked, to be honest.
The bowled and the LBW have been taken out of the equation with all the short pitch stuff, so your only way of getting a batsman out now, realistically, they're not going for quick singles, is caught. And okay, but you might catch him out, but actually he's played 4 consecutive balls to the boundary and not nearly been close to being caught.
He's in again and bowls. This is short and just helped on its way down to the backward square leg, which they just amble through for the single. So it's Hain and Dolby will just have the one ball. Oh no, it was the last ball of the over, and so he retains the strike. He's on. Takes Warwickshire to 308, and he moves on to 106.
Bear in mind that although the last scheduled batsman is at the crease, Liam Norwell had to retire with a concussion situation, and Warwickshire, one would think, would be allowed a concussion replacement.
Yeah, looking at him, I think he's got concussion.
Definitely yes,
from the way he
staggering
as he walked off.
No,
he took a real pearler on that.
It hit him smack on the face. Hopefully nothing permanent damage has been done to him, but I think Warwickshire will be entitled to concussion replacement, and someone quite wittily suggested that Jonathan Trott, 41 today, might care to come out as a special birthday treat.
The only problem is with that, you've got to have the person you need to have a bowler to replace.
Yes. So here's Snater in from the City End bowls, and here is not a lovely handsome shot from Burgess, but this time he picks out the man on the extra cover boundary and decides not to take a run, and the score remains at 308 for 8 as Paul Walter it's Matt Critchley fields.
Do you have to nominate these people before the game?
I don't know.
I think you probably do have to nominate who your substitute would be, a batsman or a bowler's replacement.
Snater's in, bowls, and that will goes through. I think no run, by the way. I think it's that's the first time I've actually seen someone under the current rules where you can have a concussion replacement where there's been a relevant situation in the game. In other words, I haven't really seen anyone who's been obliged to go off. The closest I've come to it was Matt Quinn for Essex when Mornay Morkel struck him in 2018, and Quinn actually was already number 11. I'm not quite sure the concussion replacement idea was in full force then, but Quinn thankfully was fit to carry on. As here is Snater in bowls, and here Burgess plays an extraordinary attempt at a reverse sweep, but not even the slip there anymore, and it's certainly all on his own out there in the middle with goodness knows how many fielders arraying the boundaries. 308 for 8.
It might be Craig Miles, of course, who was on commentary with us an hour ago. It could be Craig who comes on to replace Norwell.
So Snater again in and bowls to Burgess, and Burgess just drives very pleasantly into the offside. Allison fields, and this time he does take the single, and that's the 4th ball of the over. 309 for 8, and Burgess with consecutive hundreds is through to 107 not out, and terrific effort from him again, always taking the game to Essex from the moment he came in.
The Warwickshire's lead 141 now.
Yeah,
so it's getting towards that, virtually towards that 150 which they were looking for. Or you think they were looking for. We don't know.
Yeah, well, I think they'll be thinking beyond that by now. Here is Snater coming round the wicket to the left-handed Hain Dolby, who has this habit of sort of getting in the right position and just blocking the ball away. In this, on this occasion, to Sam Cook at mid-off. No run. and 309 for 8, and a resumption of this partnership that put on over 100, in which Hain and Dolby got about 1, and
Yep.
Burgess.
There was a massive cheer when he got off the mark, because it was about the 63rd
67th ball, I think it was said,
like
yeah.
that, yeah. And the crowd sort of roared. He thought he got off the mark earlier, but it was given as a leg bye.
Well, I would think if you're going to have to bat with a number 11, you'd be delighted it's Hain and Dolby, you know, because he can block all day, and that's just what you want.
Yeah.
Snater is in and bowls to him, switching to over the wicket, and Hain and Dolby almost plays it without even looking at it. As soon as he'd hit the ball along the ground to short extra, he immediately looked away, and really you'd have to say that he wasn't in the least bit troubled by that. 309 for 8. Of course, you'd have to hope from an Essex point of view that the likes of Alistair Cook, if an official number 11 can play the ball so nonchalantly, would have a fair chance of helping Essex knock off the arrears. We're going to see Simon Harmer in the attack now.
Yeah, well, I think that we'd think Stekety's spell had to come to an end really there, didn't it? He'd after that last over, he'd pretty much lost the line. And
well, he had, I mean, at least 17 off it. Can't remember what happened to the first ball, but then it went 4-4-4-4-1. And Harmer, well, it could be an interesting match-up here, because the ball isn't actually showing any signs of turning for Simon Harmer, and he can be hit for sixes, has been occasionally, not very often, but it's not a pitch that appears to play to Harmer's strengths here. It'll just be interesting to see if he can get rid of Burgess, who you would imagine is really going to go after him.
Well, you'd think so. Anyway, we'll soon see as Harmer bowls the first ball. It's a little bit short. It's whipped away down to deep backward square leg. They don't take what would have been a comfortable single. Leave that one alone, down as a dot ball. So Burgess continues to take the strike as Harmer, again with this field spread, bowls, and this time Burgess plays it out all on the ground. It was rolling down comfortably, and the enthusiasm there of Critchley came racing in. Matt Critchley came racing across from about 25 yards and picked it up as if it was going to be the big run on it. This one is cracked away into the offside, and once again out to a fielder on the boundary, who again the ball's just returned to Harmer. So 3 balls, any one of which could have been a run, but all turned down. This next one is turned away to deep mid-wicket, and this time Burgess decides, I'll take the single. Takes Warwickshire on to 310, he goes on to 108.
Good cricket from Burgess there, not getting carried away, and certainly the tactic of Steketee just to dig it in short, presumably with the approval of his captain, just didn't pay off at all, and Harmer commanding a lot more respect, and Burgess rightly not just throwing his wicket away, because it's much easier to make runs toward the end of your first innings than it is in the second innings.
Yep. Harmer round the wicket to bowl to Hain and Dolby, who is behind it and plays it back out into the offside, and Harmer runs through, well, walks through, doesn't run through at all, he walks through and picks the ball up, and there's no run. So 1 ball to go in this over, as Harmer in, and forward is Hain and Dolby, kills the spin on that, end of another over, and 310 for 8.
And this is one of these situations where if Burgess sort of decides, having got to his 100, that he'll sort of put his head down again a little bit, this could go on for a long time from an Essex point of view. They're already staring down the barrel of an incipient 150 deficit, and it could get over 200, particularly you've only got to look back at what happened the last time these two batsmen met in the middle to remember that you know, they can put on big runs yet, and Essex who have laboured away manfully generally today. There's been particularly good bowling from Sam Cook, but they really are now Essex. They're going to be chasing a big first innings deficit. Will they even oblige Warwickshire to bat again? Sam Cook's back in the attack from the city end, bowls and a long way outside off stump. Goes through to Wheater, 27.1 overs, 5 maidens, 3 for 64. Cook's figures, and he's bowled a really fine spell with the second new ball this afternoon, because until the new ball was taken, Warwickshire was scoring very rapidly after lunch. And you just wondered if Essex couldn't break the 6-wicket partnership, which put on 113 for the second new ball. They're in even bigger trouble. Cook bowls, and this time he bowls deliberately a long way down offside. It is a wide, so that's 311 for 8. Cook just trying to frustrate Burgess into doing something silly, and Burgess did walk a long way outside off stump, and even then ball goes through for wide, and umpire Neil Mallender just explaining to Cook.
Yes, he obviously not entirely happy with that, Sam Cook, I don't think. He's still going on that to Neil Mallender. Mallender explaining too. That's the sheet behind the bowler is not. I would have thought at the moment it's probably more of a nuisance than a help. Yeah.
Yes, and quite legitimately, actually, Burgess steps away at the last minute.
And there's been a big collapse of advertising screens and stuff behind us, because the wind has got behind this end as well and has knocked down a huge amount of boarding, and I think it's all come from the wind blowing the sight screens, which are part of held together on the sheets, and we've got a lot of people out now just going to pick it all up and put it back on. In fact, it's the management team out there going there. I see Mark Robinson's out there picking it all up.
Yeah, case of Storm Edgbaston stopping play here. And for all the fact we've got the most innocent looking of skylines with barely a cloud on the premises, about the only hint of interruption to the sunshine is the gathering evening shadows, where the shadows of the sunlight, the floodlights, beginning to spread out over the pavilion end of the ground. But yeah, it really is very windy indeed.
I think they need to secure that the sheet down at the Birmingham end as well, because that was billowing as Cook ran into bowl. And
there are spectators sitting near it, and you wouldn't want to bet that if that sheeting came off its moorings that it might cause a bit of grief, actually.
Well, I think it's come loose at the bottom right, as we look at the bottom right hand corner.
Yeah, I think you're probably right.
It wants locking back down again, but certainly all the boardings, all the advertising boardings, etc., all blew over down here. So that's the temporary hold-up to play. That's why we're not able to describe any cricket. 311 for 8. We're in the 106th over.
I think it's in these situations where fielding sides lose their way a little bit. You know, you go into this routine of singles being turned down right, left and centre, everybody ringing the boundary, nobody in sight close to the wicket at all. As Cook is in, play resumes, bowls, and Burgess belts it down the ground again. It would have gone for 4 had there not been a fieldsman down there in the distance, Shane Snater. They eschew the single, and it all renders a rather unsatisfactory feeling.
And often the batsman gets out trying some unorthodox shot in order to try and get, pick up an easy boundary or break the shackles.
Cook bowls and Burgess clubbers it. I think clubber is the correct verb, to Snater in the deep, and once again eschews the single. 311 for 8, and of course there's been a wide in this over, so that was the third legitimate delivery. Now, if it runs true to form, which I suspect it will, Burgess now will take the single on offer from this next delivery.
Yeah, just push and run into the gap. Just get a bat on it.
You could probably get 2 for a push and run, actually.
Actually, I think you're probably right. If they're quick, You could do that.
Cook's in and bowls to Burgess. And yep, it has run true to form. And I haven't studied the form book in vain all my life. And they get the single. Burgess moves along to an imperious 109, and the score to 312 for 8. The lead, a gross lead, literally, of 144.
Yep. You don't hear that said, that term used, gross, very often these days.
No, a dozen dozens. Yes, it's it goes back to my memory of mental arithmetic lessons at junior school.
Yeah.
Not very junior. It was when I was 10 or 11, and yes, I remember the word gross coming up and being explained to us. As Hain Dorby is on strike now to Cook, who rather wastes that delivery, goes well down leg side, 312 for 8. And it's in this sort of strange type of cricket, what you might almost call zombie state of cricket, where I think fielding sides can lose their way a little bit.
Yeah, well, I think we've had half an hour of, I'd say, cricket which I don't quite understand the tactic.
No, Cook's in again, and obviously the field now much closer set when Cook is bowling to Hain Dorby. We've had 2 slips and 3 or 4 other close fielders, so from one extreme to the other, but neither actually plays to Essex's favour. As Hain Dorby, it won't worry him if he's still not out after facing 50 deliveries. At the moment he's faced 11. Meanwhile, Burgess has 109 not out, his second successive championship 100 from 160 deliveries, and the score is 312 for 8 with a lead of 144.
Doing similar way to the performance against Surrey a couple of weeks ago, as Oliver Hain Dorby gets a drink brought out to him. The ground staff moving round towards, I think they're going to secure down that corner of the sight screen.
Yes,
or the sheeting. Gosh, you wouldn't want to have to wash that sheet, would you?
No.
Put it on your line.
At that moment, the wind really was very, very strong indeed.
Yes, it was.
It's calmed down for the moment considerably. That's the danger when you get winds that gust like that. As Harmer's in.
Forward comes Burgess to play it into the back down. Harmer fields off his own bowling. Richard will be joining you at the end of this over. I'll make way for Richard to come back on as Harmer is in and bowls. Burgess sweeps that one away down to deep backward square leg, and then just watches as the ball is returned. He doesn't take the single. Remains on 312 for 8.
Yes, to the leg side boundary here, they could actually run 2 if he just sort of played it gently out there.
This one's short and is cracked away down into sort of deep mid-wicket where Mark takes the ball but returns it back to Harmer again. It's another dot ball. Harmer in, bowls, and again it's defended by Burgess. Another over goes through, on its way, 2 balls to go, and he'll be looking for the single. The field hasn't come in at all to prevent him getting the single. As Harmer is in, and this will be just single. They just take it. Now I don't. It's not even as though they're trying to restrict him from getting the strike. They're just almost satisfied to have 1 ball at Oliver Hain Dorby. Very strange tactic.
Well, yes, I mean, I've seen it loads of times before, but I never think it's a good idea, and certainly in the times I've seen Essex apply these tactics, I struggle to think of more than the very odd occasion when it's worked.
Especially with the last man there, effectively, you think that go for it. Anyway, they're round the bat for Oliver Hain Dorby, who is stoutly playing that one into the onside. Survives another over. It's 107 overs gone, 313 for 8. I will leave you, Paul, as Richard Wilford will rejoin you.
And as much as Hain Dorby, thank you very much to Phil Britt there, as much as Hain Dorby is the last man according to the score sheet, of course we fully anticipate that there will be a concussion replacement whose identity we don't know as yet. But Warwickshire will be entitled to bring another man in to join whichever of the current two incumbents survives whenever the next wicket falls. So still quite a bit of work potentially for Essex to do before they can look forward or anticipate their second innings starting. Sam Cook going to be bowling from the City end, 3 for 66 in 28 overs 5 maidens. In the context of this innings, it's a pretty good effort from Cook, who now prepares to do battle, albeit a strange sort of battle with Mike Burgess here.
Burgess digs out a very full delivery. So I've got to do this one because we've got the report coming up during the next 3 minutes. But so Burgess back-to-back hundreds in his first 2 championship innings of the season. That's quite a fillip to him. That's 278 runs for once out at the moment. And,
nice average.
Yeah, it's a bit tidy, isn't it? He could get out now and then for a duck in the second innings and still be averaging in the 90s. So he'd, but he won't be wanting to do that, give that away just yet. Cook, who would have quite liked to have his feet up by now, comes into bowl to Burgess, and that's a slower ball outside off stump that Burgess leaves alone. It bounces again before it's pouched by Adam Wheater.
I think Burgess now, Richard, is he's changed his tactic since the one that took him to the 100, where he belted Steckety for 4 consecutive boundaries. He stopped just going after everything now. I think he's rather enjoying himself, playing cat and mouse, and saying, well, if you're going to play this tactic, Essex, then my tactic will be as follows. I'll wait till the 4th ball of the over and trust my mate Hain Dolby at the other end to keep out the last 2, and I think he quite happily just gets a single and over.
They've now got 4 in to save the single as he drives it towards short mid-wicket, and there's no run fielded there by Rosington. It's after he got to his 100, he then hit that 4th boundary in succession off Steckety, who by that point had lost his way, I think it would be reasonable to say. And since then he has become more becalmed, wants to keep Essex in the field for as long as they possibly can as well. It's the opening batsmen are pondering when they're going to come in and how many overs they're going to have to face, and that'll be down, if the wicket fell this over, it'll be down to 17 overs, and they're now bringing a rather more orthodox field in, which makes some sense. They're going to put a slip back in now, and that's only halfway through the over, so they're enticing Burgess to play a shot against Cook now, and he guides it very nicely down towards third man. There's a bit of a chase on here, and they've settled for just 1, which is interesting. Here at Edgbaston, 314 for 8 are Warwickshire. They lead by 146, and they've got there thanks to another fine century from Michael Burgess. His second in successive innings. He reached it with 3 successive boundaries off Steckety. He's on 111. They have lost Liam Norwell. Looks like he might have been concussed by a bouncer from Steckety that hit him on the helmet. We don't know whether he'll return. This could well turn out to be the last wicket. Warwickshire 314 for 8.
Yes, it'd be interesting if and when a wicket does go down to see if there is a concussion replacement.
And the wicket, Cook ducking under it is Hain Dolby. 2 balls to go. Yeah, what I would say, I haven't had a chance to read up on the regulations as to how soon that replacement can be made, and how quickly the diagnosis can be made. We'd certainly all be astonished if he wasn't concussed, I think, from what we saw.
Yes, absolutely. I'm sure there will be, quite legitimately. It is in the rules now, you are allowed a concussion replacement, and it clearly is a genuine case of concussion. He was clearly staggering after being hit in the head.
Cook once more to Hain Dolby, who steers it towards mid-wicket. He is again being extremely obdurate. 15 deliveries he's faced, which is a very small number in comparison to the first 66 balls that he fended off without scoring against Surrey. He did end up in double figures in that partnership, by the way. Having got off the market in the next over, he hit 2 boundaries off successive balls. As if to say,
ruined it.
He was hoping to try and set a world record when he knew that he was. The world record is about 100 balls in first-class cricket. I think he's exactly 100. Joshy, I think, the batsman.
I tell you what, this is a perfect opportunity for him in a way if Burgess sort of doesn't get out at the other end, because he has actually in the 14 balls that he's faced, not looked in the least bit of trouble. You know, he hasn't been beaten by any delivery, and he's playing it with a lot of time in hand. So it's entirely possible that we could see another big partnership here between these two. Harmer, meanwhile, is going to continue from the pavilion end. 19 overs, 5 maidens, none for 40 to date. Lovely sunshine here at Edgbaston, albeit very windy. Harmer's in bowls, and Burgess guides this ball away to deep backward point, and predictably eschews the single that was very much on offer there.
Of course, the other thing that's still in play here is that they've only got 11 balls to get another bowling point.
Yeah, very much so. As 3-1-4, another 36 needed as this ball is played back to the bowler.
I don't think they'd be worried about the batting point, but the bowling point for Essex,
yeah,
slightly more significant.
Yes, I see what you mean. Yeah. Yes, you'd have to say they haven't tried particularly hard to.
It's like they've only just realised with the fact they've changed the field now, and that,
Yep.
that they ought to be trying to get Burgess out here.
no,
And
you're
they're
quite right.
hoping he's going to hole out.
Good point, as Harmer's in bowls and play back to the bowler. Yes, that makes it all the less excusable, the tactic that's been used, because really you could say that all Essex are likely to get from this game, other than what they've already got, is this potential extra bowling point as Harmer's in bowls. I mean, if they get a draw from the game, which will take a lot of doing, ball played back to the bowler here by Burgess, there's no run. So he could get the draw, but in terms of what they can actually do to gain further points, this is the one that's up for grabs. They got this or the remainder of this over and one more to try and take that 9th wicket, and they won't be getting it from the ball that's just been played to mid-wicket.
So here's the key. One ball left in the over. They really want Hain and Dolby on strike to Sam Cook in the next over. That's what they want more than anything else here.
Yeah.
So they've got to prevent a single. Everybody is in now.
Harmer bowls, and this ball has been was attempted to be clipped into the onside there, but Burgess doesn't manage to manoeuvre the strike on this occasion. There's no run. 3-1-4 for 8. 1 over remains in which bowling points can be gleaned, and Essex need that wicket, but I have to say Hain and Dolby so far hasn't looked likely to be out, and we shall see.
But this is the first time that he's been exposed to the start of an over.
Yep.
So it's a very different kettle of fish here. Sam Cook is going to come up to bowl his 30th of the innings. He's put the hard yards in. He's been the pick of the bowlers by a distance with his 3 wickets. I say by a distance, Snater has bowled pretty well in patches, especially first up this morning and yesterday evening. But 6 balls to try and take this wicket and get another point. So Tom Wesley is taking some care over getting the field right for this, and they're probably going to put a 3rd slip in by the look of it. I mean, they might as well.
Yes.
And Hain Dolby for the first time today might be contemplating whether he does want to get a run on the board. Are they going to go leg slip here?
Looks like
Looks like they're going to go leg slip.
Yeah.
That's where
Critchley in
Critchley's
at leg
going to be.
slip.
He's very fine at leg slip, and Cook is going round the wicket to the tall left-handed Hain Dolby. So that's in case he drags his line down the leg side. And he wants that in place. He's got a short leg as well for the shorter ball, but with minimal movement and fuss, Hain Dolby just prizes the first ball from in front up towards Wesley at a short mid-on.
The hallmark of Hain Dolby's batting has been just how much time he's had to play his shots. I mean, so far from looking in any trouble with that ball, he was in position and just calmly stroking the ball down to Tom Wesley at mid-on, and he hasn't even looked hurried so far.
Well, that might actually encourage the Essex batsmen to a large extent, as Cook bowls round the wicket and Hain Dolby defends into the offside. His head's still down as he digs the crease. He doesn't want to look at the bowler after he's played it. He's just going to stay in his bubble.
Yes, he's batting in a kind of deadpan manner out there, and showing no emotion at all, but doing a fine job, I have to say, and looking more than a little accomplished, at least from a purely defensive point of view.
He's developed a magnificent line in considered shotlessness in these last 2 championship games. There's a bouncer he allows to go over his shoulder and through, so 3 balls left for Essex to take this wicket.
And I like the way, again, there in avoiding a ball that was heading for his head, just keeping his eye on the ball and just doing the minimum that was required to adjust the head out of the line of the ball. And so he looks like he's well in control out there at the moment.
They've added 24 runs since Liam Norwell retired hurt. And Dalby has not contributed any of them, but he's guided Michael Burgess past 3 figures for the second match in a row. Another bouncer, and Alan Dalby ducks under it, and that felt a bit like a wasted delivery. An angry delivery, I think, from Sam Cook, who's played his hand in terms of trying to take these wickets.
Do you know what? I think Essex would be now better employed if he comes over the wicket and slants the ball across the left-hander and looks for maybe a catch in the slips. Don't think it's going to happen, though.
2 balls to go. I just suspect that the 110 overs thing crept up on Tom Wesley a little bit this afternoon. They seemed a little bit slow to retreat from the tactic of having all the field out for Burgess and hoping that he'd hold out. As again, Hannon Dalby covers up middle and off stump, the ball angled into him. I'm with you, Paul, actually. Angled into him, I think he's quite comfortable with it.
Well, he looks
across him, maybe not.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it's got to be worth, having not really had any dividend from the current tactic, it's got to be worth just slanting the ball across and seeing whether he might get an edge through the slips, because as you say, from round the wicket, he looks as solid as a rock.
Last chance for Cook and Essex to claim maximum bowling points, and it's a fend off. It was an awkward ball coming up to hip height. He may even have played that down off his arm guard, Hannon Dalby. But Warwickshire frustrate Essex in their desire to get 9 wickets. 314 for 8 it is. And you know, I'll make this point many times over the course of a season when I'm down watching the cricket. For those people who want to bemoan county championship cricket, Warwickshire have set their stall out for the last 30 minutes to deny Essex a point, because that might be important towards the end of the season. That's what they've done out there.
No, you're quite right, and these points do count. It was on this ground, actually, I think it was a couple of years ago, that Essex wasted the opportunity for an extra batting bonus point, and they were left about 1 run short of what was needed, having only needed, you know, something like 10 off 3 overs. Admittedly, they had 7 or 8 wickets down at the time, but you know, these, as you say, these extra points here and there really can be absolutely vital, however trivial they might seem at the time. Almost like a football situation where you've got the opportunity to go for a better goal difference, and don't take it, as Harmer's in and bowls, and Burgess head over the ball, everything correct, back down the pitch, and we have at least got a field now with plenty of fieldsmen inside the circle in inverted commas, as Harmer's in, bowls to Burgess, and full delivery, played back to, in fact, just evades the dive of Harmer there. I think he might have got a hand to the ball, goes down to Critchley, but it's academic because the single is eschewed.
Yeah, that may have been a drop chance.
Yeah, did just wonder.
That may have, because it was a full toss, and I think it came back to him on the full. It was a very difficult chance, almost at the feet of the non-striker.
Harmer's in bowls, a quicker delivery, and played back to the bowler. 3-1-4 for 8. Having said that, Harmer's certainly well capable of catching that sort of chance, and he didn't particularly react as if he felt he'd missed something.
No, he's just looked to the heavens twice on his way back to this next delivery. I think he feels he missed one.
Yep.
And we mentioned earlier what good hands he's got, but I've got a feeling that carried.
Harmer bowls again, and this ball stroked down into the offside, and again there's no run. Rossington Fields at extra cover.
Well, he might have hurt his hand as well. Yeah, he's got, I think he's got a sore finger there on his spinning hand as well, to make matters worse.
Not that he's been spinning it much today. It's
not a lot of grip, is there, out there on that surface at the moment?
No. But just 111 not out. Essex hoping Nelson works in their favour. That's another full delivery. Played down to Critchley at mid-on. There wouldn't actually have been a run taken there. It went pretty quickly to the fieldsman. Got a slip in, a short mid-wicket. Other fielders in to save the single. Harmer bowls, and this ball's hit down to Critchley. They won't be able to run there. And that's a maiden over from Harmer. And 314 for 8 represents a lead of 146, with Burgess on 111 and Hain and Dalby on an honorary 0.
53 runs added in 16 overs since tea for the loss of Henry Brooks and the retirement of Liam Norwell, with that bang on the head. So it remains to be seen if he's going to be replaced. I don't think Warwickshire have tweeted anything about that just yet. They'll give him every opportunity, I'm sure, to be checked out properly. Cook is gamely going to continue. He's certainly put a lot of energy into his bowling today. 3 for 67 in 30 overs. Admirable figures from Sam Cook. And he comes into bowl to Ollie Hain and Dalby, who just jabs the ball outside off stump. And it goes up to Snater, is it? Judging by the sun hat.
Yes, indeed. Really, it underlines the problem. If you have a three-man pace attack, Richard, and it's not doing anything for the spinners, and one of the three is proving rather expensive, you end up having to over-bowl your best bowler.
And it's Steckety, of course, to taking wickets, but at some expense. It's 3 for 111 when he came off. Cook round the wicket, drags it down the leg side. He has got a leg slip in. Hain and Dalby shows no interest to that. I suspect he's getting a little bit of a sledge from Adam Rosington, who I think is encouraging Ollie Hain and Dalby that he might like to try and hit the ball at some point off the cut strip.
But I don't think Hain and Dalby will mind that at all. He is a man clearly very much primed to play the way he is and enjoying it, I suspect.
Yeah. He's getting that little bit of Yorkshire determination. This one he takes on the body, which isn't quite the best way of playing it. A ball that got up, it was a better length of bouncer. And on what is a very tall man, it got just above elbow height. And I think now he's going to ask for a bit of treatment here, Hain and Dalby.
Yeah, a bit of painkiller, I suspect, on the elbow.
Yeah, it is, I think was it his left arm, his non-bowling arm, I think, that got hit. But that struck him a sharp blow. And again, I'm never going to criticise the bowlers, because if Hain and Dalby's going to do what he's doing, which is to stand up to anything that they send down at him, then you've got to, at times, bowl a short ball. The two umpires look like a pair of twins as they lean, one with the arm on the shoulder of the other, because Richard Kettlebury has had to get rid of his big wide-brimmed hat due to the fact that it flew to the boundary in the wind earlier, and he's now wearing a cap. So
yes, I think it's the right arm that's going to need some treatment. I'd have just thought the spray would be what they'll treat it with.
Two umpires look like a George Sharp appreciation tribute act.
Yes, indeed. What a lovely thought.
He always had his white flat cap on. Good umpire.
He was. Character.
Well, hopefully Ollie Hain and Dalby's going to be okay. I've got a feeling that he's got a bit of numbness. It is actually his right arm. The Bears don't want to lose both of their opening bowlers to short deliveries, but hopefully he's okay. He's just clenching and unclenching his right hand, and he'll take some water now. He did take a ball on the arm a few years back when he was batting out for a draw for the Bears at Taunton that ended up being a break, which kept him out of action for a while. I don't think there's any question that that's the case here. The umpires have come across just to make sure that the big man is okay.
A little bit surprised. I don't think anybody has produced the magic spray. Didn't see it being administered. It would seem the obvious thing to have used. But anyways, it looks to be all right, actually. I think you're right. I think it was a case of numbness more than...
Yeah, might have hit him on the funny bone as much, didn't they?
Yeah, exactly. The point of the elbow. And that is very painful, but in the end you're okay. 3-1-4 for 8 remains the score.
But, you know, I certainly defend Sam Cook's right to dig one in at the Bears number 11, because he's being a right regal pain in the backside for Essex.
And of course that particular delivery was not at any great height. It was
no.
You know, it's only about 3 feet off the ground, and he just rather Now we're going to see Cook come over the wicket.
Yeah, he's got a short leg and also a short mid-wicket in place now, and it is, of course, a bouncer. And Ollie Hain ducks out the way of it. It was always going to stick with the short stuff under those circumstances. 146 the lead, as it has been for some time now. It's a good half an hour ago that you were having a conversation with Phil about a gross.
Indeed.
So it's now merely a gross +2, the lead. So we have gone into
it's got slightly grosser.
Yeah. Another shorter ball up towards the arm of Hain Dolby, which he fends off. But there does come a point in a game like this where Hain Dolby's tactic of just standing in line and taking a blow is not the greatest idea, and I think he is in a bit of discomfort from that previous one. He's gone for a bit of a wander. And I would question the wisdom of him putting himself on the line like that, because Mark Robinson and Will Rhodes need him to lead the attack, possibly in about 10 minutes from now. So the final ball of the over is aimed at the top of off stump, and it's fended off by Ollie Hain Dolby. I would imagine that the best reaction to what's just happened in that over is for Michael Burgess to go 6 or bust in the next over against Simon Harmer, which is a dangerous tactic in terms of the length of his own innings, but I don't think you want your opening bowler taking any more punishment here from the opposition pace attack.
Well, we shall see as Harmer is going to continue from the pavilion end on what is an extremely sunny evening now, as the forecast got today absolutely right, with a grey morning followed by an ever increasing amount of blue sky and sunshine in the afternoon, which makes it sound rather nicer than it is, because there's a nasty wind blowing from the east as Harmer's in bowls, and Burgess strokes the ball out, and once again forgoes the single there, and Sam Cook fields, and still, as it has been for several overs now, score at 3-1-4 for 8. Burgess on Nelson, and Harmer bowls to him and turn round the corner. Again, there'll be no run. Nick Brown does the fielding at sort of short fine leg.
I know that Shan Masood has made another double 100 for Derbyshire in Division 2.
Yeah, what tremendous form he's in. As Harmer's in bowls and the ball is run down. They will take the single this time, with 3 balls of the over gone, and Burgess to 112. Doesn't succumb on Nelson.
Well, that is, by the way, 593 runs in his first 4 innings for the county, Shan Masood, and he's not out at the moment. Good form, I think that's probably considered,
to say the least. And good to see Derbyshire score a shed load of runs, as Harmer comes around the wicket to the left-handed Hain Dolby, who gets everything over this and stops the ball a yard or 2 down the track. Rossington under the helmet retrieves. 3-1-5 for 8, and the lead now 147. Harmer again tosses this one up a little more, but Hain Dolby not to be tempted, just again defends into the offside. Wheater will nip round from behind the stumps to retrieve, flick it back to the bowler. Last ball of the over coming up, and it's down leg side, and Hain Dolby just lets it hit him on the pad, and it rolls down about 5 yards or so. So no run there, and Hain Dolby remains on 0, and Burgess has 112, and it's 315 for 8.
Centuries today in the First Division for James Vince for Hampshire at Kent, for Josh Bannon for Lancashire against Gloucestershire at Old Trafford. In Division 2, Ben Slater with 100 for Nottinghamshire up at Durham, and then Masood's big double as well. Chideshwar Pujara is going rather well for Sussex at Worcester. So again, quite a few big innings around the county circuit, which is always an interesting answer to those who complain about the surfaces. Those of us who've been travelling around the county circuit for the last few years. I haven't seen an awful lot wrong with the vast majority of the surfaces, and we've seen quite a few odd ones in Test cricket, strangely. As Burgess prepares to face Sam Cook for the first time for a while, he's launching him over a straight mid-wicket. As he got it cleanly, it's going to bounce a couple of times, and Slater chases after it and pulls it up in front of the boundary rope. A couple more runs to Burgess. He's to 114, and the score to 317 for 8.
Brilliant bit of fielding actually by Slater there to prevent the boundary, and at this stage you could understand it if fielders didn't look absolutely hell-bent on
Did
getting
they not
there.
run? They didn't run. They didn't run.
Ah,
Yeah, they didn't run. They should have had 2 runs there, but they didn't run. This ball, he swings and misses outside off stump. I mean, whether he assumed it was going for 4 or not, but they would have come through comfortably for 2.
oh, very much so, yeah, because Slater was at full stretch. I mean, not many fieldsmen would have got to that and prevented it going for 4, so well done to him. He's wholehearted and has become a very useful member of this Essex side.
It's a little bit of muddled thinking, actually,
I
there.
agree. I think there's been quite a bit on both sides in the last hour or so.
Bears might have been discombobulated by the events of Sam Cook's last over. Short ball smashed to the fence, this time by Burgess. That just stood up and waited to be hit and was caned through mid-wicket. So he does move the scoreboard along, and it means that the advantage has gone beyond 150. 319 for 8, the Bears, and Burgess up to 116.
By and large, I don't think the short stuff tactic has paid off really for Essex.
Cook again, Burgess steers it out behind square on the offside for a single with 2 balls left in the over. 320 for 8, Burgess to 117.
It's canny thinking by Burgess actually, this tactic he has of taking a single off the 4th ball of the over, because the field would start to come in off the last 2, and he's every reason to have some faith in his partner here, Hain and Dalby. So I think he's pretty much got his sums right on that score. Yeah. We're once again going to have a leg slip for Hain and Dalby.
Yeah, to me, though, I would have stayed on strike at that end and kept Hain and Dalby out the line of fire here, as he faces another short ball that hits him on the upper part of the arm, and he's getting quite annoyed now, Hain and Dalby, but he's got to try and lean out of the way of those. He can't keep on taking them on his body. He marches off to square leg, and look, it's brave, but it's also potentially foolish.
Yeah, and I'd rather take your point you were starting to make a moment ago, that perhaps the better way to go was simply for Burgess to say, I'll take the quicker bowler and you face Simon Harmer.
And this is the bowling arm that he's taking these blows on.
Yeah.
So that's going to be pretty stiff later. He'll be okay for any bowling he might have to do this evening, but he could be struggling a bit tomorrow with that. Because you know how bruising can come up.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, you know, and again, Cook has got to do what he's doing here. He's got to discomfort Hain and Dalby, who takes this one on his side. And one or two of the Warwickshire members sound like they're braying a little bit at this tactic, but it's got to be right. I mean, Hain and Dalby has been out there for a long time now, and he's faced a lot of deliveries, and they're struggling to get him out. So you have to use that tactic. He's faced 31 deliveries for his naught at the moment. 320 for 8 at the end of the over.
So that lead getting bigger and bigger. Now on to 152 for Warwickshire, replying to Essex's 168 all out. Harmer 22 overs, 7 maidens, none for 41, as ever keeping the scoring rate under 2 and over. Just in conflab with Tom Wesley, the Essex skipper, at the start of this next over. And we've so far had 83 overs of the day's 96 allocation bowled, so 13 overs left to be bowled. Clock approaching 5:30. Harmer trots up and bowls, and Burgess works the ball away to short fine leg Nick Brown. Bats left-handed, throws right, and very tidy with his work in the field, Nick Brown. And still 320 for 8. Harmer bowls to Burgess. Takes a single of just the second ball of the over and moves to 118. 321 for 8 on the board.
So 153 the lead, and they are now kind of where we suspected they wanted to be at the start of the day.
Yeah. No, they'll be very happy with their day's work as Harmer prepares to bowl to Hain and Dalby with a bat pad and a slip. And appeal for LBW, and he's out. And 321 for 9. Now we shall find out whether or not there will be a concussion replacement as the umpires stare back expectantly at the pavilion. And,
I can answer the question. They have had a concussion replacement signed off, and our recent co-commentator Craig Miles is due to come to the crease.
Right.
So so Craig Miles is the concussion replacement coming in to replace Liam Norwell. And
applause for Hain and Dalby for his North after 32 deliveries, I think it says. 321 for 9 on the board, leading by 153, and sporting his familiar number 18, Craig Miles, therefore makes ground to join Burgess here, and not incapable with the bat, Miles, by any manner of means. Just getting a word of advice from Burgess.
I mean, if he'd been playing in this game, he would be touch and go whether he came in before or after Henry Brooks.
Yeah.
Certainly, you would expect him in ahead of Liam Norwell. So he is capable. Just wasn't expecting to be out there. Just let you know, they may well hand to me during this sports bulletin that we can hear in our ears, Paul.
Yep. And Harmer to bowl to Miles, and 3 balls left of this over. Harmer has his wicket, his first of the match. And here he is over the wicket now to Miles, who comes forward, returns it whence it came. And score remaining at 321 for 9. Matt Critchley just doing some warm-up exercises beneath us here, fielding at deep mid-on. Harmer bowls again. Miles with a late adjustment, stabs it into the offside. There's no run. 321 for 9. Cloudless skies above, unless you are really picky and spot a little layer of cloud in extreme distance. It won't be coming our way. And attempt to force the final ball of the over into the offside, unavailing. So Burgess on 118 will have strike at the start of the next over, with Warwickshire complete with concussion replacement Craig Miles. 321 for 9.
And this has become a very frustrating period of play for Essex. Not really a surprise that they'll choose therefore to bring Matt Critchley into the attack. Sam Cook has ended up with a workload of some 32 overs, which is to be plenty to be going on with. Critchley, a perfectly capable bowler. Division 1 cricket is going to be an interesting challenge for him to continuing this season after joining from Derbyshire. A very promising young cricketer.
Yeah, made a good start. 134 on his Essex debut against Kent in the first match. Not so good since then. Mind you, nobody was really making serious runs down at Taunton. Didn't get runs in the first innings here. Not of any account, anyway.
So he goes through his warm-ups, update listeners to the radio. Well, Warwickshire still batting, 321 for 9. It's a significant lead now of 153. They've got there thanks to a brilliant 100 from Michael Burgess, his second in successive matches. He's on 118, again steered over the line by Ollie Hain and Dalby, we thought was probably going to be last man. He came on when Liam Norwell had been struck an awkward blow on the helmet. He's now been ruled out the rest of the game with concussion, and he's now allowed to be replaced in the team by Craig Miles. Burgess just slapped a 6 over mid-wicket to take his score to 124. 327 for 9 Warwickshire. Their lead is 159.
Yeah, handsome blow there over square leg for 6, a short boundary, no difficulty at all in clearing that. It'd only be about a 50-yard boundary, and we have a slight delay while a lone member of the support staff retrieves it amongst the seating away to our left.
Yes, the issue there is there aren't any spectators in that area because it's in the shade very much. I don't know whether they encourage anybody quite into that area at this stage of the year. I can't recall having seen anybody sat there earlier, but it is the most shaded area of the ground, so if they were, they've probably moved a bit further along in the stand. As Critchley comes in again, and Burgess slaps down on this out into the offside, and there's no run. He looks disgruntled at the lack of timing of that. That 6 incidentally means he's now scored just over 300 runs in his 2 innings this season, and looking forward to talking to him after the close of play. He's enjoying himself as he looks to hit this towards Cow Corner and miscues it to deep backward square, and again he won't take a single at this point. 3 balls left in the over. At what stage does he transfer strike to Craig Miles, do we think? Critchley approaches once more, drag that down, and it's slapped straight past him, and will it have enough power on it to go to the fence? I don't think it will. Snater has been rapid in the field, and he comes round to gather again, and they do decide to come back for 2, which would have been the debate. 329 for 9.
Lead goes up to 161.
And another case of a Warwickshire innings where the first 5 wickets scored rather fewer than the second set of 5 wickets.
This is a great advantage if you've got a strength in depth in the batting order, and it's why Warwickshire have in short order become as good as anyone in the country.
He's made room for himself to launch this next delivery towards the leg side, but he didn't get as much on it as he thought, and it bounces to the fielder on the fence, who is Rossington.
3 fielders there ringing the leg side fence.
Not saving the single this time, which is interesting.
Yeah.
Final ball of the over. Critchley in, and he'll just clip the ball behind square for a single. Somebody is really going to have to explain that to me, with the best one in the world, because why would you give Burgess the single? And look, Harmer might get him. Harmer's a terrific bowler, but why would you give him the single at the end of the over?
No, it is odd, isn't it? I think some 1 or 2 aberrations on Essex's part latterly. It's been a long day in the field for them. At 1 or 2 points, they've sort of got into quite a promising position. The 2 early wickets in the morning, for instance. Then again, with the second new ball, Cook bowled particularly well, and so we're down to, or we're 7 down. But again, even these last 3 wickets now are beginning to compile rather a lot of runs, thanks, of course, in chief to Burgess with his magnificent innings of 127 not out. So Harmer preparing to bowl to Burgess. Cook at slip. That's met on the full and crashed away, and it's going out towards the mid-wicket fence, and just prevented from going for 4 by Ben Allison, who's had a heck of a lot of work to do as substitute fielder for Dan Lawrence today. 2 runs to Burgess, moves to 129, 332 for 9.
He was in trouble for a moment there, Ben Allison. He's pretty much run 20 yards to catch a ball that was 10 yards away before it went over the rope.
Yeah.
He went round in a little semicircle, but he did the job. It has followed him all day.
It has, yes, quite right. He'd win the prize if there were one for doing the most fielding. As Harmer's in, bowls, and Burgess just dabs it into the offside. Doesn't take a run here, and there wouldn't really have been one. 332 for 9.
There's small things in life that give me pleasure. There's something I'm really looking forward to that Phil's going to have to do.
As Harmer comes in again, bowls a little bit short, and they're going to take the single out to Paul Walter, who's he's substituting for, I'm not quite sure who else. Might be Steckety, who's off at the moment. 333 for 9. Triple Nelson on the board.
My question is, how is Phil going to recalibrate the scorecard for the 12th player? Oh, he's already done it. He's got it ready for tomorrow. I reckon he's taken out a bowling line.
Harmer's in, gives us plenty of air, and stroked away to the extra cover boundary by the concussion replacement, Craig Miles. And he wouldn't have expected in a million years to be batting today, but he has. He's a lovely shot. Picks up 4 runs, 337 for 9, the lead to 169.
I'm pretty sure that I've commentated him into some sort of mid-season form. You know,
I'm sure he'll give you all the credit.
Yeah, I think he will.
Harmer bowls to him and play back to the bowler. 337 for 9.
When he came up here at 2:30 to have a chat with us on air for half an hour, little did he think that he'd be out in the middle playing extravagant cover drives off the bowling of Simon Harmer.
Who comes in again, pavilion end, bowls and just pushed out into the offside. There would have been a single there, but they don't take it because that was the last ball of the Harmer over. 337 for 9, lead of 169. We have now had 86 overs bowled. I don't know if Phil would like to come back in.
I tell you what, on the Warwickshire website coverage, it's blown their scorecards mind, the fact that Craig Miles is out there. The extra line is not happening at the moment. Hey, these are the things that are sent to test you. But this innings has lingered considerably longer than Essex would have wanted it to. And Warwickshire have more than doubled their score now. Essex 168, Warwickshire 337 for 9. Critchley is going to continue from the Birmingham end. Bowling to Burgess, and Burgess looks to hit this extravagantly through the covers, but he's going to pick out the fielder out there, Allison. And there's no run. It's been entertaining enough, Phil.
It's been a terrific afternoon. Just a little bit worried about...
Burgess looking to go over the short leg side boundary and gets his second six. He's hit that well back into the Priory stand. And Matt Critchley on a bit of a hide into nothing here. 343 for 9, and Burgess now on 136. And there are certain echoes in this innings to what happened against Surrey, but the match situation is very different, and everything that he does here puts more pressure on Essex. As he faces up again and hits this powerfully straight, and Snater's not going to catch that. Straight boundary. 4 more, Burgess to 140, and like he did for the last 70 runs of his innings against Surrey, he's into range hitting mode now.
Yeah, the beautiful 2 shots there from him. He's this field, I still can't mind around quite why this field's been placed this way.
It's gone very deep, hasn't it? This pair have already added 26th for the 10th wicket, and Burgess is going to the short boundary again, and he's split the 2 fielders in front of the hover cover, and they were no more than 15 yards apart, and neither of them got within 5 yards of the ball. 350 is up for Warwickshire, 351 for 9. Burgess had taken 14 off the last 3 deliveries.
I don't think Critchley really bowling what he is bowling really from the right end. He's got such a short boundary on the leg side, it's almost like a free hit.
And again, Burgess launching him towards Cow Corner. Has he got enough of that? He has. 6 more, and that is 150 for Michael Burgess off 208 deliveries. Back to back 150s. The last 50 has come off 58 balls, and has included his 3 sixes as well. What an innings from Michael Burgess.
Terrific hitting by Burgess, it really is.
178 2 weeks ago, 150 not out today, and there's going to be more because he's levelled this one up towards long on where there's nobody at home now. That is 4 more for Burgess. He's taken 24 off that over from Matt Critchley, and the Bears are 361 for 9. The lead is 193, and there are some heads dropping out there amongst the Essex fielders, I'm afraid.
Yeah, it's been terrific striking from Burgess, but I think they really do have to, and I know we've been looking at this now for the last hour, this field setting it really baffles me. You made the point in the previous over, I think it was, the last or the final ball of the over, they just let Burgess have a single. The field didn't move to make any restriction at all.
Yeah, why would they want it to keep the strike?
Yeah. Harmer continues from the pavilion end. He's in, and Craig Miles pushes forward. The ball into the onside, and there's no run. Well, he was hoping to be playing, going home to play, get ready to play for Leamington tomorrow in the Birmingham Premier League.
Yeah, their team news has changed.
Yeah, I hope somebody's told them they're going to be 1 short tomorrow. But anyway, he won't be playing the cricket tomorrow. He will be here playing for the rest of this match. Harmer in again, bowls to him, and he leaves this one outside the off stump, and there's no run. 361 for 9, Warwickshire. They lead by 93.
100 runs out in his session, 23.3 overs now.
As Harmer is in, and this is hit firmly out to extra cover. You can't beat the diving stop there, though, of Brown, who goes tumbling down but prevents the run. Harmer in again, bowls, and Miles, who is a very adequate batsman, it has to be said. He would be normally up at about number perhaps 8 or 9 in the side. He's in and waits, and this one's a bit more as the air, but played solidly back to the bowler. End of another over, 361 for 9. It remains a maiden over there, which Sir Miles played out. I can't think that we're going to see another over from Critchley, so no, it's going to be
Steckerty's coming back on.
Steckerty's back on, yeah.
Yeah. So Mark Steckerty will come on, and I mean he's taken some stick today. He's gone for 111, but he might come out wanting a bit of revenge. 312 rather. He might want some vengeance. He's been going for 4.5 and over today, but it might be harder for Burgess to tee off to the extent that he just did.
Yeah.
Within 24 of the career best that he set a fortnight ago. I've only been to 2 days cricket this year, and I've seen Michael Burgess score ridiculous amounts of runs in each of them.
I'm going to say, you're going to have to follow him around the circuit this year, Richard.
He's now 332 for once out in the Championship this season. Unbelievable. Steckerty in to bowl to Burgess. It's short, but it's a bit slower than Burgess thought, and he was through his shot before the ball went past him. The field is long leg, deep square leg, deep mid-wicket, deep cow corner. There's a long off, who's about 15 yards in from the rope, a deep extra cover, a cover boundary fielder, a deep backward point, and a third man. There is nobody other than the wicket keeper fielding within 45 yards of the bat. As Steckerty comes in again, he makes room, does Burgess, and steers the ball like an awkward tennis forehand up towards long off, and there's no run. They would love a lead of 200 from here now. That's 7 runs away, because that is proper bonus ball territory. To put Essex in a situation with a very talented batting lineup, which may or may not include Dan Lawrence, who hasn't been able to field all day today.
I was talking to somebody about that earlier on today.
Steckerty in to Burgess, who slaps it off the Q end of the bat this time, and it squirts out. Nick Brown runs in from backward point to field no run.
And they were saying they'd seen Dan Lawrence this morning. He'd been he could hardly walk down the steps.
Okay.
So I don't think you'll see anything of Dan Lawrence.
And whilst people say, well, Lawrence can't be replaced with a hamstring, how is it fair that Norwell can be replaced? We have to take concussion very seriously in all sports. For too long, not enough has been done to deal with that. Short ball, slammed, well not slammed, miscued in such a way that I think it's rattled his hands a bit there from Burgess, and it will go up towards long on, and again no run, 2 balls left in the over. We cannot ignore the dangers of head injuries in any sport anymore. So I feel quite strident about that. So the right thing is done, that you're allowed a concussion replacement.
Yeah, absolutely.
Otherwise, for too long, you'd have ended up with either him coming out to bat or him coming into bowl, not really knowing too much about what's going on, and it just, yeah.
Well, I gather he's not at the ground at the moment.
They've brought the field in now, and Burgess therefore will look towards straight wicket, mid-wicket, and he's hammered Steckerty over the boundary for his 4th 6. 160 to Michael Burgess, the lead 199.
It just short. Absolutely into position. He's got that boundary. He's really got his eye on that, and huge hit again.
When you're a batsman in form, what are you supposed to do?
Well, he's making
fill your
you
boots.
Just absolutely. When you're seeing it like he is, you want to bat every day.
Saying earlier, he's not expected to be the T20 wicketkeeper this year. That's likely to be Alex Davis, but my word, you'll make a case for him being in as a batsman with this sort of hitting. As he clubbed this one through the offside, the chase is on, but that's going to go through for 4 more, and the lead extends beyond 200. 10 more runs off the over from Steketee. Burgess to 164. And this is relentless from the Bears. And a 50 partnership between the two off 33 balls. That really is punishing a team when they're down. And you think of the start that Essex had to the day, with Dom Sibley out to the first ball. At that point, Warwickshire 76 for 3. Will Rhodes out in the third over of the day. That was 86 for 4. And now 371 for 9.
Well, Simon Harmer coming out of the attack as well as a return back for Sean Slater from the pavilion end. It's
yeah, it's not really been his end. So to me, that's again, Tom Wesley I don't think was planning the double change, because if he was, I think he'd have gone Snater from the City end, Birmingham end, which is where he's bowled throughout the day today. We've still got 7 overs left in the day. If a wicket falls in this over, Warwickshire would have 4 overs at Nick Brown and Sir Alistair Cook. It's almost tempting, but equally, the frustration of the opening batsman having to come out and field for a couple of minutes tomorrow morning might also be.
Yeah. Anyway, here's Snater starting his new over, new spell. He's in past umpire Kettleborough, and forward defensively is Craig Miles, who was with us at 2:30 this afternoon. He was having a chat with us on air, and having not missed out on the original selection for this game, he played in the Surrey game. He was reflecting on the difference on the wicket which he'd bowled on against Surrey, which he was quite complimentary to the ground stuff, but it didn't help him as a fast bowler. And this is going to be runs turned away beautifully through mid-wicket by Miles. It's running up towards the boundary. It's going to be pulled up just inside, and Critchley stops it, and they get back for a couple of runs.
But see, there are quite a few things that have puzzled me in the last hour, right? Both ways. There was an easy 3 there,
yeah.
but Burgess turned that down and left Miles on strike. Lovely shot from Craig Miles,
It was
as
a
you
nice
said.
shot, yeah. He waits, so Miles retains the bowling. He's on 6. This one is down the going miss leg stump. It wraps him on the pad. There's a sort of, I think, a frustration. Arm goes up and a shout, but Miles looking to whip it away through the onside. Didn't get bat onto it, and it just dropped down, but it was never going to hit the stumps, or another set probably. Stays on 373 for 9. This has been a huge innings again from Michael Burgess, 164 with 71 from Matt Lamb. As this one is driven into the offside and goes a magnificent cover drive from Craig Miles for 4. Absolutely, well, if you wanted to pick some shots of the day, you could put that one up with it, because it was beautifully executed.
There's been a few now. They've all got to try and beat Will Rhodes' shot from very early in the day. But that was he's hit 2 cover drives, one off Harmer and one off Snater, both bowling from the pavilion end. Craig Miles, that have been beautiful strikes.
It takes him into double figures. He goes to 10. Warwickshire moved to 377 for 9. The lead extends on to 209. Later in again and bowls, and this is short and wide down the leg side, and a good tumbling stop by Adam Wheater prevents that going for any extras.
Tell you what, terrific footwork. One of the most underestimated things about a wicketkeeper, I'll tell you who had brilliant feet as well as great hands, was Keith Piper. The number of steps he got in there to be able to fling himself at it, that would have been a 5 wides to a lot of keepers, because that is, well, 4 byes, because that had gone a long way down after it had passed the batsman.
He's in again. Slater in bowls, and this is ducked underneath by Miles. It negotiates that quite comfortably. End of another over ticks by. We're left with 6 more in the day, It's been an interesting day's cricket. It really has. It's been an interesting match so far. Michael Burgess won't want it to stop. He'll want them to keep bowling at him as long as he possibly can. He's on 164.
Well, Steckity against Burgess, the third chapter. There was one earlier in which Steckity took some serious stick. 4 successive boundaries, the third of which saw Burgess reach his 100. Steckity returned at the last over at the Birmingham end and got hit for a 6 and a 4. And now he comes in to bowl once more to Burgess, and that's miles outside off stump and signalled a wide, because you do not get the same latitude in Championship cricket when a batsman moves around the crease as you do in one-day cricket. So the fact that he's outside the return crease means it's a wide. 378 for 9, the lead to 210. It's a lot of runs to make to get back into the credit column.
Yeah, it's especially with 2 full days ahead of you. It's you've got to get to a position. You're going to have to be looking to score 340, 350 at least.
Steckity to Burgess, looks to launch him on the leg side. It's gone very, very high, but nobody in the field seems to know where it is. They're all looking around at each other. And where has it gone? It's gone for a boundary of some sort, but nobody seems to know whether it's a 4 or a 6. The fielder, to be fair down there, who is Rosington, has signalled that it's a 6, in which case it's the 5th that he's hit.
Nobody had a clue where that ball was. Absolutely. Went up in the air and nobody made any move or could say sort of got under it. How strange.
None of the fielders saw it. It went very, very high and not very far, because that is a short boundary.
Yeah.
Extraordinary. 384 for 9. Steckity in again to Burgess. It makes room outside off stump, and that will be signalled another wide. So already 8 runs off 1 legal delivery in this over.
And Burgess into the 170s now.
And Steckity 3 for 130 in his 27th over. And I think, not for the first time today, the umpires haven't explained, this isn't white ball cricket. That you may be adjusting because you think he's going to stand outside off stump, but if you bowl it out there, it's an orthodox wide. It's normal first class wide rules that apply here. Yeah. Steckerty's looking forward to hunkering down in his bed at the hotel later. and he has taken 3 wickets in this match. He's taken a couple today. Got Sam Hain with a good delivery for 29. Got Henry Brooks chipping him to mid-on for 7. Made a lot of room here, Burgess. He's got himself bowled round his legs. And Steckity does have the last laugh, and he does take a 4th wicket. And Warwickshire are eventually all out for 385 after another outstanding innings from Michael Burgess. In the end, he tries 1 trick too many, but not before he made 170, just 8 shy of the career best that he registered only 2 weeks ago against Surrey. An outstanding innings from Burgess, batting at number 7. He came in with a score at 124 for 5. He has scored 170 out of the 261 runs that have been made since. Craig Miles, batting as a concussion replacement for Liam Norwell, remains unbeaten on 10. Warwickshire's innings ends on 385 all out. By my reckoning, they will have 4 overs to bowl at Essex before the close tonight, with a first innings lead of 217. That's a pretty good job done.
I think so, and if they'd been offered that this morning, I think they'd have been happy to have taken 150 to get over 200 lead. I think they'll be delighted with that. The one little blip on that was the injury to Liam Norwell, which is he's obviously being checked out. He's a concussion substitute with Craig Miles coming on for him, and Liam, let's hope everything is okay with him. That's the one downside for everything, but take nothing away from the fact that Warwickshire today have really batted well with that innings from Michael Burgess, his 2nd innings of 170 this season, and absolutely leading the way. Good support from Matt Lamb, I thought, as well, earlier in the day. Matt Lamb doing a good job again. He got 100 against Surrey, he got 70 odd in this match. Warwickshire batting at the top end at the moment is finding it a little bit more difficult, but the middle order is really clicking well, and they're making up for the shortfall. So Warwickshire, with that depth of batting, getting sizable scores in both the innings they've had this season, Richard.
4 for 130 for Steckety. Look, I think it'd be fair to say it was a mixed bag from the Australian, but he stuck to it, and he ended up with more wickets than anybody else in the innings. The pick of the bowlers was Sam Cook, 3 for 72 from 32 overs, kept on coming again and again and again for Essex. Snater bowled very well yesterday evening and first up this morning when he took the quick wickets of Sibley and Rhodes. He ends up with 2 for 78 from 29 overs. Harmer 1 for 49 from 25, and Critchley 9 overs for 55 runs. For Warwickshire, 170 from Burgess, 71 from Lamb and 33 from Sibley, the three highest scorers. 385 all out. First innings lead of 217. In about 6 or 7 minutes time we will have the start of the Essex reply. They of course need 217 runs to make the Bears bat again. And Edgbaston Warwickshire's first innings has just ended on 385 after another magnificent innings from Michael Burgess. He got a career best against Surrey a fortnight ago when he made 178. He almost surpassed it today. He was eventually last man out for a quite brilliant 170 with 5 sixes and 24s. It means the Bears have a first innings lead of 217 over Essex, who have 4 awkward overs to follow in the next half hour. Warwickshire lead by 217.
The Warwickshire Rhodes. The opening batsman for Essex, rated number 10, Nick Brown, and number 26, Alistair. Open the bowling colony, Birmingham, Ollie and Lloyd, and take the first ball of Nick Brown.
So here we are with 4 overs for Essex to bat. Warwickshire have had the most marvellous day, a lead of 217, and to cap it all would be if they could get rid of Alistair Cook this evening. He never does take first ball, so it's Nick Brown in an all left-handed partnership who will face the first ball from Hain and Dalby, who's, in spite of taking a couple of blows on the arm, is going to be fit enough to bowl the first over. And here he comes now on his way in from the city end, bowls to Brown, leaves to this outside off stump. But in the end, as much as Essex will not have enjoyed chasing leather all day, I'm not so sure that Messrs Brown and Cook would have been all that thrilled at Burgess's brilliant innings of 170 coming to an end when it did, because it means that they've had to come out to face a tricky last 4 overs here with a new ball. And Warwickshire's tail's most definitely up in every possible connotation of that. Of course, their tail didn't have had a lot of runs as well, as Hain and Dalby's in and Brown defends into the offside, and there is no run. Alex Davis fields, and ball just pushed up to short extra. So Essex trailing by a whopping 217, and Warwickshire having resumed at 76 for 2, going through to 385 before Burgess was finally the last man out, bowled by Steckety, finished with figures of 4 for 130. And as Hain and Dalby bowls, and Brown, well, you'd have us believe he was taking the bat away from that. Maybe he was, but if so, just at the very last moment, and Brown goes down, does a little bit of gardening. 0 for 0. Essex trailing by 217 on a ground where they've just had no joy at all in their various visits since they returned from a long spell in Division 2. Even in 2017 they actually clinched the championship here. Brown plays this ball square on the offside. Craig Miles does the fielding on a concussion substitute for Liam Norwell. But even in clinching the championship here, they didn't win the match. It was one of only 4 in 2017 that Essex didn't win. So now they have these 4 overs to see if they can survive, and won't do their chances any good at all if either of this opening pair is dismissed. Dan Lawrence must be very doubtful whether he'd be able to bat. This ball is played down into the gully region rather tenuously by Brown there, but he survives, and we've had 5 balls of the Hain and Dalby opening over. Essex yet to open their account, but keeping the wickets in hand all that will really concern them tonight. Paul Newton here with Richard Wilford closing off the day. Phil Britt has been with us, always good to see Phil again, and we've also had Craig Miles in his role as commentator, and Jake Lintoff with us this afternoon, both giving us excellent summaries. As here's the next ball which Brown steers into the covers, and Alex Davis, and so a maiden over to start with there. And Brown has seen off the first of 4 overs Essex will have to face tonight, still trailing by 217.
So Henry Brooks will bowl from the pavilion. I think it'd just be Hain and Dolby and Brooks share the overs. Turns out there are only 3 left in the day, so a relatively short spell for these 2 batsmen to see off, but for Essex point of view they really need to do that. I didn't think they'd use Craig Miles this evening because he wouldn't have done a full warm-up and been expected to bowl today, so in modern sports medicine you don't want to take too much of a risk with that sort of thing. So many congratulations to Michael Burgess on another sensational innings today.
Certainly was. And, there were some rather strange Essex tactics which I think rather played into his hands.
Some really clean hitting as well as Brooks bowls round the wicket to the former England captain Alistair Cook, who hopped a little bit as he played that defensively, but he tucked it away in the leg side, and there's no run.
3 slips in, and I wouldn't have been surprised if there'd been another couple, quite honestly, in these 4 overs that were left to be bowled this evening at the start of the Essex second innings, trailing by a whopping 217 on first.
Brooks sprints in, and Cook up on his toes, gives himself plenty of time to defend that back down the wicket, and there's no run.
And I think for Essex to have any chance at all of avoiding defeat here, 2 long days left to play. Admittedly there could be a few showers around, but even so, nothing in the forecast suggests that all that much time will be lost. I think Cook has to make a big 100 here if Essex were even to get a draw.
As Brooks bowls a nice line around the top of off stump, but above off stump, and it's left as much on length as anything else by Cook. The breeze is brisk again at the moment. 9 balls left on the day. A day that will please Will Rhodes, as frustrated as he'll be with his own short contribution. Again, his lower order have come up trumps for him, and middle order with Matt Lamb in the runs for the second game in a row as well. Fuller delivery from Brooks, controlled defence from Cook. He and Brown will be thinking of just one thing, which is making sure they're still there at the close of play. It's always interesting how teams don't really contemplate the idea of having a night watchman come out to open the batting with 3 overs to go. I guess these are the 2 who are most used to dealing with a new ball, so it makes the most sense for them to be out there. The vast experience of Cook, and plenty of experience of course for Nick Brown also. Again on the back foot, on his toes, Cook defends into the offside. Alex Davis scuttles in to pick up. They'll have to bat long to save the game. You'd be looking at a score in excess of 400, wouldn't you?
Yes.
Get a lead of over 200. It then gives you something to bowl out in the 4th innings. The surface may offer a bit more, particularly for Harmer by then. So the game is by no means a one-way street. Essex have got plenty of batting here. As Cook looked like he was hurried a little bit, Brooks ends up on the floor with the effort that he put into that delivery. Full around middle and leg. Cook was able to divert it into the leg side, the end of that over, and 6 deliveries remain.
Yeah, Cook not really troubled to see off that over, but it's never nice for a side who've had a long day in the field just to have to see off a final few overs at the end of a day. And of course the fielding side, everything to gain and very little to lose here. Almost certainly neither Brown nor Cook will be particularly concerned at scoring any runs at all, but they could lose a wicket. We now have 4 slips arrayed as Hain and Dolby to bowl the final over of the day from the City end, not the final one of all, and that is the end of Nick Brown, and he's just edged that one through into the slip cordon, and Essex now find the day getting worse and worse as they are 0 for 1. They may only have 9 wickets to fall in all. And what a great start for Warwickshire, Richard.
Well, yeah, I mean, look, he can be such an obdurate batsman. Nick Brown, he's made good runs against Warwickshire. The perfect end to the day. Ollie Hain and Dolby had taken so many blows when he was batting in support of Michael Burgess. He is rewarded with his 4th wicket of the match. And it means, particularly if you consider the possibility that Dan Lawrence can't bat, Essex have just 8 wickets potentially remaining, still trailing by 217, closing the day on 0 for 1, and turns Tom Westley into effectively an opening bat tomorrow.
Yes, just to point out there were just 3 overs left to be bowled tonight, not 4 as I said, and of course the wicket goes down in what was the final over, and they don't play out the final 5 deliveries. They will be completed tomorrow, but in a sense I have to say I felt that coming. I did actually say that it would just top the day off for Warwickshire if they could get rid of Alistair Cook. Well, they didn't get rid of Alistair Cook, but they have got rid of Nick Brown, and 0 for 1. What a day for Warwickshire, resuming at 76 for 2 all the way through to 385 all out. Magnificent 170, his second such score in 2 matches for Michael Burgess, ably supported by Matt Lamb with 71. Burgess really going to town in the final 2 wickets that Warwickshire had, leading by a massive 217. And then rubbing salt into the wound by removing one of not that many top-flight Essex batsmen available now, if one's right in assuming that Lawrence won't be able to bat. 0 for 1, and you would feel that the huge likelihood is that this match will be over sometime, perhaps halfway through tomorrow, because Essex are not a side coming into this game in great form with the bat, having got 2 low scores at Taunton and another low score in the first innings here. Richard, always good to work with you. Thank you very much indeed for looking after us today, and you will be joined by Nick Leadhill